Chapter 1840. No, the heaven-devouring devil ape let out a desperate roar. Others couldn't see the immortal burying coffin, but he could feel its existence. It was the chi of a great sovereign, an unparalleled pressure that made him feel a strong threat of death. It was an unprecedented feeling. Even his soul was trembling. He didn't feel such despair when he fought against Yang Junlong in the past. He could clearly see the immortal burying coffin, which was the reason why he was so desperate. Almost everyone knew about the immortal burying coffin that had shocked the entire mortal world. He, the heaven-devouring devil ape, naturally knew about it. An ancient crystal coffin that was exuding incomparable great sovereign chi. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? The heaven-devouring devil ape cried out in grief. He was very unwilling. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and it wasn't easy for him to break out of the cage and become a powerful half-step sovereign. But now he had encountered a peerless genius who could display the immortal burying coffin. He was about to die without a burial place. Ordinary people couldn't understand how he felt. Bang! Yan Qinyu remained expressionless and cold. She didn't care about the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar at all. The immortal burying coffin ruthlessly slammed into the devil ape's body. Arg! The moment the immortal burying coffin slammed into the devil ape's body, he felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. He let out a painful shriek as his huge body was directly slammed into two halves. Strong, too strong. They're not on the same level at all. This woman's cultivation base isn't even that of a half-step sovereign, but she can unleash the strength to kill a half-step sovereign. I'm afraid her true strength is comparable to a great sovereign. She's a real monstrous genius. The heaven-devouring devil ape is finished. The crisis of our great Qian Empire is finally over. Jiang Qin can always bring miracles. This time he brought another powerful figure to kill the heaven-devouring devil ape. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, I'm afraid our great Qian Empire would really face the danger of extinction. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was excited. Even if the devil ape didn't die, he was done for. He didn't stand a chance in Yan Qinyu's hands at all. Although the heaven-devouring devil ape was split into two halves, he was still alive. After all, it wasn't easy for a half-step sovereign to die. This was mainly because Yan Qinyu had shown mercy in the end. She had only shattered the body of the heaven-devouring devil ape, leaving him with a trace of source energy. This was specially arranged by Jiang Qin. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring devil ape would have turned into ashes under the attack of the immortal burying coffin. Monkey, it's your turn, Jiang Qin said to Long Shisan. Shua. Without Jiang Qin's reminder, Long Shisan had already rushed over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he could devour a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. His severed arm would also grow back immediately. Brr. Long Shisan rushed to the sky above the heaven-devouring devil ape. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole that could devour everything. He swallowed the heaven-devouring devil ape in one gulp. No, the will of the heaven-devouring devil ape let out a final despairing roar. He knew that he was going to die. He couldn't devour the battle saint ape, but the battle saint ape could easily devour him and digest everything about him. This was the difference between bloodlines. If the heaven-devouring devil ape devoured Long Shisan, his body would suffer the backlash of the powerful battle saint ape bloodline. In the end, he would be the one who would be injured. However, if Long Shisan devoured him, the situation would be completely different. Under the suppression of the battle saint ape bloodline, his bloodline wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the end, he would vanish into thin air and disappear completely from this world. After the heaven-devouring devil ape was completely devoured by Long Shisan, the energy in his body began to go berserk. Long Shisan immediately came to Jiang Qin's side and said anxiously, "Little Qinzi, hurry up." 33rd floor. It was absolutely not an easy task to completely refine and absorb a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. Even the battle saint ape would need a certain amount of time. Tomorrow was the wedding day of Long Shisan and Lan Lingji. It was impossible to completely refine and absorb the heaven-devouring devil ape in one day. However, it wouldn't be a problem at all if they entered the 33rd floor. It definitely wouldn't delay the wedding tomorrow. Zhou Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the portal of the 33rd floor and let Xian in. Now it was up to Xian himself. Xianxia had regained her original cold and elegant demeanor. She stood beside Zhou Xian again. She was an absolute cold and elegant goddess who kept everyone at a distance. In her eyes there was only Zhou Xian. Whoosh! Han Yen flew up from below and chuckled at Xianxia. Xiaoyu, you and little Qianzi are finally reunited. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Congratulations. Han Yen knew that Xianxia's background was not simple. Therefore, when Xianxia suddenly became so strong, although Han Yen was shocked, he was not too surprised. Furthermore, to be able to see Xianxia's growth, he and Tyrant were happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's really great to see you all again. Xianxia smiled again. Han Yen and Tyrant were truly on the same side. They had experienced life and death together, especially Han Yen. When they were in the Black Sect, he had almost lost his life in order to save her. Xianxia didn't forget about it at all. Alright, let's go down. The Great Qian Empire's crisis is finally over, but I guess these guys still haven't calmed down. Zhou Xian said. When they descended from the sky, the old Emperor Yongyu and the rest of the higher-ups didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately came over to welcome them. The old emperor took the lead and bowed deeply to Xianxia and Zhou Xian. The others behind him also followed suit. This was a huge favor, and it wasn't something that could be repaid with just a simple greeting. Old emperor, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are on the same side, and I am a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now that the empire is in trouble, I, Zhou Xian, naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, I'm not too late. If not, Zhou Xian would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. These words almost brought tears to the eyes of the people present, especially Yongyu. He felt that his vision was really too bright. He really didn't make the wrong choice. Good brother. Chapter 1841. Brother Zhou Xian, who is this expert? Yongyu looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but ask. Today it was all thanks to this extraordinary girl who was able to kill the devil ape. In Yongyu's eyes, she was indeed an expert. This is my wife, Xianxia. The reason why I left this place was to find my father. I didn't expect to find little you here. This is a great harvest. Zhou Xian embraced Xianxia in his arms. In Zhou Xian's heart, Xianxia was a treasure, the greatest treasure of his life. Everyone was enlightened. Although they had already guessed it, they were still shocked when it was confirmed by Zhou Xian. Aside from being shocked, they were also envious of Xianxia. How many women under the heavens could there be? Not only was she beautiful, she also possessed incredible combat strength. If any man under the heavens could find a woman like her, he would have to thank the gods in his previous life. Haha, brother Zhou Xian is really lucky. Yongyu burst into laughter. A girl like Xianxia was a prideful woman. She wouldn't even look at an ordinary man. Under the heavens, perhaps only a man like Zhou Xian was worthy of Xianxia. Looking at this pair of golden boy and jade girl, everyone felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Miss Yen, it's all thanks to your help today. You've saved the lives of everyone in the Great Qian Empire. I really don't know how to repay this kindness. The old emperor walked forward and bowed to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was young, she was very powerful. Even the old emperor had to look up to her. Old emperor, you don't have to be so polite. You're brother Chen's friends, so you're my friends too. Xianxia replied with a smile. Being able to help Zhou Xian with something and make him feel proud was the happiest thing in Xianxia's mind. By the way, little Qianzi, you said that you're going to find uncle's whereabouts. How is it going? Only now did he know why Zhou Xian suddenly left the ethereal immortal domain. It turned out that he had found the whereabouts of Jiang Zhenhai. I found him. He's in the Fengqi immortal domain. However, my father is currently in a very safe place. He didn't come back with me. Everyone, don't worry. Zhou Xian said that the trip to the Fengqi immortal domain this time was really a great harvest. This is great. You and your son are finally reunited in the immortal world. Tyrant sighed. He and Han Yen were well aware of the relationship between Zhou Xian and Zhou Qian. Now that they could reunite in the immortal world, they were naturally happy for Zhou Qian. Brother Zhang, you must invite your father to the Deqian Empire in the future. I want to properly host him. The old emperor said. Definitely. Zhou Qian said. All right. You and your brothers must have a lot to talk about after reuniting. We won't disturb you any longer. Now that the heaven-devouring devil ape has been eliminated, many disciples of Genius Prefecture have been greatly shaken and need to be comforted. Bufan, bring Brother Jiang and Miss Yen to a quiet place to sit, Yang Yu said to Yang Bufan. He was a very reasonable person. Now that the matter had been resolved, he naturally had to provide an opportunity for Jiang Qin and the others to reunite. In the residence of Jiang Qin of Genius Prefecture, in a quiet courtyard, everyone was gathered together. Regardless of the current situation in the ethereal immortal domain, this moment was worth celebrating. Miss Lan, why are you dressed so joyfully today? Jiang Qin looked at Lan Lingji and couldn't help but ask. Little Qinzi, you still don't know that tomorrow is the wedding day of Miss Lan and Monkey. Monkey was complaining that you didn't come back just now. Fortunately you came back in time. Han Yen said with a smile. What? Monkey is going to get married? Huh. Good news, good news. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Although Long Shisan and Lan Lingji didn't know each other for a long time, their relationship was very deep. They had experienced life and death together. Not long ago, Long Shisan had displayed his might in exquisite paradise and became the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. Therefore it was only normal that Venerable Ling Long would host their wedding. Young Master Jiang, where's Brother Shisan now? Lan Lingji asked the question that she had always wanted to ask. Long Shisan had disappeared after devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape. Although she knew that it was done by Jiang Qin, she didn't know about the existence of the Zulong Tower. Don't worry, Miss Lan. Monkey has devoured the heaven-devouring devil ape and is now working hard to digest it. He will absolutely not delay your wedding tomorrow. Jiang Qin spoke. Given Long Shisan's strength, a day was more than enough for him to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. When Long Shisan walked out of the Zulong Tower tomorrow, his cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an even more terrifying level. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lan Lingji felt completely relieved. She had absolute trust in Jiang Chen's words. To be honest, she was really worried that Long Shisan would delay the wedding tomorrow. To a woman, this was undoubtedly the most important day in her life. Little Qinzi, I can see that your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have already reached the late immortal emperor realm. Seems like you have obtained a lot of benefits in Fengqi immortal domain. Quickly tell us about what happened in Fengqi immortal domain, said Yang Bufan. All of them had seen the changes in Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin left, he was only an early immortal emperor. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. He must have obtained tremendous benefits. Jiang Qin didn't hide anything from these brothers. He then told them everything that had happened in Monarch Mountain, including the matters of the northern and southern dynasties and Yanqinyu. By goodness! Xiao Yu is actually the reincarnation of Empress Nine. No wonder she's so powerful. Han Yen was astonished. They really hadn't thought of this. I never thought that the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnations of powerful great sovereigns. In that case, I'm afraid that this bastard's current strength is on par with Xiao Yu. That's terrifying. That's right. That person from the northern and southern dynasties is extremely arrogant. No one knows when he will come out and wreak havoc in the world. Now that he has obtained the monarch sword and merged with the body of a monarch, he will be even more difficult to deal with. Tyrant and Yang Bufan knitted their brows. Such figures from the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be extraordinary. They would appear sooner or later. Fortunately, Yanqinyu was also the reincarnation of Empress Nine, which could restrain the power of the northern and southern dynasties. Her existence would more or less make the northern and southern dynasties wary. Oh, by the way, I've obtained a large amount of great sovereign essence in the Monarch Mountain. Yen, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. If you can get some of the great sovereign essence, it will be very easy for you to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Chapter 1842. Han Yen possessed the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma. Even without any assistance, he would achieve great things sooner or later. As for Tyrant, he had the Buddha's relic in his body. Even the God-trembling monument had acknowledged him. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Qin had a feeling that Tyrant's identity was not simple. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful Buddha. Of course, this was only Jiang Chen's guess. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Traces of Great Sovereign's Qi essence appeared in front of the others like spiritual snakes. Feeling the purity of the Great Sovereign's Qi essence, everyone's breathing became heavy. This was a real treasure. Even with their innate talent, they would benefit greatly from the Qi essence. Sure enough, it's a powerful Qi essence of Great Sovereign. It will be of great help to our cultivation. Great Master Howard said in surprise. That's right. Great Sovereign is supreme. The Qi essence of Great Sovereign comes from the essence of a Great Sovereign. It will bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation and foundation. Mo Wuqing nodded his head as well. His eyes shone with brilliance. He couldn't believe that this was real. For them, the essence of a Great Sovereign was definitely a peerless treasure, especially since there was so much of it here. After refining it, their cultivation base would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Alright, you guys should start refining the Qi essence of Great Sovereign. Try to improve your cultivation by the time of the monkey's wedding tomorrow. Jiang Qin said. All right. Everyone nodded. Even without Jiang Qin's reminder, they couldn't wait any longer. They took their Qi essence and found a quiet place to refine it in seclusion. Brother Qin, I think Yan Qingqing is missing from the list of important figures that you mentioned to me, right? Everyone was in seclusion, leaving only Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qin basically told her everything that had happened in the immortal world along the way. Yan Qingqing was also an important figure, so she was naturally included in the story. Although Jiang Qin was very reserved, a woman's sixth sense was very sharp and accurate. Yan Qinyu could feel that Yan Qingqing was deeply in love with Jiang Qin. Yeah, I don't know how to face her. Jiang Qin sighed. He didn't know how to deal with Yan Qingqing's feelings. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't hide his relationship with Yan Qingqing from Yan Qinyu. Some things couldn't be concealed. Let's go. Bring me to have a look. I also want to see if there's a third woman in this world who's worthy of you other than me and Sister Ning. Yan Qinyu smiled. Facing Yan Qinyu's understanding, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Jiang Qin had never deliberately crossed the threshold of love, but there were some things that he had to face sooner or later. Yan Qinyu was like this, Wu Ningzhu was like this, and so was Yan Qingqing. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Qin nodded. He had always left Yan Qingqing in Qingfan Prefecture to cultivate. Jiang Qin had always felt a little guilty towards this strong woman. Tomorrow was Long Shisan's wedding. He could take this opportunity to see Yan Qingqing. Qingfan Prefecture wasn't far from Genius Prefecture. For Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu, they could reach there in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu didn't alarm anyone. They went straight to Yan Qingqing's residence, but what puzzled Jiang Qin was that there was no one here. There wasn't a trace of Yan Qingqing's qi. Brother Qin, she wouldn't have left, right? Yan Qinyu asked. She won't. Qingqing is wholeheartedly cultivating here. She will never leave this place easily. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. Yan Qingqing wasn't in Qingfan Prefecture. This made him very doubtful. Putting aside the fact that Yan Qingqing wouldn't leave, even if she was powerful, Qingfan would tell him about it. Creak. At this moment, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A white-bearded old man walked in. He was Old Man Bai Weng. Old Man Bai Weng was stunned at first when he saw Jiang Qin. Then he hurriedly came forward and said, "Young Master Jiang, you are back." Seeing Jiang Qin again, Old Man Bai Weng seemed a little nervous. The current Jiang Qin was no longer the Jiang Qin of the past. He was a famous figure in the entire ethereal immortal domain. To Old Man Bai Weng, he was an existence that he could only look up to. Old Man Bai Weng, where's Qingqing? Jiang Qin asked. He remembered that Yan Qingqing was left in Qingfan Prefecture under the guidance of Old Man Bai Weng. I was just about to tell Qingfan about it. Young Master Jiang, you are here. Yan Qingqing has disappeared. Old Man Bai Weng said. What happened? Jiang Qin asked again. 2 nights ago, a rainbow light suddenly appeared here. When I saw the rainbow light and arrived here, Miss Qingqing had already disappeared. Oh right, she left this behind in the courtyard. Old Man Bai Weng flipped his palm and took out an item. It was a feather radiating rainbow light. The feather was very big, about 3 meters in size. It was comparable to the divine feather of Sunday. This old man's knowledge is shallow. I can't tell what this feather is. Old Man Bai Weng handed the rainbow feather to Jiang Qin. This is the divine feather of Phoenix. Yan Qinyu said. What? Divine feather of phoenix? Xianxia and Old Man by Weng exclaimed at the same time. That's right. This is the feather of the divine bird phoenix. There's no doubt about it. It has the aura of a divine beast. It seems like that rainbow light is related to the divine bird phoenix. Yan Qinyu said in an affirmative tone. Oh my god. The divine bird phoenix has disappeared since the ancient times. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix has returned to the human world? Old Man Bai Weng was extremely shocked. He had been studying this feather for 2 days. He felt that it was very mysterious, but he couldn't believe that it had anything to do with the divine bird phoenix. It seems like Qingqing has been taken away by some unknown divine bird. To Qingqing this is probably a great fortune. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing's talent could only be considered as average. No matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to compete with them. She would never be able to follow in their footsteps. Now that the divine bird phoenix had arrived and taken Yan Qingqing away, it seemed like the divine bird phoenix had taken a fancy to her. To Yan Qingqing this might be a great fortune. Jiang Qin used the great divination art to divine for a while. After confirming that this was Yan Qingqing's fortune, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Looks like this Qingqing is also an extraordinary person. Only a girl like her is worthy of Big Brother Chen. Yan Qinyu said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly. The people around him were all very mysterious. Yan Qinyu was the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin. Wu Ningzhu had obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now Yan Qingqing had been taken away by the divine bird phoenix. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that he was very honored. Chapter 1843. Divine beasts were the noblest existences in the heaven and earth. They had supreme bloodlines and were the symbol of auspiciousness. The arrival of a divine beast represented an auspicious omen. Unfortunately, divine beasts were too rare in the immortal world. Even if they existed, they only inherited the bloodline of divine beasts and their numbers were very few. The bloodline of divine beasts in the immortal world was unique. Long Shisan's battle Saint Ape, De Huang's mutated dragon horse bloodline, Qilin white tiger Qilin and the mighty divine phoenix. It was conceivable that it was also unique. It was very difficult for a true divine beast to appear in the heavens and earth. It was an existence that was comparable to a divine being. Their bloodline had the potential to become a divine being. In other words, as long as they were given enough time to grow, they would become a divine being sooner or later. Jiang Qin felt that the divine beasts wouldn't go extinct. It was just that they didn't exist in the immortal world. Above the immortal world there might be a supreme world. This was the feeling he got as he cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was endless and boundless. The immortal world was about to reach its end, but Jiang Qin had yet to discover the true profundity and secret of the dragon transformation skill. Plus he was still very far away from it. The road of dragon transformation skill was still very long. The Zulong Tower could explain everything. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, the Zulong Tower had 99 floors. Until now it had only condensed to 50 floors. The Zulong Tower followed the heavenly Tao. The immortal world naturally had its own heavenly Tao. The level of energy absorbed indicated the number of floors of the Zulong Tower. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Jiang Qin felt that even if the Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the essence of peerless great sovereigns, it still wouldn't reach perfection. Perhaps the top of the Zulong Tower was beyond the reach of great sovereigns. The path of cultivation is boundless and has no end. I can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Qin gazed into the distance. He liked challenges and the experience of this journey. He liked the feeling of climbing to the peak step by step. It was the same in Saint Origin World and it was the same in the immortal world. He was afraid that the immortal world wasn't the end. Jiang Qin would never slack off or stagnate on his journey. Jiang Qin left with Yan Qinyu. He was looking forward to meeting Yan Qingqing again. All along he didn't dare to face Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. But now that Yan Qingqing was taken away by the divine phoenix, Jiang Qin started to worry and miss her. Perhaps he couldn't avoid this fated feeling. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, Long Shisan was sitting cross-legged on a huge praying mat. The impact of the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape on Long Shisan was undoubtedly tremendous. The law of time here was 30 times faster than normal. It was truly a paradise for Long Xian to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. Under the circulation of the life symbol art, the severed arm began to grow back. It was as good as new. Long Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His cultivation base had also begun to increase. The bloodline of the devil-devouring ape was firmly suppressed by the bloodline of the battle saint ape. It was like a 10,000 years old beast king eating a lowly prey. The prey couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, waves of powerful qi rose from the sky of Genius Prefecture, illuminating the entire prefecture. What a powerful qi! Someone is about to advance to the immortal venerable realm. There's more than one. It seems to be the residence of senior brother Jiang Qin. So many people are advancing to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. This is too spectacular. It's King Fan and the others. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our great Qin Empire has gained so many immortal venerables and they are all young geniuses. This is great news. Senior brother Jiang Qin is truly a blessing to our empire. Without senior brother Jiang Qin, there wouldn't be a bright future for our empire. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Qin is the great benefactor of our empire. This will never change. He must be recorded in the history of the empire for the future generations to revere. But these are the friends of King Fan, not the people of Great Qian Empire. What do you know? King Fan is on good terms with them. They will always come to our aid at the critical moment. Yesterday, when the devil-devouring ape broke the seal, they all came to our aid despite the danger. This is friendship. You don't understand. The sudden emergence of so many young immortal venerables naturally set off a storm in Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, it was normal for those who were in seclusion yesterday to break through to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. Some of them broke through one level while some broke through two levels like Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran. The qi essence of a great sovereign had a great impact on the human body. It would change one's temperament, not to mention that they had absorbed so much qi essence of a great sovereign. Their innate talent was superior, so it wasn't strange for them to advance. Looking at the soaring qi, Dongfeng Yu and Yang Zhanqing couldn't help but sigh. The two of them recalled the time when Jiang Qin first came to Genius Prefecture. They had never thought that there would be such a change today. Such a change was just too fast, catching them unprepared. Seems like our eyesight back then is very sharp. Dongfeng Yu stroked his beard. But we have still underestimated Jiang Qin. In my opinion, it will take at least 10 years for such a situation to happen. It's simply a miracle. Yang Zhanqing shook his head and sighed. For the first time he felt old. A heaven-defying figure like Jiang Qin had completely exceeded his imagination. Hong Long. While everyone was still in shock, another wave of energy that was even more tyrannical rushed out. That wave of energy was golden and dazzling, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to poke a huge hole in the sky. This was an extremely powerful momentum. As soon as this momentum appeared, it immediately suppressed the other momentum, causing them to become dim and dull. Master Monkey is out of seclusion. Wild laughter filled the sky above Genius Prefecture. Everyone saw Long Xian, who was dressed like a bridegroom, hovering in the sky. His body was radiating unparalleled golden light, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boundless qi waves spread out. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Compared to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his combat strength was countless times stronger. It's Long Xian. He's fine. His injuries have all healed. My God. He has eaten the heaven-devouring devil ape. His cultivation base has actually reached such a terrifying level. He has completely suppressed the qi of the others. Amazing. Amazing. This is a true heaven-defying existence. The legendary battle Saint Ape can fight against the heavens. Chapter 1844. Long Xian's radiance had engulfed everyone and the entire Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful qi, let alone Emperor Yang Yu. An intermediate immortal venerable like Long Xian was already strong enough to fight against a peerless venerable. Any ordinary late immortal venerable would be killed instantly by Long Xian. In other words, the current Long Xian had risen completely. It was hard to find anyone in the entire East Xuanyu who could fight him. The benefits of devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape were just too great for Xian. Countless people in Genius Prefecture were incomparably excited. They were grateful to Xian. Yesterday Xian fought the heaven-devouring devil ape and bought time for Great Qin Empire. Otherwise, by the time Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu arrived, Great Qin Empire would have already been annihilated by the heaven-devouring devil ape. At that time, even if Yan Qinyu killed the devil ape, it would be useless. The loss of Great Qin Empire was irreparable. No one would forget Xian's contribution to Great Qin Empire. No one would forget the scene of Xian fighting the heaven-devouring devil ape despite his injuries. So, when they saw that Xian had not only recovered from his injuries but also made great progress in his cultivation base, they felt happy for Xian. Moreover, the stronger Xian was, the greater the benefits to Great Qin Empire. This was for sure. Although Xian wasn't a citizen of Great Qin Empire, due to his relationship with Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, he could be considered as half a citizen of Great Qin Empire. Very quickly, everyone's qi was restrained. Once again they gathered together and couldn't help but laugh when they saw each other's progress. Monkey, you're getting more and more awesome. You are now a celebrity in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Han Yen joked. Of course, Master Monkey's name is very famous. I heard that Qi Jin wants to challenge me. If he really dares to come, Master Monkey will definitely beat him into dog shit. Xian had the right to be arrogant. Given his late immortal venerable cultivation base, even a late immortal venerable genius of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for Xian. Jiang Qin smiled. Xian's fame had almost surpassed his own, which was a good thing for Jiang Qin. Once he was done with the matters here, he would head to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain to help Nangong went in. Right, I forgot to tell you guys something. I have news about Anan. Jiang Qin looked at Han Yen and Tyrant. Others might not know what happened to Nangong Wentian, but they who came from Saint Origin World knew it very well. Furthermore, they were brothers who had gone through life and death together, and they had always been worried about each other. Is that so? Could it be that Anan is also in Fengqi immortal domain? Han Yen asked hastily. Both he and Tyrant looked rather excited after hearing the news about Nangong Wentian. That's right. That bastard has an incredible identity. He's the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't confirm it himself. What? The Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court? That bastard is so powerful? Han Yen almost fainted. Tyrant was also incomparably surprised. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Qin's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they felt very happy for Nangong Wentian. Amazing little Qinzi. If Anan is the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign and the Sovereign Lord, why should we be afraid of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain? Tyrant said. Anan is indeed the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign and he has already returned to the immortal court, but it's a pity that he isn't having a good time now. Someone has taken control of the immortal court and they don't want him to return alive. Therefore, I will have to return to Fengqi immortal domain a month later to find a way to enter the immortal court and help Anan. Jiang Qin said, then told them how he met Han Feng in the inner space of Monarch Mountain and what happened to Nangong Wentian. Han Yen and Tyrant knitted their brows and began to worry. They weren't fools. They could naturally tell Nangong Wentian's current situation from Jiang Qin's words. What kind of existence was the immortal court? It was the supreme existence that stood at the peak of the immortal world. The more powerful a place was, the harder it was to survive. After the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, the immortal court had already changed its master. Now that Heaven's Sovereign had returned to the immortal court, there would naturally be someone who didn't want him to have a good time. Even if Nangong Wentian was the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to change the situation of the immortal court. That was why he needed help from Jiang Qin. It seems like Anan isn't having a good time, but if you enter the immortal court, you will surely be able to help Anan, said Han Yen. Jiang Qin was the person they admired the most in this world. All along there was nothing that Jiang Qin couldn't do. Nangong Wentian also noticed this, which was why he asked Han Feng to look for Jiang Qin everywhere. The immortal world was just too vast. It wouldn't be easy for them to thrive like they did in Saint Origin World. Although they were very strong now, the opponents they would face would be much stronger. There was still a long way to go in the future. At this time an old woman holding a walking stick suddenly descended from the sky and came to the courtyard where Zhou Xian was. As soon as she saw Long Shisan and Lan Lingji, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Saintess, what the hell are you and young Master Long doing? Today is your wedding day. Immortal Venerable has asked me to bring you back. Many guests have already arrived. The old woman spoke anxiously. Yeah. I forgot about this matter. Let's go, let's go. Zhou Xian patted his forehead. He had been feeling happy for the advancement of everyone's cultivation base and had forgotten that today was an incomparably important day. Exquisite Paradise had already prepared everything and was just waiting for this pair of newlyweds. However, the two of them were still having fun in Genius Prefecture. Many of the guests had already arrived. If they weren't here, what would Venerable Ling Long do? No one dared to delay any longer. Under the lead of the old woman, they flew rapidly towards Exquisite Paradise. Fortunately, their cultivation base was strong and their speed was extremely fast. Even though the distance between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise wasn't short, it was still a matter of seconds for them. Exquisite Paradise. A festive atmosphere could be felt from 1,000 miles away. All the buildings in the paradise were decorated with colorful ribbons. Many disciples and elders were bustling about. Today was the wedding of the saintess. Naturally, everyone in Exquisite Paradise had to show a festive atmosphere. Everyone was in high spirits. Chapter 1845. A tall platform was built on the largest martial arena of Exquisite Paradise. It was at least a few dozen miles in circumference. As the wedding venue of Long Shisan and Lan Lingji, a wide platform was specially built. Just this platform alone was 300 meters in circumference. At this moment the martial arena was filled with guests. The Valley Master of Celestial Flower Valley Hua Gai, the Saintess Hua Xiaoqian, and the higher-ups of Celestial Flower Valley. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the old Emperor Yang Yu and many rogue cultivators whom Venerable Ling Long had befriended had come to congratulate them and bring valuable gifts. Today was a joyous day for Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long had always treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Therefore, the importance of this wedding had surpassed everything else. On the tall platform, Venerable Ling Long was sitting on the throne with a face full of joy. Jiang Chen's group arrived very quickly. Long Shisan and Lan Lingji flew directly to the tall platform. They had already put on their new clothes and were well prepared. Long Shisan held Lan Lingji's hand and came to the front of Venerable Ling Long. At the same time he bowed deeply to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long revealed a bright smile on her face. She didn't blame them for being late. When Venerable Ling Long sensed the change in Long Shisan's cultivation base, her facial expression changed a little, because she could feel a trace of pressure from Long Shisan. In other words, Long Shisan's current strength was very likely to have surpassed her. Good, good. Venerable Ling Long praised. Sure enough, she didn't choose the wrong person. A monstrous figure like Long Shisan was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. After marrying Lan Lingji today, Long Shisan would officially become a member of Exquisite Paradise. This was a fortunate thing for Exquisite Paradise. All right, let the wedding begin. Venerable Ling Long waved her hand. Plop. Lan Lingji, on the other hand, knelt on the ground with a puff. Tears streamed down her face. She kowtowed 3 times to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long, you've treated me like your own daughter all these years. You've raised me up and even hosted my wedding today. I can't repay your kindness in this lifetime. Lan Lingji burst into tears when she talked about the emotional part. Child, why are you crying on your wedding day? Get up quickly. Venerable Ling Long's eyes inadvertently turned red. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was a sentimental person. Lan Lingji wiped her eyes and sorted out her emotions. She stood up from the ground and pulled Long Shisan's hand, turning to face the crowd of distinguished guests. Haha, monkey, kiss me. Han Yin jeered. It's such a joyous occasion. I must give her a kiss. Yang Bufan followed suit. Long Shisan grinned, then turned to the blushing Lan Lingji and said, Lingji, look, this is what everyone wants. We mustn't let our brothers down. Then, regardless of whether Lan Lingji agreed or not, he gave her a deep kiss on her lips and showed a satisfied look. The crowd burst into laughter. All right, I now announce that the wedding begins. First bow to the heaven and earth. The old woman at the side shouted loudly. This old woman was also an immortal venerable expert. Her voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear her clearly. Wait. Just at this moment a shout sounded from afar. The scene that was filled with laughter turned silent in an instant. Many of them looked at the source of the voice angrily. It was very rude to disturb someone else's wedding at such an important moment. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, an armored man walked out of the void. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. His head was tied with a rope. His body was incomparably strong and heroic. The qi that was radiating from his body gave people a considerable amount of pressure. It's Qi Jin, the supreme genius of the immortal court. Previously this bastard had declared that he would kill Long Xian. I had never thought that he would be here on the day of the wedding. This bastard chose to appear at this moment. He must have done it on purpose. It seems like the wedding has to be suspended because of an uninvited guest. Many of them were infuriated by the arrival of Qi Jin, but at the same time they began to worry. After all, Qi Jin's cultivation base was just too strong. Not even Venerable Ling Long was a match for him. This bastard really didn't come at the right time. Jiang Qin shook his head and looked at Qi Jin with pitiful eyes. It wasn't just because of the wedding, but also because of the advancement of Long Xian's cultivation base. If Qi Jin had appeared earlier, Long Xian would certainly be no match for him. However, Qi Jin had already made up his mind to stir up trouble on the day of Long Xian's wedding and kill Long Xian to create a great deterrent. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had never thought that Long Xian's cultivation base had already reached a level that he couldn't match in just a day. His appearance at this time would only infuriate Long Xian, which was no different from courting death. Qi Jin, today is a joyous occasion for exquisite paradise. You didn't seem to be invited. Venerable Ling Long spoke Lung Lung. Venerable Ling Long, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I Qi Jin will go wherever I want. No one can stop me. It's your fortune that I came to exquisite paradise. Qi Jin was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Venerable Ling Long in his eyes at all. Of course, as a peerless genius of the immortal court and a late immortal venerable, he had the right to be arrogant. Qi Jin, how dare you disrespect Venerable Ling Long? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. Long Xian was infuriated. He would never allow Qi Jin to be disrespectful to Venerable Ling Long. Moreover, he and Lan Lingji were about to go through the wedding ceremony, but this bastard chose to appear at this time. Such behavior had already crossed the bottom line of Long Xian. Long Xian, cut the crap. Come up and face your death. Didn't you say that you will kill every genius of the immortal court that comes? I Qi Jin will challenge you now. Let's see what makes you say such arrogant words. Qi Jin looked over at Long Xian and stated his intention. All right. Since you're courting death, Master Monkey will fulfill your wish. We'll get married after I kill you. Long Xian's qi fluctuated. Brother Xian, be careful. Chapter 1846. As a matter of fact, many of them were already prepared for Qi Jin's arrival. Qi Jin had already announced that he would kill Long Xian a few days ago. The reason why he didn't do it was because he had heard about Long Xian's wedding. He wanted to kill Long Xian on the day of the wedding. One should know that such a blow was much greater than killing Long Xian. Not only would he get rid of a scourge, he would also turn Long Xian into a laughingstock. Long Xian's body flashed and appeared in the sky, standing opposite to Qi Jin. He was clad in a red bridegroom's attire that looked very festive, but judging from his appearance, Long Xian's physique wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. Qi Jin's physique was almost the size of two Long Xian's. Plus, Long Xian's cultivation base wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. In that case, Long Xian certainly wouldn't be a match for Qi Jin. After all, the visual impact was too great. Unfortunately, strength didn't depend on one's physique. If Long Xian reverted to his true form, he would be as big as a small mountain. No one looked down on Qi Jin. He was a peerless genius of the immortal court, a late immortal venerable whose combat strength was comparable to a peerless venerable, second only to a half-step sovereign. No matter how many old ancestors or sect masters were present, none of them was a match for Qi Jin. Similarly, no one looked down on Long Xian either. He was a man who could come back from the dead and kill a dozen geniuses of the immortal court. Who would dare to look down on him? Not even Qi Jin himself would dare to look down on Long Xian. Qi Jin, choosing to challenge me at this time is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Long Xian spoke flatly. In fact, it was true. If Qi Jin had challenged him a day earlier, he would certainly be no match for Qi Jin. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had chosen this time to strike a blow to him. Coincidentally, Long Xian had advanced 2 levels consecutively, which had widened the gap between them. Long Xian, it seems like your cultivation base has improved again, but don't be too arrogant. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. But it's good that your cultivation base has improved. Otherwise, I won't have any excitement when I kill you. It's been a long time since I last fought. What's the point of fighting if I trample my opponent to death like an ant? Qi Jin was incomparably arrogant. Even though he could sense the improvement of Long Xian's cultivation base, he still didn't put Long Xian in his eyes. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, he was overly confident in his own cultivation base. It was the kind of confidence that came from deep within his bones that made him arrogant and disregard everything. This Long Xian does look much stronger than before. In that case, given his Battle Saint Ape bloodline, he might really be able to fight Qi Jin. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Both of them are heaven-defying existences. Although Qi Jin's bloodline isn't comparable to Long Xian's, his cultivation base is higher than Long Xian's. It's really hard to tell how the battle will end. Many people began to discuss it. The originally joyous scene had now turned into a battlefield. No one dared to ignore the peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Be it their identity or status, they couldn't be compared to them. At this time, the ones who looked the most relaxed were probably Jiang Qin, Han Yan and Yang Bufan, because they were overly confident in Long Xian's strength. It was absolutely not a problem for him to kill a genius who was a level higher than him. They were just pitying Qi Jin for choosing the worst time to challenge Long Xian. In their point of view, Qi Jin wasn't here to challenge Long Xian, but to die. Even if he was a peerless genius of the immortal court, it still wasn't a reason for Long Xian not to kill him. Long Xian's attitude towards his enemies had always been the same as Jiang Qin's. He didn't care about the opponent's identity or who the opponent was. Anyone who wanted to kill him would be killed in the end. Long Xian, make your move. Let me see what ability you have to challenge all the geniuses of the immortal court. Qi Jin's qi fluctuated. A pillar of light soared into the sky. The powerful qi stirred the entire void, causing it to tremble violently. The incomparably powerful pressure made the souls of some of the weaker geniuses tremble. Hong. An extremely powerful qi was also released from Long Xian's body. It was the qi of the purest yang, forming an incomparably bright pillar of light. The emergence of this qi immediately suppressed Qi Jin's qi. What? Upon seeing this, Qi Jin couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe that this was true. He stared at the materialized qi of Long Xian in shock. Only then did he understand that Long Xian had already reached such a level. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that a peerless genius like Qi Jin was invincible among his peers. It was normal for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. However, Long Xian's cultivation base was lower than his, but his qi was firmly suppressed. This alone was an incomparably heavy blow to Qi Jin. Qi Jin, what do you have to be proud of in front of Master Monkey? You're just a weakling. How dare you challenge me? Long Xian's black and white hair fluttered in the wind, piercing the void like sharp thorns. Long Xian, don't be arrogant. My means aren't something you can imagine. Qi Jin was infuriated. He took the initiative to launch a punch at Long Xian. This punch shattered the void, surpassing the limit of space, and arrived in front of Long Xian. The punch seemed to have become the only thing in the heavens and earth, locking all of Long Xian's qi, leaving Long Xian no choice but to face it head-on. Of course, Long Xian had no intention of evading it. As an intermediate immortal venerable, he was stronger than Qi Jin in every aspect. Long Xian wore an indifferent face. He threw out a punch with incredible speed, colliding with Qi Jin's fist. Bang! The powerful shockwave directly shattered the void, completely tearing it apart. Airwaves began to roll, erupting with unparalleled destructive energy. The punch completely shattered Qi Jin's fist. On the opposite side, Qi Jin's body couldn't help but tremble. Qi Jin's facial expression turned even more unsightly. He had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first exchange. Such a situation wasn't something he had expected at the beginning. He didn't even dare to think about it. The peerless genius of the immortal court is only SSO. Long Xian shook his head. Today he must fight Qi Jin to boost his morale. Chapter 1847. Amazing. Isn't Long Xian's progress a little too fast? That's right. An intermediate immortal venerable can suppress a late immortal venerable like Qi Jin. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. He's a true monstrous genius, just like Zhou Xian. It's a great thing for exquisite paradise to have such a talented son-in-law. Not necessarily. It's very likely to be a disaster. You have to see who Long Xian has offended. It's the immortal court. Although Long Xian is talented and incomparably powerful, it's almost impossible for him to go against the immortal court. If the immortal court gets angry, do you think exquisite paradise will have an easy time? Yeah. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Let's see how the battle between Long Xian and Qi Jin is going. Although Long Xian has gained the upper hand in the battle, Qi Jin isn't that weak. As a peerless genius of the immortal court, he must have extraordinary means. Innumerable people were shocked by the speed of Long Xian's transformation. They still remembered that when Long Xian had just returned from Golden Horizon, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a miracle that he had grown to such a heaven-defying level in such a short period of time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they were afraid that few of them would believe it. In the sky, Long Xian's words had undoubtedly stimulated Qi Jin's self-esteem. All along he had been saying such words to others. He had never thought that it would be his turn to say it. Furthermore, due to the fact that he was in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't refute Long Xian's words at all. Dragon Xian, don't be so arrogant. I admit that you're very strong now, but do you think that you can defeat me? You're underestimating me. Today I'll show you what I can do. Qi Jin was infuriated and decided not to hold back anymore. Now he had completely regarded Xian as a real opponent. He no longer looked down on Xian like before. Rumble, Qi Jin's hands continued to draw powerful hand seals. A huge hand seal that was dozens of feet in size appeared. It was densely packed with complicated runes. It looked extremely mystical. The moment the hand seal appeared, a thunderous sound burst out and a big hole appeared in the void. This was an ancient seal technique. It was extremely terrifying and its attacking power was unimaginable. The moment the seal appeared, the sky changed color. Long Xian died. Qi Jin let out a roar and a powerful hand seal like a huge compass rushed towards Long Xian with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was Qi Jin's most powerful attack, and it carried all of his energy attacks, aiming to kill Long Xian in one hit. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful magic seal attack, Long Xian's expression did not change, and he was as indifferent as ever. The seal technique was indeed incomparably powerful. If Qi Jin were to display it, it would be enough to dominate an area. Unfortunately, such a seal technique was still not on the same level as Long Xian's Battle Saint technique. Bang! Long Xian attacked with Battle Saint technique. The attack of the battle symbol art was far more powerful than Qi Jin's seal technique. The radiance generated by the battle symbol art lit up the entire sky, and countless dazzling rays of light covered the entire martial arena. What? Qi Jin exclaimed once again. Just by looking at Long Xian's attack, Qi Jin knew that he was defeated. Sometimes, there was no need for too many fancy moves in a battle between experts. Qi Jin was very clear about the power of his hand seal, which was also his most powerful move. But after seeing Long Xian's Battle Saint technique, he knew that his confidence was indeed a little too blind. Rumble. The collision between the Battle Saint technique and the powerful magic seal created endless sparks in the void. The void was completely smashed. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new fighting space, the shockwaves of the battle would have caused severe damage to exquisite paradise. Even so, some of the weaker disciples felt their souls trembling, feeling the tremendous pressure. Such a battle scene is really shocking. The strength of these two is too powerful. Even if we old ancestor-level experts were to fight them, I'm afraid that we would die for sure. That's right. Compared to these peerless geniuses, we are not at the same level at all. This Xian is worthy of being in existence with a powerful battle saint ape bloodline. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Some of the patriarchs from the major powers were extremely shocked right now. A battle like this was something they could never have imagined. Even if they were to go up themselves, they would definitely die if they were to go up against any one of these people. In the air, everything was chaotic. Destructive energy was rolling everywhere. Countless gazes looked over, only to see Qi Tian coughing up blood. His face was extremely pale and his aura was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. If he continued to fight in his current state, he wouldn't even be able to unleash half of his combat strength. On the other hand, Xian was as powerful as before. The battle saint technique lingered around him, carrying a soaring, domineering aura. The golden brilliance radiating from his body was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was obvious who would win and who would lose in this pinnacle battle. My God. I can't believe that the famous Qi Jin was defeated so thoroughly. He's no match for Xian. This is unbelievable. I think this is normal. If Qi Jin had come to kill Xian a few days ago, he might have succeeded. Xian's cultivation base has just advanced yesterday. He must have obtained a great opportunity that allowed his cultivation base to advance by 2 levels in such a short period of time. Back when Xian was in Golden Horizon, he was already able to kill geniuses who were a level higher than him. It's not surprising that he could defeat a late Immortal Venerable with his intermediate Immortal Venerable cultivation base. That's right. I've been to Golden Horizon and witnessed how powerful Xian is. Besides, Xian had also displayed his invincible might in the son-in-law selection. Killing geniuses who were a level higher than him isn't a problem for him. Many people were surprised by such an outcome, but some of them felt that it was normal. Those who had witnessed Xian's might felt that Xian's defeat was understandable. Qi Jin could only blame himself for choosing the wrong time to attack. Qi Jin had left the Immortal Court a few days ago to kill Xian. Unfortunately, he didn't attack directly, but chose to disrupt Xian's wedding today, making Xian's blood spill on the wedding site. Chapter 1848. Jiangqin, Han Yan and the others wore a calm face. They weren't surprised at all because such an outcome was within their expectations. There was no way Qi Jin would be a match for Dragon Xian. In the sky, Qi Jin stared at Xian, his eyes almost oozing blood. No, this is impossible. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an ending. He had never been defeated in his life. Even among the younger generation of the Immortal Court, he was an absolute elite. Not only was he respected by the people, but he was also appreciated by the higher-ups. His life had been glorious, but today, everything had changed. The existence of Xian made Qi Jin finally understand the feeling of failure, especially for someone like him who had always been in a high position. This feeling was really unbearable. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Xian appeared in front of Qi Jin with a swoosh. An iron staff appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Qi Jin's head. Cold killing intent radiated from the iron staff. You want to kill me? Qi Jin could feel the killing intent of Xian. The killing intent surprised him. In his opinion, even if he failed, Xian wouldn't dare to kill him, because killing him meant that there would be no chance of reconciliation with the Immortal Court. Your question is pointless. I have killed the people of your Immortal Court more than once. How much nobler do you think you are compared to those who have died in my hands? Xian laughed. There was a kind of self-confidence in this world called brainlessness. Xian, do you think you can kill me? Even if I'm not a match for you, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Qi Jin sneered, still very confident. I don't know where your confidence comes from. I'll give you a chance to run now. Let's see if you can run away. Xian's tone was flat, but everyone could hear his determination to kill Qi Jin. Of course, it was normal for Xian to have this kind of killing intent. After all, Qi Jin came here today to kill Xian. In that case, why would Xian be polite? He didn't need any reason to deal with someone who was determined to kill him. Moreover, just as Xian had said, this wasn't the first time he had killed a member of the Immortal Court. The enmity between them had long been irreconcilable. This could be seen from the fact that Qi Jin wanted to kill Xian. Everyone knew very well that if Qi Jin failed today, there would be an even more powerful expert appearing in the future to deal with Long Xian. This was almost unquestionable. Therefore, whether Long Xian killed Qi Jin or not, it would not change the outcome. Since that was the case, why did he leave Qi Jin alive, leaving behind a strong enemy for himself? Humph! Qi Jin harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he silently flashed into the spatial zone, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, at the same time, Long Xian also moved. His powerful qi shook Qi Jin out of the spatial zone. How can you be so fast? Qi Jin's expression became even more unsightly. He suddenly felt that his escape today seemed to have become a luxury. Qi Jin, if you were at your peak, I might not be able to stop you if you wanted to escape from my hands. However, if I let you escape in your current state, what face do I have left? How am I supposed to face my friends in the future? The iron staff in Long Xian's hand shone brightly. He wouldn't give Qi Jin the slightest chance to escape. Seeing Long Xian's determination to kill him, Qi Jin finally felt a trace of fear, because he sensed the aura of death from the iron staff in front of him. It was something he had never felt before. He had never thought that death would be so close to him one day. Therefore he began to feel afraid. No one wanted to die, especially when death was really near. The feeling would become very terrifying, causing one's nerves to tighten. Long Xian, if you dare kill me, the immortal court will never let you go. Qi Jin said, gritting his teeth. Even if I don't kill you, the immortal court won't let me go. Long Xian shook his head. Long Xian, as long as you don't kill me today, I, Qi Jin, will never find trouble with you in the future. Qi Jin's tone began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. It was his greatest pride to have today's status. He had the brilliance that ordinary people couldn't have. He still had a lot of good times ahead of him. Death was too strange and terrifying for him. From the moment you decided to step into exquisite paradise, you should have thought of such an ending. Killing you won't delay my wedding ceremony. Long Xian didn't waste any more words. He raised his iron staff and smashed it towards Qi Jin. This strike had locked on Qi Jin's qi, making it impossible for Qi Jin to escape. Even if Qi Jin exerted all his strength to resist, he wouldn't be able to. He would certainly be killed by Long Xian. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This shout contained an unparalleled amount of energy and pressure. Even though it was so far away, it still caused everyone's ears to ring. One could imagine just how powerful the expert who had come was. A silhouette appeared in the sky above exquisite paradise. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked about 40 years old. His face was dignified and his qi was incomparably powerful. He was actually a powerful half-step sovereign. Seeing the arrival of this black-robed middle-aged man, Qi Jin, who was in danger, suddenly felt like he had grasped a life-saving straw. He knew that he would be saved once this person arrived. Long Xian absolutely wouldn't dare to kill him in front of this person. Unfortunately, Xian was determined to kill Qi Jin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Qi Jin. With a loud bang, the iron cudgel smashed on Qi Jin's head. Arg! Qi Jin issued a miserable shriek. His head was smashed by Long Xian's iron staff. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Whoa! This scene caused a huge commotion among the crowd. No one had expected Xian to be so ferocious. Even when facing the obstruction of a half-step sovereign, he was able to completely ignore it and directly kill it. Boom! All of a sudden, a surge of fury rushed out of the half-step sovereign's body. His face was filled with endless wrath. Long Xian, how dare you kill a man of the immortal court in front of me? Seems like you are tired of living. Chapter 1849. Everyone in the martial arts arena, including Venerable Ling Long, stood up at the sight of Li Wuxia. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Almost everyone knew about the famous Li Wuxia. Back then, when Li Wuxia wanted to take Jiang Qin away, it was Xiao Wangqing who stopped him. Now that Li Wuxia had come to exquisite paradise, he must have a purpose. Moreover, Long Xian had killed Qi Jin in front of Li Wuxia, which was equivalent to slapping Li Wuxia's face and the immortal court's face. I'm afraid that exquisite paradise won't have an easy time now that Li Wuxia has come. He can directly represent the immortal court. I'm afraid that Long Xian is finished. I've already said that it's not necessarily a good thing for exquisite paradise to collude with Long Xian and Jiang Qin. The immortal court isn't something that exquisite paradise can afford to offend. Many of them began to worry about exquisite paradise. As for Xian, he would surely die today. The faces of the people of exquisite paradise darkened to the extreme. Today was supposed to be a joyous day, but it seemed that it was basically impossible for the wedding to be carried out smoothly. Now that Wuxia had come, no one could predict how things would develop, and no one dared to imagine it. Seems like exquisite paradise is going to be in big trouble today. That's right. Even a figure like Wuxia has come. He represents the immortal court. If he oppresses us, how can we resist? Let's wait and see. After all, Wuxia is a famous figure. Plus, the immortal court won't care about the matters below. Wuxia's appearance is only for Xian and Xianxia. He won't make things difficult for us. The people of exquisite paradise were feeling very depressed. It seemed that the wedding couldn't continue. Wuxia would never let Xian go after Qijin was killed. Xianxia and Yanqinyu exchanged a glance. Perhaps only the two of them knew why Wuxia suddenly came. They were afraid that Wuxia's purpose wasn't for Qijin or Xian, but for themselves. Wang Xuanfeng's death had really infuriated Wuxia. Xian looked at Wuxia. Even though he was facing the pressure of a half-step sovereign, his face didn't reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Do the people of Immortal Court like to crash other people's weddings? Don't you know that it's really annoying? Xian said coldly. If Wuxia was infuriated, then Xian was even more infuriated. No matter what, today was his wedding day, the most important day of his life. He was about to bow to the heavens and earth. First it was Qijin and now it was Wuxia who wanted to ruin his wedding. No matter who it was, he or she wouldn't be able to stay calm in such a situation. It's useless to have a glib tongue. How dare you kill a genius of the immortal court in front of me? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. I'm going to kill you now. Even if you die, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Killing intent burst out from Wuxia's body in an instant. He was going to kill Xian for no reason. He wanted to let the world know that the immortal court was inviolable. Anyone who went against the immortal court would only have one end: death. Venerable Ling Long frowned when she saw that Wuxia was going to kill Xian, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even have the qualification to speak in front of Wuxia. To exquisite paradise, let alone the entire immortal court, even Wuxia wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Wuxia, the reason why you are here today should be because of me, right? Just as Wuxia was about to attack Xian, a hearty voice was heard. Then two silhouettes appeared beside Xian. They were none other than Xianxia and Yanqinyu. Xian smiled. With Yanqinyu here, Wuxia wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. No matter how powerful Wuxia was, he was still slightly weaker than the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Xianxia. I didn't expect him to return after disappearing for so long. Why is that bastard here? Even if he has returned, he should be hiding. Isn't he courting death by coming out now while facing the powerful Wuxia? That's right. I really can't figure it out. Given Xianxia's intelligence, he should be able to see the danger today. One should know that in Wuxia's eyes, Xianxia is more dangerous than Xian. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, many people were shocked. Almost everyone in the ethereal immortal domain knew about Xianxia. He was a man who had stirred up a storm in the ethereal immortal domain. No matter when or where, he would always be the center of attention. Xianxia had been hiding in the crowd and everyone's attention was on Xian. Therefore it was normal that no one noticed Xianxia's existence. Seeing Xianxia, Wuxia's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A rage that was even more intense than when he was facing Xian rose from his body. When he thought of Wang Xuanfeng's death, his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Xianxia, you actually dared to show up here. I admire your courage, but today you must give me an explanation. Wuxia's target immediately shifted to Xianxia. What explanation should I give you? Xianxia asked. Xianxia, don't play dumb. I'm here to ask you, did you kill Wang Xianfeng? Wuxia asked straightforwardly. Wang Xianfeng was dead. When such news came out from Wuxia's mouth, it immediately set off a storm in the crowd. What? Venerable Xianfeng is dead? Seems to be killed by Xianxia. How is this possible? No matter how powerful Zhou Xian is, he's just an immortal emperor, while Wang Xianfeng is a peerless venerable who is only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. What ability does Zhou Xian have to kill Wang Xianfeng? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Zhou Xian. It's impossible for a man to be so heaven-defying. There must be something else behind this. Wang Xianfeng is dead. What a pity. He was a peerless venerable. No wonder Li Wangye was so angry. It seems like the reason why he came here today is because of Wang Xuanfeng's death and not Long Shisan. Chapter 1850. Wang Xuanfeng's death was shocking, but no one believed that a figure like Wang Xianfeng would die in the hands of Zhou Xian. This had already gone beyond their range of acceptance. Now it was time to see how Zhou Xian would answer. Li Wangye, you still have the nerve to ask me about this matter? Do you still remember that you promised Senior Shao that you wouldn't attack me in Genius Prefecture? As a result, you, a dignified half-step sovereign, violated the agreement and sent Wang Xianfeng to kill me. Since he wanted to kill me, I naturally have to kill you. Do you think you will just stand there and let someone kill you? The one who killed Wang Xianfeng should be you, Li Wangye. Zhou Xian spoke indifferently. He had admitted that he was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. Moreover, he had downplayed the death of a peerless venerable as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as these words were out, the crowd became restless once more. No one believed that Zhou Xian killed Wang Xianfeng because no one believed that Zhou Xian had the ability to kill Wang Xianfeng. However, now that Zhou Xian had admitted it, it must be true. Wang Xianfeng was an important figure of the immortal court. No one would be willing to bear the crime of killing a peerless venerable of the immortal court. Since Zhou Xian dared to admit it, it was enough to prove that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Zhou Xian. By God! It's actually true. But how is this possible? How did Zhou Xian kill Wang Xianfeng? Even if Shao Wangqing didn't take away his Sun Divine Feather, Zhou Xian wouldn't be a match for Wang Xianfeng. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. If Zhou Xian didn't admit it himself, I'm afraid that no one would believe it. I think that Zhou Xian must have gotten some sort of powerful backing, that's why he killed Wang Xianfeng. If he didn't have such a powerful backing, even if he killed Wang Xianfeng, he wouldn't dare to stand out and admit it. Zhou Xian is a powerful man and a smart man. He will never seek his own death. Since he dared to stand out, it means that he has a way to protect himself. At least he can prevent Li Wangye from killing him. What reliance can he have? His greatest reliance is Shao Wangqing, but Shao Wangqing hasn't appeared yet. It's hard to say. Haven't you noticed that Zhou Qian's cultivation base has improved a lot compared to before? The crowd was agitated. The matter was getting more and more serious. Qi Jin was dead, Wang Xianfeng was dead, and Zhou Qian had admitted it himself. They were afraid that the immortal court wouldn't let this matter go. Even Shao Wangqing wouldn't be able to protect Zhou Qian. After all, no one had ever dared to challenge the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. Zhou Qian, it's best that you admit it. You've killed Wang Xianfeng. This time, even if Shao Wangqing comes, he won't be able to protect you. However, I really want to know how you killed Wang Xianfeng. Li Wangye's killing intent was already very strong, but he still asked curiously. Not only did the others want to know the answer to this question, he also wanted to know the answer urgently. No one knew Wang Xuanfeng's strength better than him. Even if Zhou Qian had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it was still impossible for him to kill Wang Xianfeng. I killed him. Yan Qinyu spoke plainly in a flat tone. Swoosh. This time, innumerable eyes fell upon Yan Qinyu. Due to the dazzling halo of Zhou Qian and Long Shisan, plus the fact that Yan Qinyu had been concealing her qi, no one was able to see through her cultivation base. As a result, they had completely ignored Yan Qinyu and treated her as a woman beside Zhou Qian. But now this woman had said that she was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. This undoubtedly set off another wave of commotion. Who's this woman? She actually has the strength to kill Wang Xianfeng. I don't know. I've never seen her before. She should be Zhou Qian's woman, but how can Zhou Qian's woman be so powerful? From the looks of it, this woman is truly unfathomable. Even I can't see the depth of her cultivation. Yan Qinyu immediately became the focus of attention. She had never appeared in front of them before and she looked really extraordinary. Compared to Zhou Qian being able to kill Wang Xianfeng, They were more willing to believe that Wang Xianfeng was really killed by this woman. Who are you? Li Wangye looked at Yan Qinyu and asked with a frown. That was because, with his perception of a half-martial monarch, he was shocked to discover that this extremely beautiful young woman's cultivation base was actually second only to a half-martial monarch. This was truly unimaginable. He had actually never seen or even heard of such a genius before. You don't need to know. Today is the wedding day of Long Shisan. You'd better leave this place and let the wedding proceed smoothly. Yan Qinyu's tone was very cold but firm. In this world there weren't many people who dared to talk to Li Wangye like that. There were two kinds of people who would say that. One was someone who had a mental problem and wouldn't even know how they died. The other was someone who was extremely powerful and didn't care about Li Wangye at all. And Yan Qinyu didn't look like someone who had a mental problem. Little girl, I don't care who you are. You killed Wang Xianfeng, so you have to pay the price. Since I'm here today, I won't let you live anymore. I will kill the three of you myself and get rid of all the troubles in the future. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. His murderous aura had reached its peak. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's potential made him feel very uneasy. Now there was another young Zunqi warrior. This was enough for Li Wangye to kill them without caring about his status. As long as he could kill these three people in front of him, even if he had to ruin his own reputation, it wouldn't matter. Die. Li Wangye made his move. He raised his hand and a gigantic palm that looked like a heavenly barrier came crashing down. This was the mighty aura of a half-step emperor. Countless people were terrified by it and their souls were trembling. However, Jiang Qin and the other two looked calm. The smile on their faces didn't even fade. Li Wangye was indeed very powerful, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, there was still a huge gap. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil ape couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Qinyu, let alone Li Wangye. Qingid, should we kill him? Yan Qinyu asked. Don't kill him. Jiang Qin shook his head. No matter what, today was Long Shisan's wedding day. He was still planning to let the wedding go on smoothly after everything was over. If he killed Li Wangye, the wedding might not be able to continue. Chapter 1851. Yan Qinyu nodded and asked for Jiang Qin's opinion. She already knew what to do. Li Wangye was arrogant, but he would never have thought that his fate was already in the hands of Jiang Qin. His life or death only needed a word from Jiang Qin. The huge palm had already appeared in the sky. Countless people became nervous. They wanted to see how this girl, whom they had never seen before, was going to deal with the attack of a half-step sovereign. Of course, there were also a group of people who looked calm and relaxed. The old emperor and Emperor Yang Yu of Great Qian Empire were the same. After personally experiencing the incident with the heaven-devouring devil ape and witnessing Yan Qinyu's power, they didn't need to worry at all. If they were worried, they would be worried about Li Wangye. It would be too easy for a person who could easily kill a heaven-devouring devil ape to kill Li Wangye. Yan Qinyu looked over with cold eyes. She casually raised her hand and an icy light was shot out, instantly penetrating the huge palm. The gigantic hand was like a fragile crystal. It shattered with a loud bang. The energy that was drifting in the void dissipated completely. The gigantic hand that was supposed to cause severe damage to the enemy had disintegrated just like that. It didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's body. Jiang Qin and the other two didn't even budge an inch. What? Li Wangye's eyes widened. This was no small matter. Not only him, the entire martial arena was boiling with excitement. Who would have thought that a peerless beauty that they had never seen before could actually possess such heaven-defying strength? She could even neutralize Li Wangye's attack with ease. By now, no one had any doubts about Wang Xuanfeng's death. Although Wang Xianfeng was a powerful venerable, it wouldn't take him much effort to kill a peerless venerable who could fight against a half-step sovereign. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye was shocked. In his opinion, a young man with such heaven-defying strength was absolutely not an ordinary figure. He must have a great power or background. I've already said that you don't need to know. Yan Qinyu's tone was still cold. If you leave now, it's not too late. The mighty Empress Nine Yin's monarch prestige wouldn't allow anyone to violate her. Given her vision, how could a mere Li Wangye enter her eyes? In the past, Empress Nine Yin's father was the famous immortal execution king, who was doted on by great sovereign Zhou Xian. Her vision was so high that even the sovereign lords of the immortal court couldn't compare to her. Humph! How powerful can a peerless immortal venerable be? Since you're unwilling to tell me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today I'll let you know the true gap between a venerable and a half-sovereign. Li Wangye's aura soared. Since the other party had an expert, he would definitely be much stronger than before when he attacked again. This time, Li Wangye was prepared to use all his strength and kill his opponent with a single strike. Only by doing this would he be able to protect his face. He was a dignified half-step sovereign. If he hesitated to kill a junior for a long time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the world and lose all his face? However, Li Wangye didn't know how ridiculous his words were. The gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign was indeed huge, but it didn't exist for Xianxia. The former great sovereign couldn't even be compared to a half-step sovereign. The gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign was far greater than that between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye moved again. His palm was filled with pulsating flames. The reddish-golden flames condensed into a mighty fire seal. This was the life-seizing fire seal. Li Wangye's flames were incomparably terrifying. This fire seal was his ultimate killer move. This was also the origin of the name Prairie Burning Fire. Li Wangye had used this move to fight against Xiao Wangqing's unmoved sword in Genius Prefecture. Unfortunately, it was still slightly weaker than Xiao Wangqing. Flames were Li Wangye's strongest attack, but it was a pity that he had met his nemesis today. Could he still burn under the intense flames and the cold qi of Empress Nine? Unless it was the supreme flame in Jiang Chen's hand, any other flames would automatically be extinguished when touched by Yan Qinyu's cold qi. Yan Qinyu didn't feel like talking nonsense with Li Wangye. She immediately struck out with her powerful profound yin palm. After all, she was still injured. She needed to exert all her strength to deal with a half-step sovereign. Rumble. A terrifying cold air spread out, directly freezing the space in the sky, completely freezing it. After Li Wangye's fire seal came into contact with Yan Qinyu's dark yin palm, it was immediately hit by the powerful cold air. The fire seal, which was originally burning with raging flames, was instantly extinguished. The remaining energy of the fire seal collided with the dark yin palm. Rumble. The entire battlefield was instantly filled with chaotic colors. A boundless pressure enveloped the hearts of the spectators. Everyone could see that Li Wangye, who was a half-step emperor, was still no match for Yan Qinyu's powerful profound yin palm. His entire body was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away while coughing up blood. By God, this is unbelievable. Li Wangye couldn't even be defeated by this woman in one move. What's her background? This is too abnormal. Isn't this too abnormal? That's a mighty half-step sovereign expert. The people around this Jiangchen are all heaven-defying experts. Half-step sovereigns have been famous for a long time. But in front of this woman, they are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. This kind of ending was unacceptable to everyone. Before the real fight, no one had ever thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, everyone was still thinking about how Yan Qinyu was going to fight against Li Wangye. Who would have thought that Li Wangye would lose? Of course, the one who couldn't accept it the most was Li Wangye himself. He knew his strength all too well. Being defeated by an immortal venerable was probably the most painful thing he had ever experienced in his life. What shocked Li Wangye even more was the cold energy that was being emitted from Yan Qinyu's body. That was the coldest energy in the world, and it was the biggest nemesis of his flame. Under the impact of that cold energy, his flame couldn't even burn, let alone unleashing its formidable combat power. At this moment, Li Wangye's blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye asked while gritting his teeth. Today he came to exquisite paradise for Jiangchen. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful figure. Leave this place immediately. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Yan Qinyu said in a condescending tone. She looked exactly like an empress. Chapter 1852. The entire scene was very quiet. No one spoke. The wedding of Long Shan was full of twists and turns. In the end, a girl that no one had seen before suddenly appeared and defeated Li Wangye with a single strike. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Most of the people present were already numb to it. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen next. Or perhaps they wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened today. Li Wangye's face darkened. Yan Qinyu's indifferent attitude had completely stimulated his self-esteem. He had asked her 3 times in a row, but she didn't answer him. It was a sign of disdain, or in other words, she didn't even think that he was qualified to know who she was. This was too much of a blow to a half-step sovereign. All along, Li Wangye had been standing high and mighty, representing the immortal court, a supreme existence. No one had ever dared to ignore him, no one dared to disrespect him. But now Yan Qinyu's cold eyes made him feel insignificant. Yan Qinyu wanted him to leave right now, and the only thing she didn't do was to tell him to scram. Li Wangye had suffered an unprecedented mental blow, but as a defeated general he had nothing to say. What a domineering girl. I never thought that there would be such a young figure in ethereal immortal domain. I'd like to meet her. At this moment, an old and deep voice suddenly rang out from within the void, followed by an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was much stronger than Li Wangye's from before. It was on a completely different level and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Swoosh. Countless people's facial expression changed completely. 2 words emerged in their minds: Great Sovereign. That's right. The person hadn't appeared yet, but the voice that came from the depths of the void carried such a strong pressure that made everyone's soul tremble. Apart from a true great sovereign, who else could do that? Li Wangye was already a powerful half-step sovereign, but the pressure he exerted wasn't even 1/100th of the pressure this time. This alone proved that a true great sovereign was about to arrive. By God! Is this the arrival of a true great sovereign? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen the true face of a great emperor. Great sovereigns are high and mighty. They usually don't show up. I've never thought that a great sovereign would come to exquisite paradise today. It should be an honor for exquisite paradise, but it doesn't seem to be a joyous occasion now. First it was Qi Jin, then it was the half-step sovereign Li Wangye, and now even the real great sovereign has appeared. This is the first time such a scene has happened in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Normally, a dignified great sovereign wouldn't show up. It seems like the immortal court is determined to kill Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. Now that even a great sovereign has appeared, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan have no one to rely on anymore. I'm afraid that even that woman is going to die. There was no one who wasn't shocked. A stormy sea was stirred up in the crowd. The shock this time was far greater than before. A supreme great sovereign was a legendary existence to most of the people present. No one had seen a great sovereign before, and no one could understand how powerful a great sovereign was. It was said that a great sovereign could control a deeper level of law and form a powerful great sovereign law in one's body. One could destroy the heavens and earth with just a lift of the hand. Without reaching that level, one would never know how terrifying that level was. The void flickered and an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked out. The old man's silhouette was illusory. He stood there as though he didn't exist at all. He didn't have a strong physique, but the aura of a great emperor emanating from his body had already shown his status. This was a real great sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the old man, including Jiang Qin. This was the first time that Jiang Qin had seen a real great sovereign. Although Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were reincarnations of great sovereigns, they weren't real great sovereigns yet. There was still a certain gap between them and a great sovereign. Jiang Qin looked at the elder. Even with Jiang Qin's eyesight, he still felt that the elder was unfathomable. It was a kind of supreme profoundness. The elder had reached the true sovereign realm. Every movement of his carried the domineering aura of the heavens and earth. That was a kind of realm. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Is this the legendary great sovereign? Dragon Shursan's tone turned solemn. Even with his pride, he had to admit that he was still far from a great emperor. They were not on the same level at all. There were many geniuses in this world, and it was common for them to kill people who were stronger than them. However, very few of them could do it. There was an insurmountable gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign. This gap was much bigger than the gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Yan Qinyu was one of those who could do it. After all, she was different from ordinary immortal venerables. She was once the reincarnation of a great sovereign, and she was much stronger than this old man. Her body contained the foundation of a great sovereign, and her intent realm was much higher than the old man's. He's just a first-grade great sovereign. Don't worry, said Yan Qinyu indifferently as if she didn't care about the old man. First-grade great sovereign? Upon hearing Yan Qinyu's words, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were dumbfounded. In their minds, they had always thought that a great sovereign was a great sovereign, and that a great sovereign was a supreme being. They had never thought that great sovereigns were divided into different levels. After listening to Yan Qinyu's words, they suddenly felt that they knew too little about the sovereign realm. It turned out that great sovereigns were also divided into different levels. Judging from Yan Qinyu's tone, it seemed like there were many levels of great sovereigns. Brother Qin, great sovereigns are also divided into different levels. The sovereign realm requires the support of laws, so there are 9 levels from first-grade great sovereign to 9th-grade great sovereign. A first-grade great sovereign is nothing but an ant in front of a 9th-grade great sovereign. I'll explain these things to you later. You will understand them when you reach that realm, Yan Qinyu said. She didn't explain in detail. They were currently facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't have much time. Moreover, it was useless to explain too much. Great sovereign was different from other realms. Without reaching that realm, one wouldn't understand the terror of that realm. As long as one reached that realm, there was no need to explain anything. Chapter 1853. Jiang Qin didn't ask more about the great sovereign realm. Just like what Yan Qinyu said, it was useless to know more before reaching that realm. Once one reached that realm, even if one didn't want to know, one would still know everything clearly. Furthermore, now wasn't the time to chat. A great sovereign had just arrived. The situation had become tense. Today's matter must come to an end. The power and influence of a great sovereign was undoubtedly great, but with Yan Qinyu here, a first-grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Qin knew Yan Qinyu's means very well. After fusing with Empress Nine Yin's body and obtaining the 9 Yin profound heart, her combat strength was enough to kill a half-step sovereign and fight a first-grade great sovereign. It wouldn't matter even if she was injured. With the powerful immortal burying coffin in hand, fighting a first-grade great sovereign would be a piece of cake. Elder Yuan, I didn't expect that you would be here too. Li Wangya hastily approached the old man and bowed deeply. Although he was a half-step sovereign and had a certain status in the immortal court, it was still far from being comparable to a great sovereign. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of a true great sovereign. And I happened to be passing by. The old man nodded as a greeting to Li Wangya. He didn't blame Li Wangya for losing to a woman. Sometimes winning or losing was out of one's control. No one wanted to lose, not to mention a famous person like Li Wangya. His name is Yuan Xiaolei. I have seen him with old ancestor Yang Junlong. At that time he wasn't a great sovereign yet. Even if he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he should have just advanced to the great sovereign realm not long ago. The old emperor of the Great Qian Empire said. He had met Yuan Xiaolei once before, so he recognized him at first glance. However, even if Yuan Xiaolei had just become a great sovereign, he was still a great sovereign. Once a powerful great sovereign stepped into the emperor realm, it would be a supreme rank. Every great sovereign couldn't be underestimated. Elder Yuan, I have brought shame to the immortal court. Li Wangya hung his head dejectedly. He was in a bad mood. He was a famous figure, but he was defeated by a junior. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. Let this emperor see what's so special about this girl. Yuan Xiaolei waved his hand, signaling Li Wangya to step back. He then took 2 steps forward and stood not far away from Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin. He squinted his eyes, constantly sizing up Yan Qinyu. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. What a strange girl. She's only a late immortal venerable, but her body contains a trace of great sovereign's foundation. The great sovereign origin in her body is even denser than mine. No wonder Li Wangya isn't a match for her. It seems like she isn't simple. Yuan Xiaolei was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. Although Yan Qinyu looked mystical, her cultivation base was only at the late immortal venerable realm after all. It was very difficult to make up for the gap in cultivation base. Therefore Yuan Xiaolei wasn't worried. He had the strength of a first-grade great sovereign. He wouldn't put anyone below the great sovereign realm in his eyes. The immortal court is really shameless. Even a great sovereign has appeared. It seems like there's no one left in the immortal court. Jiang Qin said with a sarcastic tone. It's more than shameless. It said that great sovereigns have dignity, but it seems like it's just a. It's our honor that a great sovereign has come down from the immortal court to argue with us. Long Xian spoke. The two of them echoed each other, making Yuan Xiaolei feel a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Qin and Long Xian's words were unpleasant to the ear, they were the truth. Given Yuan Xiaolei's identity as a great sovereign, it was really shameful for him to personally deal with them. The people on the martial stage couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After all, in everyone's eyes, great emperors were supreme existences like gods. They would absolutely not come down to meddle in the affairs of the immortal domain. This was also the reason why many people had never seen a great emperor in their lives, because great emperors had their own dignity. Generally, they wouldn't act easily. It was the first time Yuan Xiaolei came out to deal with a few juniors. Yuan Xiaolei's face suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. He still needed the face of a great sovereign. It was true that he happened to pass by here and saw Li Wangye being defeated by Yan Qinyu. Now that Qi Jin had been killed, Li Wangye had failed, and Yuan Xiaolei himself had come out, the immortal court would lose even more face if he just let this matter go. Therefore, since he had come, he had to do something even if he didn't want his face. It was impossible for him to leave just like that. You are the famous Jiang Qin of Golden Horizon, aren't you? A very good young man, but it's a pity that you have chosen the path of death. Choosing to go against the immortal court is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. You could have had a bright future, but you have ruined your own future. What a pity. Jiang Qin, by the way, and Long Xian as well. I've also bullied you too, but since I've come out personally today, I won't return empty-handed. As long as the two of you obediently follow me to the immortal court to receive your punishment, you might still have a chance of survival, said Yuan Xiaolei. What he was doing now was to defend the dignity of the immortal court. Jiang Qin and Long Xian were indeed monstrous geniuses of the young generation, but no matter how monstrous they were, they hadn't reached the level where they could threaten the immortal court. However, the two of them had slaughtered the geniuses of the immortal court, which had severely violated the dignity of the immortal court. No one had ever dared to ignore the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. This was absolutely an act of courting death. Therefore, no matter what, the immortal court had to bring the two of them back for punishment. Only in this way could the immortal court continue to rule the entire ethereal immortal domain. Old man, are you making sarcastic remarks? Don't treat me, Jiang Qin, as a fool. The grudge between me and the immortal court is irreconcilable. Your immortal court will never let me go. If I go with you, I won't be able to keep my life. You are a dignified great sovereign, but you are interfering with someone's marriage. Don't you think you are a little too shameless? If I were you, I would have left long ago to prevent others from gossiping about me. Jiang Qin laughed. Even if the opponent was a mighty great sovereign, as long as the opponent was his enemy, as long as the opponent wanted his life, Jiang Qin wouldn't be polite to the opponent, let alone say anything nice. Hong. Chapter 1854. There was no way that Yuan Xiaolei wouldn't be angry. How could a dignified great sovereign be called an old man and shameless? This was a kind of humiliation to him. How could Yuan Xiaolei bear it? Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know the consequences of your words? Yuan Xiaolei spoke lung. In his point of view, Jiang Qin was courting death. I don't know the consequences. I only know that you are delaying someone else's wedding, which is very immoral. Jiang Qin continued to speak indifferently. He had always had his own way of doing things. Once they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Even if the other party was a mighty great sovereign, he still wouldn't be able to make Jiang Qin give in. Good. It's good for a young man to have such courage, but it's a pity that you have used it on the wrong thing. Since you aren't willing to surrender, don't blame me for being impolite. I will personally take you all to the immortal court. Yuan Xiaolei suppressed his anger. He could already tell that there was nothing he could do with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's attitude was firm, and it seemed that Jiang Qin wouldn't leave with him. In that case, he might as well take Jiang Qin and Long Xian away. If this continued, he would only lose face. Powerful great sovereign aura spread out from Yuan Xiaolei's body, suppressing everyone in the martial field. Many of them had already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. You'd better not take action. Yan Qinyu spoke lung. Given the mentality of Empress Nine, she wouldn't put a first-grade great sovereign in her eyes. Even if he was only a peak immortal venerable, he could still fight a first-grade great sovereign. Perhaps his injuries weren't enough to fight a first-grade great sovereign, but if he used the immortal burying coffin, he would be able to fight a first-grade great sovereign head-on. Humph. Go, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just because you defeated Li Wangya? How childish. This emperor is going to capture Jiang Qin and Long Shisan right now. This emperor wants to see what abilities a girl like you has to stop me. Yuan Xiaolei snorted coldly and gently stretched out his dry palm. The void was instantly torn apart. The solid space was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand the slightest vibration. A powerful force gushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's palm, directly imprisoning a large area of space. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's countenance changed slightly. The power of a great emperor was really beyond their imagination. Under the imprisonment of Yuan Xiaolei, they felt that it was extremely difficult to move their bodies. They couldn't even cast the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin couldn't help sighing. This was the absolute gap between them. They weren't on the same level at all. Still, no one would understand how terrifying that realm was until they reached the Great Sovereign Realm. However, the two of them weren't nervous at all because Yan Qinyu was here to protect them. He was their biggest reliance. For a man, hiding behind a woman's back wasn't something to be proud of. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to hide behind Yan Qinyu and be protected was a very happy thing. This kind of happiness wasn't something that others could understand. Moreover, Jiang Qin knew that this situation was also the happiest thing for Yan Qinyu. Hong Long. Yan Qinyu moved. Her attack was very decisive. She immediately threw out a powerful dark yin palm. A terrifying icy light froze the entire space. The terrifying dark yin ice palm collided with Yuan Xiaolei's palm, instantly shattering a large area of space. The space that had already been sealed by Yuan Xiaolei loosened up once again under the impact of the dark yin palm. Oh! Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but be surprised. His gaze once again fell on Yan Qinyu's body. If he didn't put Yan Qinyu in his eyes in the beginning, then it was completely different now. Yan Qinyu's attack had given him a great shock. What a good girl. You're just a mere late immortal venerable, but you have such powerful combat strength that you can tear apart my imprisonment space. Who the hell are you? Yuan Xiaolei looked at Yan Qinyu and asked the question that Li Wangya had been asking all along. In his opinion, such a miraculous genius couldn't be a nobody. He began to guess Yan Qinyu's origin. With such a cold body and such a heaven-defying aptitude, it should be easy to guess. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, Yuan Xiaolei still couldn't figure out Yan Qinyu's identity. It doesn't matter who I am. I hope that your immortal court won't find trouble with Brother Qin in the future. Yan Qinyu spoke. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was unshakable. Anyone who wanted to hurt Jiang Qin would be regarded as her enemy. Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuan Xiaolei moved once more. He wanted to kill Yan Qinyu, but it was better to leave some leeway for a figure like Yan Qinyu without confirming her identity. He wanted to defeat Yan Qinyu and take away Jiang Qin and Long Shisan to establish the dignity of himself and the immortal court. Terrifying great sovereign qi rushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's body like a tidal wave, sealing the entire void, turning it into a new battlefield. He didn't want his great sovereign qi to hurt the people below. The immortal court rarely interfered in the affairs of the immortal domain. Generally, they wouldn't interfere in the battles between the major powers. Therefore, even Yuan Xiaolei had to be cautious when he attacked. If exquisite paradise suffered a great loss because of him, it would damage the dignity of the immortal court, which wasn't what Yuan Xiaolei wanted to see. As the qi of the great emperor pervaded the air, Yuan Xiaolei's old body suddenly became incomparably tall and straight. In front of him, a vortex-like air wave was formed. The air wave rotated at a high speed and it was unknown how much energy it carried inside. In the center of the vortex, there seemed to be a dragon hovering which made people not dare to look directly at it. That was the powerful great emperor Law. Hong Long. Yuan Xiaolei made his move. The huge energy whirlpool was like an energy ball, crashing towards Yan Qinyu. In Yuan Xiaolei's view, this attack was enough to repel Yan Qinyu without hurting her. Then he would capture Jiang Qin and Long Shisan and leave. Sensing the power of Yuan Xiaolei's attack, Yan Qinyu knitted her brows. The next moment, the immortal burying coffin appeared in front of her. The instant the coffin appeared, it crushed the space. The terrifying sovereign weapon of great sovereign Zhou Xian was far superior to ordinary sovereign weapons. The power it exuded was earth-shattering. Under Yan Qinyu's control, the coffin crashed into the huge energy whirlpool. Chapter 1855. What? Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the immortal burying coffin. As a powerful great emperor, it was impossible for him not to recognize the immortal burying coffin. Even if he hadn't seen it before, he had definitely heard of its reputation. In the past, when great sovereign Zhou Xian roamed the heavens and earth, it was unknown how many experts had died by relying on this coffin. Moreover, how many people in the world had used a coffin as a weapon? The ancient coffin in front of him was filled with the divine might of a great sovereign. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Hong Long. The immortal burying coffin slammed into the energy vortex. The vortex that contained powerful energy instantly exploded, shattering the void. If Yuan Xiaolei and Yan Qinyu hadn't separated the battlefield, the shockwaves from the collision alone would have been enough to flatten Exquisite Paradise. Even so, Exquisite Paradise was still shaking violently, as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What a powerful vibration. Who is that woman? She can actually fight against a great sovereign. My God. Why are there so many monsters around Jiangchen? He defeated Li Wangye before, and now he can even fight against a great sovereign. It's too terrifying. I have never experienced such a powerful battle before. Even with my immortal venerable cultivation base, my ears are ringing. I can't bear such an impact at all. Everyone was shocked. Such a battle that transcended the heavens and earth wasn't something they could imagine. They had never experienced such a battle before. It could only be described as shocking. Yuan Xiaolei's body swayed. Looking at the immortal burying coffin hovering in front of Yan Qinyu, his eyes were about to bleed. The immortal burying coffin. That's the natal weapon of great sovereign Zhou Xian. How can it be in your hands? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? Yuan Xiaolei was too shocked. The immortal burying coffin that had disappeared for a long time had become a legend in the immortal world. Today he actually saw the reappearance of the immortal burying coffin. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. What? The immortal burying coffin? This woman actually possesses the powerful immortal burying coffin. By God! The famous immortal burying coffin has reappeared in the world. This is something left behind by the great sovereign Zhou Xian. Who is this woman? How can she control the immortal burying coffin? You should know that a peerless sovereign weapon like the immortal burying coffin has its own spirituality. Even if an ordinary person obtains it, they won't be able to control it, let alone unleash its formidable might. That's great sovereign Zhou Xian's natal monarch weapon. This woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. I've already said that she must have a strong foundation. Even the immortal burying coffin is willing to let her control it. The reappearance of the immortal burying coffin would definitely cause a huge commotion. Initially, Yan Qinyu didn't intend to expose the immortal burying coffin to the public, but now that a great sovereign had appeared in the immortal court, she had no choice but to expose it. She had to exert a strong deterrent force to prevent the immortal court from taking action against Jiangchen. Who am I? Can't you guess? Yan Qinyu said coldly. The cold qi around her body was getting denser and denser. Yuan Xiaolei was even more shocked by the fact that she called herself Empress. He knew that this woman was indeed extraordinary. He knitted his brows tightly. The immortal burying coffin was emitting such a dense supreme cold qi. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his mind as he thought of a terrifying figure. Empress Nainin. You're the Empress Nainin, Yuan Xiaolei exclaimed. The Empress Nainin was also a famous figure in the immortal world. Although she wasn't as famous as the immortal execution king and the immortal burying coffin, she was still a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, she was the daughter of the immortal execution king. Just this point alone was enough to make her extraordinary. No, the Empress Nainin and Great Sovereign Batian both fell in the battle in the past. You're the reincarnation of the Empress Nainin. Great, I never thought that the Empress Nainin would return again. No wonder you're so powerful. The immortal execution king is your father, and the great sovereign Zhou Xian doted on you the most in the past. No wonder you can control the immortal burying coffin. Yuan Xiaolei finally understood everything. All his doubts were cleared. If there was a woman in this world who could control the immortal burying coffin, then it must be the Empress Nainin. However, everyone knew about the fall of the Empress Nainin. Therefore, the only explanation was that the woman in front of him was the reincarnation of the Empress Nainin. By God! She's actually the reincarnation of the Empress Nainin, the daughter of the immortal execution king and Jiang Chen's woman. She actually has such a great background. No wonder she's so terrifying and can fight against a great sovereign. I really didn't expect that the Empress Nainin would appear in this world again. It seems like she has just returned not long ago. Otherwise, her cultivation base wouldn't be just at the immortal venerable realm. Amazing. I'm afraid the immortal court is in trouble now. Even the immortal court wouldn't dare to provoke the Empress Nainin easily. After all, she has the immortal execution king behind her. That's not necessarily true. The immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian have disappeared for a long time. They are very ancient figures and have disappeared from the immortal world long ago. Perhaps they have both fallen. There are also rumors that they have left the immortal world for a higher world. In short, the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian are no longer in this world. Empress Nainin hasn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. Today's matter was full of ups and downs. Even the ancient Empress Nainin had appeared with the iconic immortal burying coffin and fought against a half-step sovereign. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, Yuan Xiaolei was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yan Qinyu. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Yuan Xiaolei to snatch away Jiang Qin and Long Shisan from Yan Qinyu. Li Wangye, who was standing at the back, broke out in cold sweat. At first he felt that today was the biggest humiliation of his life, but now, it seemed that being defeated by the Empress Nainin wasn't shameful at all. Since you have already guessed my identity, you can leave now. Don't bother Big Brother Qin in the future. Yan Qinyu said. Yuan Xiaolei's face turned extremely ugly. He glanced at Jiang Qin and Long Shisan and suddenly felt that these two were very big threats. If they weren't eliminated as soon as possible, they would definitely be a threat to the immortal court in the future. Chapter 1856. After all, the other party was Empress Nainin, a name that could scare people to death. No one in the immortal world would dare to disrespect her. But just as Yuan Xiaolei had said, the immortal world today was no longer the same as before. The era of immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian was gone forever. It had been a long time and too many things had happened. The immortal world had also gone through many changes. Empress Nainin had returned, but unfortunately she was no longer the same Empress Nainin. If Yan Qinyu was at her peak in her previous life, even the immortal court would have to submit to her. However, the current Empress Nainin hadn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Her greatest reliance was the immortal burying coffin. Moreover, given Yan Qinyu's current cultivation base, she couldn't exert the full power of the coffin. Therefore, after some consideration, Yuan Xiaolei felt that the reincarnation of Empress Nainin wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the immortal court. Is that so? Then why don't you try? I'd like to see if you can stop the immortal burying coffin. A bone-piercing chill shot out from Yan Qinyu's body. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Jiang Qin today. Humph. Empress Nainin, don't go too far. It won't do you any good if we fight to the death. If we really fight here, exquisite paradise will suffer. Plus, given your current cultivation base, you won't be able to exert the full power of the immortal burying coffin. You may not be able to kill me, but the shock waves from our battle can kill a lot of people. Besides, if this empress is determined to take down Jiang Qin, it won't be difficult for me to take him away during the battle. Yuan Xiaolei coldly snorted. It seemed that he would not give up until he achieved his objective. He indeed did not want to provoke Empress Nainin. After all, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. However, if Empress Nainin insisted on stopping him, he would definitely make a move. Even if she didn't want to admit it, what Yuan Xiaolei said was the truth. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a first-grade great sovereign, a true great sovereign. If they had a real battle, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be afraid at all. With the immortal burying coffin, she was invincible. However, if Yuan Xiaolei's attention was on Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be difficult for him to bypass her defense and take away Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a true immortal sovereign who had mastered the great sovereign law. As for Yan Qinyu, she still needed the immortal burying coffin to fight against a great sovereign. More importantly, if the two great sovereigns were to fight here, the damage to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei didn't say it, Yan Qinyu was well aware of it. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. It seemed like they were about to fall out. The situation of Jiang Qin and Long Shisan had become incomparably dangerous. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Yuan Xiaolei would be so determined to capture him. Even the deterrence of Empress 9 wasn't enough. However, no matter what, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan couldn't follow Yuan Xiaolei to the immortal court. Once they entered the immortal court, they would surely die. If worse comes to worst, they could only escape. But now that they had attracted the attention of a great sovereign, where could they escape to in this vast world? Pong! A surge of tyrannical cold qi rushed out of Yan Qinyu's body once more. Her attitude became even more resolute. Brother Qin is the most important person to me. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. I will protect Brother Qin even if I have to destroy the heaven and earth. Yan Qinyu's words were cold and resolute, as though they came from the depths of the Nine Nether. It made people's soul tremble, but the impulse to disregard everything for the person she loved was also touching. At this moment, everyone began to feel envious of Jiang Qin. Being able to have a woman who was willing to risk everything for him in this lifetime was a very fortunate thing. Empress 9, don't be stubborn. I've already said that your deterrence isn't enough unless you recover to your peak state. Yuan Xiaolei also raised his powerful qi. It seemed like a battle between great sovereigns was inevitable. The people below began to panic. If this battle were to break out in the sky above exquisite paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if both sides were to start an extraterritorial battlefield, the loss to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Honglong. Just as the battle was on the verge of breaking out, a loud vibration reverberated from the distant sky. The sound was incomparably loud, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. The void began to heat up. Everyone saw a sea of fire suddenly appearing in the sky above exquisite paradise. At the center of the sea of flames was the image of an enormous golden crow flapping its wings, and it seemed extraordinarily mighty. After that, the golden crow's body shook, and it transformed into a peerlessly beautiful woman. The woman wore a fiery red dress, and she had a profound figure as she flew over on a fiery cloud. An overwhelming qi spread out. The beauty of the woman was comparable to Yan Qinyu. Both of them had different kinds of beauty. One was as cold as a snow lotus, while the other was as enchanting and charming as a ball of fire. Although she looked indifferent, there was a kind of womanly charm in her bones that made people unable to extricate themselves. Sister Ning. Many people exclaimed when they saw the newcomer. The eyes of Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, Long Shisan, Han Yen Tyrant and Yang Bufan lit up. They couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. Back in Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu had obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and disappeared. They had never thought that she would appear here today. Judging from her qi, they were afraid that she had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. It seemed like she had completely integrated the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and become the true successor of the Golden Clan. This was truly a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiaolei, who was about to attack, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the newcomer. There were too many changes today. Mysterious figures appeared one after another. First was Empress 9, who controlled the immortal burying coffin, and now a young half-step sovereign. Although he was only a half-step sovereign, his strength didn't seem to be weaker than Yuan Xiaolei. Empress 9's deterrent force isn't enough. I wonder if the deterrent force of me, the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, will be enough. If that's not enough, what about the deterrent force of the Golden Clan? Chapter 1857. After a series of twists and turns, the sudden appearance of Wu Ningzhu had pushed the situation to another level. The atmosphere became even tenser. It's Wu Ningzhu. She's the one who obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao in the Golden Horizon. I never thought that she would become a mighty half-step sovereign in such a short time. It seems like the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao is very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Empress Xiao Yao is a supreme expert of the Golden Clan. A true peerless great sovereign with illustrious reputation. The person chosen by her naturally won't be ordinary. If I remember correctly, this Wu Ningzhu is also Jiang Chen's woman. This guy is really enviable. He has 2 women by his side. One is the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, and the other is the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. This is going to make all the men in the world jealous. Countless people began to sigh. Apart from marveling at the strength of Wu Ningzhu, they were even more envious of Jiang Chen. It was worth it for a man to live to the extent of Jiang Chen. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what this thing is?" Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything else. With a flip of her palm, the Xiaoyao Qin emerged. No one knew how long it had existed. It was a peerless sovereign weapon from the same era as the immortal burying coffin. The surface of the Qin was exuding strong great sovereign law. The fire of suns spread across the surface of the Qin, making it look very mystical. Yuan Xiaolei's pupils shrank. Just like how he recognized the immortal burying coffin, he could recognize the Xiaoyao Qin at a glance even if he had never seen it before. Both the immortal burying coffin and the Xiaoyao Qin represented an era. Even though countless years had passed, it was still unforgettable. Successor of Empress Xiaoyao, are you going to interfere in the affairs of our immortal court? Yuan Xiaolei's expression turned a little unsightly. He didn't care about Empress Nine Yin, but he couldn't ignore Empress Xiaoyao. Empress Xiaoyao was the great sovereign of the Golden Clan. No one could forget the contribution that the Golden Clan had made to the immortal world. If this woman only appeared as the successor of Empress Xiaoyao, he might still be able to act arbitrarily, but if she represented the Golden Clan, even he, Yuan Xiaolei, would have to think twice before acting. But in Yuan Xiaolei's view, the Golden Clan had long ceased to exist. I don't care if your immortal court wants to deal with others. But if you want to deal with my man, I won't allow it. Wu Ningzhu was very domineering. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside Jiang Chen. Together with Yan Chenyu, he stood on both sides of Jiang Chen, protecting him firmly. Jiang Chen grinned at Long Shisan and sighed. The feeling of being protected by a woman is truly blissful. Bah! Shameless. Long Shisan retorted snappily. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, but before he could complete the ceremony, it had already become the venue for Jiang Chen to flaunt his love. Jiang Chen is also your man? Yuan Xiaolei's eyes widened. He was about to faint and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was enemies with Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. What an expert! Putting aside the fact that the 2 women in front of him had powerful cultivation base, extraordinary status and distinguished identity, just their appearance alone was enough to make countless women die of depression. Damn it! Damn it! How can there be a man as lucky as Jiang Chen in this world? Getting either one of these girls would be the happiest thing in my life, but this guy actually has both of them at the same time. Furthermore, both of them appeared at the same time to protect him. Damn it, I can't live with this anymore. What do you know? You can only blame your own incompetence. Which woman in this world doesn't want to marry a man like Jiang Chen? Even if they have to sleep with him once, it would be a great gain. That's right, I see that there aren't many women around Jiang Chen. We still have a chance, hee. All the women in Exquisite Paradise were infatuated. This scene made those men who were on the verge of collapse look up to the sky and shout that they couldn't live anymore. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen needed it, all the women in the world would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. However, after a careful comparison, they also discovered the real gap between them and Jiang Chen. It seemed that those female disciples were right. For an outstanding man like Jiang Chen, only Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu were worthy of him. Elder Yuan, what should we do now? Li Wangye asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen must be eliminated, even if the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao Qin is here. After all, she's just an inheritor, not the real Empress Xiaoyao. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Yuan Xiaolei's eyes. It seemed that Jiang Chen was also a powerful figure who would do anything to achieve his goal. You two, I advise you to leave now. Jiang Chen has offended the immortal court. He will die sooner or later. What's the use of following him? Today I must take Jiang Chen away. Yuan Xiaolei said to Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. Old man, you're just a first-grade great sovereign, but you sure have guts. Even if Empress Nine Yin and I can't deter you, do you dare to violate the dignity of the Golden Clan? Even if the sovereign lord of your immortal court comes, I'm afraid that he won't dare to touch the people of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said Lung Lung. The Golden Clan has been completely annihilated since the ancient war. You're lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and inherit the bloodline of the Golden Clan. I respect the people of the Golden Clan, so I naturally won't touch you, but you're still lacking if you want to deter me with your identity. Yuan Xiaolei burst into laughter. He had made it very clear that he wouldn't harm Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu out of respect for Empress Nine Yin and Empress Xiaoyao, but that didn't stop him from capturing Jiang Chen. What a joke. On what basis do you say that the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated? The means of Golden Sovereign isn't something that you can imagine. I might as well tell you that the immortal world is going to face another catastrophe soon. My Golden Clan will reappear in the world. Jiang Chen is our benefactor. Whoever touches him will be the enemy of the Golden Clan. When the Golden Clan investigates the matter, can a first-grade great sovereign like you bear the consequences? Wu Ningzhu's qi and tone became very sharp. Today she and Yan Qinyu were standing here. They wouldn't agree to touch Jiang Chen. What? Chapter 1858. Impossible. This Wu Ningzhu must be bluffing. She wants to use the reputation of the Golden Clan to scare away the great sovereigns of the Immortal Court. It's hard to say. The Golden Clan is really too terrifying. It's said that when the immortal world was struck by a catastrophe, countless great emperors fell. If it weren't for the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have probably ceased to exist. The Golden Clan saved the entire immortal world. The Golden Great Emperor's means are even more unimaginable. He's a figure from the same era as the immortal Slayer King. He might have left behind a path for the immortal world. What exactly was the catastrophe of the ancient times? I have long heard that many great sovereigns fell during that catastrophe. The Golden Clan became the greatest contributor of the immortal world, but it seems that not many people know what kind of catastrophe it was. Yeah, it was too long ago. We don't know anything about it. Moreover, that catastrophe seemed to have been deliberately sealed off by someone. Not many people know about it. Listening to Wu Ningzhu's tone, it seems that a new catastrophe is coming. Could it be that the immortal world is going to undergo a great change? If the Golden Clan comes back again, the immortal world will definitely be in chaos again. The strength of the Golden Clan is unfathomable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei doesn't give face to Wu Ningzhu and Empress Nine Yin, he wouldn't dare to not give face to the Golden Clan. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Golden Clan was involved in the ancient catastrophe of the immortal world. No one knew if Wu Ningzhu was bluffing, but it was very likely that the Golden Clan would come back again. After all, that clan was too strong. With the ability of the Golden Great Sovereign, he wouldn't let the Golden Clan be completely destroyed. Don't bluff. This isn't a joke. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu with a solemn face. Whether it's a joke or not, you can judge it yourself. My Golden Clan will come back again. Do you think you can fight against the Golden Clan or the Immortal Court? Jiang Chen is the person that the Golden Clan wants to protect. Since you have touched him, be prepared to accept the punishment of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said in a heavy tone. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Moreover, she was the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. She wouldn't lie. Yuan Xiaolei's eyes were extremely bright as he constantly sized up Wu Ningzhu's face. He wanted to see if she was lying, but unfortunately he was disappointed in the end. Wu Ningzhu's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He couldn't see anything. Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Xiaoyao Zither Empress thought highly of him. His temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary young man. Elder Yuan, in my opinion, it's better to believe in this matter than to not believe in it. Li Wangye said in a low voice. You're right. The Golden Sovereign's means are heaven-defying. He might have really left a way out for the Golden Clan. If the Golden Clan really appears and we insist on taking them away in front of so many people, it won't be good if the Golden Clan comes looking for trouble. Yuan Xiaolei nodded. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Jiang Chen continue to grow? Li Wangye said unwillingly. That's impossible. He has killed so many people of our immortal court. Today he has made us lose face. Moreover, this person has great potential and must be eliminated. However, we can't do it today. Let's find another opportunity to kill Jiang Chen in the future. We can't leave any evidence behind, Yuan Xiaolei said. He was a very shrewd person and knew how powerful the Golden Clan was. If they provoked the Golden Clan because of Jiang Chen, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, they still had to kill Jiang Chen. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Chen in the future. Although Jiang Chen's growth was very fast, he was still very weak compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a big threat to the Immortal Court in the near future. Let's go. Yuan Xiaolei didn't continue to stay here. Since he had made up his mind, there was no point in staying here any longer. He immediately left with Li Wangye. It could be seen that Yuan Xiaolei was also full of helplessness when he left. The dual deterrence of Empress Nine Yin and Empress Xiao Yao didn't affect his determination to capture Jiang Chen, but the deterrence of the Golden Clan was enough. Even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing Yuan Xiaolei and Li Wangye leaving, everyone in Exquisite Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Monkey, it seems like the wedding ceremony can continue. Jiang Chen patted Monkey's shoulder. Master Monkey can't wait any longer. Seeing the three of you showing off your affection in front of me, I'm holding myself back from slapping you. Long Shisan's body flickered and flew towards the high platform where the wedding ceremony took place. In the sky, Wu Ningzhu kept her Xiao Yao Qin and her Qi. Sister Ning, you finally came out. I almost laughed myself to death. Quick, let me give you a hug. After saying that, Jiang Chen extended both of his arms and tried to hug Wu Ningzhu, but Yan Qinyu grabbed his ear and pulled him back. I say, Brother Chen, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Yan Qinyu tightened her grip once more. Ouch. Shall you let go of my hand? I won't do it again. Jiang Chen begged for mercy. Sister Xiaoyu, this guy has found another Yan Qingqing behind our backs. Today we sisters will teach him a lesson. Anyway, our cultivation base is stronger than his. He won't be able to resist. Wu Ningzhu said, then grabbed Jiang Chen's other ear. But Jiang Chen felt his ears buzzing. His whole body felt unwell. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. What happened to the public display of affection? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Shouldn't we show some affection? What kind of logic is this? You even said that my cultivation base is weaker than yours so I can beat you up. Oh my, even if my cultivation base is stronger than yours, I don't think I dare to fight back. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu grabbed Jiang Chen's ears and disappeared from everyone's sight amidst Jiang Chen's painful wails and continuous begging. Miserable, so miserable. It seems that having too many wives isn't a good thing. Amit Ba, this kind of scene is really harmful to a monk. Han Yen and Yang Bufan were gloating as they watched Jiang Chen being taught a lesson. They couldn't help in this kind of couple's domestic affairs. Moreover, they didn't want to help at all. It was already a great pity that they didn't record the scene of Jiang Chen being beaten. Kaka, did you see that? This is called showing affection. You die quickly. Brother, take care. Long Shisan laughed and waved his hand at Jiang Chen's back. He was gloating. Flap. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice faded, he felt a pain in his ear. A powerful hand had grabbed his ear. Why don't you tell me what showing affection means? You're delaying this old lady's wedding ceremony. How dare you still smile here? Lan Lingji said with a fierce face. She didn't relax her grip at all. The Golden Clan hasn't truly perished. The time there seems to be frozen. The Golden Clan will reappear sooner or later. I want to know what the catastrophe that spread across the entire mortal world was. Jiang Chen asked. This secret had always been tangled in his heart, but he couldn't find the answer. Back then, because Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, De Huang didn't tell him anything. He only left the desolate ancient land and disappeared. Now that Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu had inherited the inheritance of Great Sovereign and integrated with the memories of Great Sovereign, the catastrophe of ancient times shouldn't be a secret to them. Big Brother Chen, that catastrophe has passed for too long. The structure of the immortal world has undergone great changes. Because of the long time that has passed, the catastrophe has already become a secret. Only a few people know about it, but Sister Ning and I have decided to tell you about it. Yan Qinyu said. Her tone suddenly became solemn. Yes, because a new catastrophe is about to befall the immortal world. It might happen in a year or 3 to 5 years or even 10 years. Anyway, the peace and structure of the immortal world will be broken again. It's good for you to know about it in advance, little Chenzi. The Golden Clan will reappear in the world before the catastrophe comes. I think this should be the means of great sovereign of Golden Clan. He has already predicted the scene 10,000 years later and the arrival of the second catastrophe. Wu Ningzhu said. What kind of catastrophe is it? Jiang Chen's mind was shaken. His expression turned solemn. It was imaginable that this catastrophe would definitely be a bloody one, and the immortal world would be in chaos. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world called the barbarian world in ancient times. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world. It was called the barbarian world in ancient times. There lived a race called the barbarian race. The people of the barbarian race look like humans on the surface, but what they worship are barbaric beasts. The bloodline of the barbarian race flows in their veins. The bloodline of the barbarian race is very powerful. They are bloodthirsty, warlike by nature and love to invade and plunder. In ancient times, the heavenly Tao of the immortal world cracked, giving the barbarian race a chance to invade the immortal world, which led to the great catastrophe. The bloodline of the barbarian race is different from that of the ordinary devil race and demon race. This race is so powerful that it's hard to find an existence that can restrain them. Only the bloodline of a true divine beast can restrain them, but there aren't so many divine beasts in this world. The only powerful one is the Golden Clan, which has inherited the bloodline of the divine bird Golden Crow. Therefore, the Golden Clan has become the greatest nemesis of the barbarian race. The scene you saw in the Great Thousand Mirror was the scene when the barbarian race attacked the Golden Clan. It was also the final battle between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Empress Xiaoyao fell at that time. Wu Ningzhu recalled the memory of the catastrophe and told Jiang Chen about it bit by bit. Although she had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was very clear about the final situation of the Golden Horizon. So that's how it is. So that's the catastrophe. Jiang Chen sighed. Back then he had seen a lot of tragic scenes in the Great Thousand Mirror, but he couldn't see the faces of the enemies clearly. Now, after listening to Wu Ningzhu, he knew that those who couldn't see their faces clearly were the barbarians. Chapter 1860. Jiang Chen looked into the distance and couldn't calm himself down for a long time. He needed time to digest what Wu Ningzhu had told him. By this time he had learned all the secrets of the immortal world. Yan Qingyu's identity had been revealed, the secret of the Golden Clan had been revealed, and the earth-shattering catastrophe had been made clear. The immortal world was likely to face a new catastrophe. To Jiang Chen he didn't know if this was a blessing or a misfortune. Jiang Chen loved battles and challenges. Therefore, even if he was facing a powerful barbarian, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid at all. Instead, he would feel incomparably excited. By the way, do you know the identity of De Huang? De Huang seems to be in existence of that era. Jiang Chen asked. This was the question that he was most concerned about. In response, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu shook their heads. De Huang didn't mention his origin, so we don't know if he's the reincarnation of a powerful demon sovereign. Wu Ningzhu shook her head and said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. In fact, he had already expected this situation. He guessed that De Huang dog was related to the young demon sovereign in the Great Kiliakazam Mirror, but it was just a guess. Empress Xiaoyao might know that young demon sovereign, but he didn't know if the young demon sovereign was De Huang. As for Yan Qinyu, De Huang dog once said that the youngest daughter of Immortal Slayer King was just a baby when he was alive. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that Empress Naiyin should be a figure who became famous after that catastrophe. She was in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties. Compared to that catastrophe, it was much more recent. Therefore, there shouldn't be any trace of De Huang dog in Yan Qinyu's memory. After all, Yan Qinyu was just a baby at that time. By the way, do you know where the desolate ancient land is? Jiang Chen continued to ask. When De Huang dog left, he didn't leave anything except for this extremely strange place. Because of his low strength, he didn't tell Jiang Chen the location of the desolate ancient land. It seemed that De Huang dog had already expected that Jiang Chen would know the location when he was strong enough. Moreover, if Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, he would be courting death if he went there. For Jiang Chen, it wasn't time for him to know these secrets. But coincidentally, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu had undergone great changes, which allowed them to know these secrets in advance. Therefore, Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to know these secrets in advance. Now Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant and Jiang Zhenhai had been found. He also had news about Nangong Wentian. The only thing that Jiang Qin was worried about was De Huang Dog. He and De Huang Dog had known each other since they were in Origin Mountain Range. Along the way, the brotherly bond between them was very strong. Moreover, they had never been separated for such a long time. Therefore, Jiang Qin was eager to know the location of the desolate ancient land. If he couldn't even find De Huang's location, he wouldn't be able to save De Huang Dog. The desolate ancient land is a different dimension. It exists between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Barbarians often appear there. It's very dangerous. Why do you ask? Wu Ningzhu said. Because De Huang is currently in the desolate ancient land. Before he left me a message. He said that when I'm strong enough, I'll go to the desolate ancient land to save him. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang's situation in the desolate ancient land must be very dangerous. Jiang Qin said with a frown. He didn't hide his worry at all. Not good. Yan Qinyu's expression changed. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qinyu at the same time. Sister Ning has obtained the inheritance and memory of Empress Xiao Yao, but because Empress Xiao Yao perished in the catastrophe, she didn't know the situation of the immortal world after the catastrophe. When the barbarian race retreated and the catastrophe ended, both the immortal world and the barbarian world entered a state of recuperation. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian led the 6th grade Great Sovereigns and above to open up the void and create a new space called the Sovereign Domain. The Sovereign Domain is high above the 9 immortal realms, but it's also connected to the 9 immortal realms. The Sovereign Domain relies on the immortal world and is not separated from the immortal world. However, the Sovereign Domain is built to resist the next catastrophe of the barbarian race. The Sovereign Domain is built between the immortal world and the barbarian world. As for whether there will be any conflicts with the barbarian race, I don't know. Therefore, if we want to go to the desolate ancient land, we must pass through the Sovereign Domain. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we're not qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain. Even if we can enter the desolate ancient land, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to save De Huang. Yan Qinyu said. Sovereign Domain? Jiang Qin sighed again. It seemed that he knew too little and his cultivation base was too weak. The Great Sovereign Domain was divided into 9 levels. Now, a high and mighty Sovereign Domain had appeared above the immortal world in order to resist the barbarian world. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as there is a chance, I must rescue De Huang. I must rescue De Huang before the new catastrophe comes. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably firm. His determination to rescue De Huang had never been broken, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. He wouldn't give up any opportunity to enter the Sovereign Domain. Of course, the most important thing now was to improve his cultivation base. Without formidable strength, he wouldn't be qualified to face the catastrophe, and he wouldn't be qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain and the desolate savage land. Moreover, putting aside the high and mighty Sovereign Domain, there were still many grievances in the immortal domain that he hadn't understood yet. Jiang Qin knew that with his current strength he wasn't qualified to think about the Sovereign Domain. It was still too far away from him. Not to mention the Sovereign Domain, he could only look up to the immortal court. I didn't expect there to be so many secrets in the immortal world. No wonder De Huang refused to tell me about it. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He shook his head and sighed, deeply aware of his own weakness. However, Jiang Qin also understood that he couldn't force anything. He had to take one step at a time, eat one mouthful at a time, and improve his cultivation base step by step. Currently, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Everything in the future required formidable strength as the foundation. For Jiang Qin, knowing these ancient secrets was also very beneficial. At least, it allowed him to find the right direction and motivation, and also let him know what to do next. Little Qinzi, little you, the danger to you has been temporarily lifted. I have to hurry back now. Wu Ningzhu suddenly stood up and said. Where? Chapter 1861. I came out this time just to tell little Qinzi that I'm safe, but I didn't expect to encounter the great sovereign of the immortal court who wants to harm little Qinzi. Fortunately, I made it in time and I'm relieved to see little sister Xiaoyu. However, the Golden Clan is about to reappear in the world. I have inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao, so I must do something for the Golden Clan. When I reappear, it will be the day when the Golden Clan reappears. I believe that the next time we meet, little Qinzi's cultivation base would have improved to an unknown extent. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Despite her reluctance, there were some things that had to be done. To Wu Ningzhu, helping the Golden Clan to reappear in the world was her responsibility, her obligation, and also the will of Empress Xiaoyao. AI. Monkey has already gotten married. I was thinking of bringing you to see my father and asking him to organize a wedding for us, but it seems like it's going to be postponed again. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. He really did have such a thought. All along he had never given Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu any official status. The relationship between the three of them had grown so close that it was needless to say. Now that Long Shisan had gotten married, it was considered as a little stimulation to Jiang Chen. He wanted to give Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu a status, and also to comfort Jiang Zhenhai. But now it seemed that it was impossible. After Wu Ningzhu left, he didn't know when they would meet again. When the matters in the immortal world calm down, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Then her body swayed and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu's appearance was very short, but her influence was enormous. Even the great emperor of the immortal court had no choice but to retreat. Now Jiang Chen completely knew about the catastrophe of the ancient times, the existence of the sovereign domain in the immortal world, and the great difference between great emperors. Big Brother Qin, Great Sovereign, is only a title for the pinnacle. In fact, people like Yuan Xiaolei can't be called Great Sovereign but Immortal Emperor. For a long time, immortal emperors have always been great sovereigns in the eyes of the common people. They don't know that only peak existences like Immortal Execution King or Great Sovereign Zhou Xian can be called great sovereigns. However, this title doesn't matter. Everything depends on strength. Yan Qinyu said. And Great Sovereign and Immortal Sovereign are just titles that are meaningless. I was the greatest saint in Saint Origin World back then, so what if I was the most powerful? Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian are famous, but they are still nowhere to be seen. We just need to do what we should do. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Let's go and see how Monkey's wedding is going. Jiang Chen put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder and flew towards the wedding venue. In any case, today was Long Shisan's wedding day. It was somewhat inexcusable for Jiang Chen and the others to hide here. On the huge martial arena, the joy of celebration had completely washed away the previous unhappiness. The ceremony of Long Shisan and Lan Lingji had just ended. During the ceremony, they naturally didn't forget to serve tea to Venerable Ling Long. This was basic etiquette. Haha. Monkey, it's time to send you to the bridal chamber. That's right. Monk is going to the bridal chamber for you today. Fuck off. Pay attention to your identity. Even if you are a lecherous monk, don't say it on such an occasion. Han Yen and the others began to jeer. Monk's true nature was exposed, making it clear that he was going to the bridal chamber. Such a behavior of a dignified eminent monk made people sigh. There's no need to rush to the bridal chamber. Master Monkey is in a good mood now. I'm going to do something big to celebrate my wedding. Long Shisan spoke all of a sudden. What are you going to do? Lan Lingji had a better understanding of Long Shisan. She could sense that something big was about to happen. Revenge. Long Shisan uttered these two words. Then with a sway of his body he turned into a ray of light and sped away. What the hell is he doing? That bastard is the bridegroom. The guests haven't left yet. Why is he leaving? What's more important than entering the bridal chamber? If I was with such a beautiful wife, I would have to put everything aside no matter how important it is. Revenge? Who is this bastard going to take revenge on? Huangquan Gate. He seems to be heading towards the direction of Huangquan Gate. No one had thought that Long Shisan would seek revenge at such a critical moment in the bridal chamber. Someone had already seen through Long Shisan's intention. The direction he was heading towards was the Huangquan Gate. I know. That day, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Yin joined hands to kill Long Shisan. Later on, Old Man Corpse Yin and Corpse Yin sect were killed by Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation, but the Huangquan Gate remained unscathed. Now that Long Shisan's cultivation base has improved so much that he could even kill Qijin, he no longer put Huangquan Gate in his eyes. Therefore the first thing he did was to go to Huangquan Gate for revenge. He's going to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring and use his head as a wedding gift. Something big is going to happen. Let's go and have a look. Sensing Long Shersan's intention, many experts flew up and headed towards the Huangquan Gate. In the world, everyone knew the grudge between the Huangquan Gate and Long Shersan. On that day, Long Shersan was killed by old ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Een. Unexpectedly, Long Shersan survived. According to Long Shersan's style of doing things, he would definitely seek revenge. However, Old Man Corpse Een had been killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, this debt was naturally placed on old ancestor Yellow Spring. This guy really has a character. Han Yen shook his head. It seems that something big is going to happen today. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled and followed a large number of people to the Huangquan Gate. The Huangquan Gate, located in the huge Yellow Spring mountain range, this place gave people a gloomy feeling. If one stayed here for a long time, it would indeed give people the feeling of the Yellow Spring. In any case, the power of the Huangquan Gate couldn't be denied. As one of the 11 major powers of ethereal immortal domain, Huangquan Gate's strength was imaginable. There were mighty late immortal venerables in the sect and even more powerful experts in the immortal court. However, Long Shersan had come today. Even if the old ancestor of the sect came out, he wouldn't be killed by Long Shersan. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was only an intermediate immortal venerable. It would be a piece of cake for Long Shersan to kill him. It seemed peaceful outside the Huangquan Gate. The few disciples who were guarding the gate looked bored and chatted with each other. To them, guarding the gate was the most meaningless thing to do because this was the Huangquan Gate, the most powerful existence in ethereal immortal domain. As long as one was sane, no one would cause trouble at the Huangquan Gate, because it was no different from courting death. However, it probably never occurred to them that the real disaster was approaching the Huangquan Gate. Chapter 1862. Who's that? Their eyes fell on Long Shersan. They didn't know who Long Shersan was. Even though Long Shersan's reputation was very big in ethereal immortal domain, their status in Huangquan Gate wasn't very high. Therefore, they weren't qualified to enter the Golden Horizon. Even when Long Shersan wreaked havoc in ethereal immortal domain, they weren't present. In other words, existences of their level didn't even have the chance to see such a grand scene. Long Shersan. Long Shersan announced his name. Since he was going to invade the Huangquan Gate alone, there was nothing to hide about his identity. What? Long Shersan? He's the famous Long Shersan. The expression of the guarding disciples changed drastically. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. For these small fries, Dragon Shersan was simply a legendary existence. Although they were all young, they were not on the same level. It was even more impossible to compare them together. Don't be afraid. Master Monkey won't kill you all. You all aren't qualified to die in my hands. Tell old ancestor Yellow Spring to come out and face his death immediately. Long Shersan's voice was very loud. His voice reverberated in the sky above Huangquan Gate. Even if the few disciples didn't report it, the experts of Huangquan Gate would have been alerted. So. Sure enough, as soon as Long Shersan's voice faded, incomparably strong silhouettes rushed out from the interior of Huangquan Gate. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. All of them were mighty immortal venerables. As one of the 11 major powers in ethereal immortal domain, Huangquan Gate wasn't any weaker than Great Qian Empire. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were more than a dozen immortal venerables here. At this time, Jiang Chen and the others had arrived, but they didn't go forward. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched. Today was Long Shersan's business. Given Long Shersan's current cultivation base, no one in the entire Huangquan Gate could pose a threat to him. There's going to be a good show. Han Yan's face was relaxed. Long Shersan, aren't you a little too bold? How dare you come to our Huangquan Gate and behave atrociously? Do you want to die? Long Shersan, I didn't think that you would dare to come to Huangquan Gate to seek your death. This time you won't be so lucky. The two early immortal venerables immediately spoke harshly when they saw Long Shersan. They didn't conceal their killing intent. Furthermore, they weren't unfamiliar with Long Shersan. They were present when old ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Een killed Long Shersan. That day old ancestor Yellow Spring tried to kill me. Today I'm going to kill him. Tell him to come out and face his death. Otherwise you all will die first. Long Xian's domineering attitude was incomparably tough. There wasn't much to say about his relationship with Huangquan Gate. How dare you, Long Xian? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten to kill our old ancestor? Since you are courting death, this elder will fulfill your wish. An early immortal venerable elder shook his chi and lunged at Long Xian. The people of Huangquan Gate were incomparably ferocious and arrogant. However, since this elder chose to attack Long Xian, he certainly didn't know what had happened in Exquisite Paradise today. If he knew that even the late immortal venerable Qi Jin was killed by Long Xian, a puny early immortal venerable elder like him would have long retreated. Some people will only remember how to write the word death when they die. The brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you didn't bring it with you. Long Xian shook his head and swung the iron staff forward at lightning speed. Bang! Arg! Accompanied by a shrill wail, the early immortal venerable elder of Huangquan Gate was smashed into pieces by Long Xian's iron staff. He died tragically on the spot. What? The scene set off a storm in the eyes of the people of Huangquan Gate, especially those immortal venerable elders. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at Long Xian as though they had seen a ghost. The elder was a true early immortal venerable, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long Xian and was killed. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Not good. Long Xian's cultivation base seems to have advanced by leaps and bounds. We are no match for him. Damn it. How did this bastard become so terrifying all of a sudden? How long has it been? We have underestimated him. I have long heard that Long Xian's cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds during the selection of son-in-law in Exquisite Paradise. Even the genius of the immortal court Qi Jin wants to kill him. I'm afraid that only the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor of our sect can be his match. Only now did the people of Huangquan Gate recall that Long Xian had killed numerous geniuses of the immortal court. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them now. Go and ask the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor to come out at once. Otherwise, no one in Huangquan Gate will be a match for Long Xian. Even the sect master won't be a match for him. An intermediate immortal venerable elder spoke. Immediately 2 experts turned and returned to the sect. It seemed like they were going to ask the old ancestor and the Supreme Elder to come out. Old ancestor Yellow Spring, are you going to be a coward? I will count to 3. If you don't come out by then, I will start a massacre in your Huangquan Gate. Long Xian's voice was like a thunderclap. The sound waves continued to reverberate in the sky above Huangquan Gate for a long time. Humph! Long Xian, aren't you being too arrogant? As soon as Long Xian's voice faded, a cold humph was heard from the interior of Huangquan Gate. Immediately a majestic figure flew out. Who else could it be if he wasn't old ancestor Yellow Spring? One had to admit that old ancestor Yellow Spring was very powerful. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. He was only 1 step away from the late immortal venerable realm. In addition to his powerful foundation as the sect master, his true combat strength was almost on par with venerable Ling Long. Therefore he wasn't afraid of Long Xian. He was very confident in his own strength. Unfortunately, his confidence was based on the fact that Long Xian had already advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. If he knew that Long Xian had already advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he was afraid that he would run away immediately without wasting any time. In Long Xian's eyes, there was no difference whether old ancestor Yellow Spring's cultivation base was at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, late immortal venerable realm, or even peerless venerable realm. All of these were meaningless. Old ancestor Yellow Spring, you failed to kill me that day. Today I'm here to take your old life. Long Xian's chi fluctuated as he pointed the iron staff at old ancestor Yellow Spring. Chapter 1863. Young man, don't be too arrogant. But I want to know, how did you survive? Is there really a secret technique that can bring the dead back to life in this world? Old ancestor Yellow Spring asked the question that he had always wanted to know. He knew very well what he and Old Man Corpse Een had done to Long Xian that day. That kind of injury was absolutely fatal. Moreover, Xiu San had indeed lost his vitality that day. Under such circumstances, unless there was a miracle, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. Even if there was a miracle, it was impossible. However, Xiu San had come back to life just like that. That's right, he had come back to life, not reincarnation. This was unacceptable to old ancestor Yellow Spring. Master Monkey has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Today I'd like to see if you, old ancestor Yellow Spring, can come back to life after your death. Xiu San's aura fluctuated again. He didn't want to talk nonsense with old ancestor Yellow Spring anymore. He waved his iron cudgel at an extremely fast speed. The huge iron cudgel was like a pillar that supported the sky, whipping toward old ancestor Yellow Spring. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how powerful a legendary monster like you is. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was also angry. He was the sect leader of a sect, a supreme being. This was the first time that someone took the initiative to attack him and even threatened to kill him. If he didn't kill his opponent with his divine might, how could he display his dignity as a sect leader in front of his subordinates in the future? How could he establish his prestige? A battle sword appeared in old ancestor Yellow Spring's hand. It was dazzling with cold light and engraved with runes. It was gloomy and gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. Clang. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's battle sword collided with Xiu San's iron cudgel. The void immediately collapsed, but the result made the hearts of the people of Huangquan Gate turn cold. After colliding with the iron cudgel, the extraordinary battle sword was directly bounced out of old ancestor Yellow Spring's hand. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's body was also greatly shaken. He flew back hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. His aura was completely chaotic and his face was extremely pale. Sect leader. The elders hurried forward to support the patriarch of Yellow Spring. Each and every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. The patriarch of Yellow Spring was naturally the most shocked. He had never expected that Xiu San would become so powerful after such a long time. The collision just now had allowed the patriarch of Yellow Spring to clearly see the huge gap between Xiu San's strength and the Xiu San's. He was no longer a match for Xiu San at all. He could not even make one move against Xiu San. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Xiu San. It was an aura of death that threatened his life. This scene happened to be witnessed by the people who came to watch the show. However, they were not surprised at all. They only felt sorry for Patriarch Yellow Spring. Many of them sighed, feeling that the Huangquan Gate was really unlucky today. They had witnessed the strength of Xiu San. Not even Qi Jin was a match for him. There was no one in the entire Huangquan Gate who could fight Xiu San, unless the experts of the Huangquan Gate who had entered the Immortal Court could return. Given Xiu San's character, I'm afraid that the Huangquan Gate won't have a good time either now that old ancestor Yellow Spring is dead. Isn't that obvious? Xiu San didn't even have the time to enter the bridal chamber. He has come to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring first. This shows how determined he is to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, but it's only right. Remember how old ancestor Yellow Spring and old man corpse Yin treated Xiu San that day. If it wasn't for Xiu San's great luck, he would have been dead by now. It's only natural that he would come back for revenge. That's right. If I were him, I would also come back for revenge. This is a hatred of life and death. Many people could feel Xiu San's determination to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, but it was only natural. Xiu San would seek revenge when there was a grudge. This was Xiu San's character. The current situation of the Huangquan Gate had taught people a truth. Some people really couldn't be provoked. Once provoked, the root of the problem must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Die, old ancestor Yellow Spring. Not even the gods can save you today. Xiu San's killing intent soared. He attacked old ancestor Yellow Spring again. His speed was so fast that the elders of the Huangquan Gate could only watch. None of them dared to step forward to stop him. Even if they wanted to help old ancestor Yellow Spring, their rationality told them that it was all in vain. At this time, whoever rushed forward would only be greeted by death. Stop. At this moment, a loud bellow resounded from the inside of the Huangquan Gate. Immediately, a wave of qi rushed out like a tornado and turned into a silhouette, blocking in front of old ancestor Yellow Spring. He was a mighty late immortal venerable old man. He was the supreme elder of the Huangquan Gate. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He stood in front of old ancestor Yellow Spring, but his facial expression changed dramatically when he sensed the scariness of Long Shisan's strike. The supreme elder didn't dare to be careless. He struck out a palm strike with all his strength, attempting to knock Long Shisan's iron staff away, but to his horror he found out that the power of the staff was as heavy as a mountain. It wasn't something that he could shake. Hung Long. A huge hole was created in the void. The supreme elder was sent flying a dozen meters away before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. The supreme elder felt as though he was dreaming. Given his strength, he wasn't a match for Long Shisan. Not only him, everyone in the Huangquan Gate was utterly shocked. The shock this time was much greater than the failure of old ancestor Yellow Spring. After all, old ancestor Yellow Spring was just an intermediate immortal venerable. It was understandable that he was defeated, but the supreme elder was a true late immortal venerable supreme expert. How could he be defeated? This was unacceptable to them. The supreme elder had long become a god in their hearts. He was an invincible and unreachable existence. Now that he was sent flying by Long Shisan, it was as though the belief in their hearts had been shattered. That kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. All right. Since you've come, I'll kill you as well to put an end to the enmity between me and the Huangquan Gate. Long Shisan said. The iron staff in his hand locked onto the injured old ancestor Yellow Spring, and was about to smash it. Stop. Another expert flew out from the interior of the Huangquan Gate. He was an elder who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He looked very skinny, but his eyes were incomparably bright and captivating. Chapter 1864. Along with the appearance of the old ancestor, all the immortal venerables of Huangquan Gate had emerged. Two late immortal venerables had become the biggest reliance of Huangquan Gate, but now none of them could feel happy. The reason was very simple. Even their mighty supreme elder wasn't a match for Long Shisan. Long Shisan's strength had exceeded their imagination. Even if the old ancestor came out now, the outcome would still be the same. After all, the old ancestor was as strong as the supreme elder, a late immortal venerable. If even the supreme elder wasn't a match for Long Shisan, the old ancestor wouldn't be able to do anything. Very well. Seems like the foundation of your Huangquan Gate is pretty good, but it's useless in front of Master Monkey. Today Master Monkey will pay you back for what you did to me in the past. Long Shisan's chi was unparalleled. His black and white hair was fluttering in the wind. The iron staff in his hand was radiating reddish golden light. His killing intent was overflowing. He had no intention of letting go of the Huangquan Gate. Long Shisan, I think we should sit down and have a good talk about the matter between us. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke. He didn't make a move right away. After all, he was a smart man. Now that the situation had changed, the Long Shisan in front of him was no longer the Long Shisan that old ancestor Yellow Spring could easily kill. This was the reality. In this world, strength would always be respected. Whoever had the bigger fist would be respected. Today, Long Shisan had risen to the point that even the Huangquan Gate couldn't afford to offend him. Even the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate had to lower his voice. Perhaps no one in Huangquan Gate had ever thought that such a powerful sect would be reduced to such a passive state. What's there to talk about between Huangquan Gate and me? Long Shisan sneered. Long Shisan, our Huangquan Gate is a major sect after all. Our foundation is far beyond what you can imagine. Even the Immortal Court has our experts. If you try to kill us, the experts of the Immortal Court won't let you go. It's true that our sect master has hurt you, but you didn't die. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. Plus, your hands are stained with the blood of our Huangquan Gate. In my opinion, we can write off all the grudges between us. We can be friends in the future. Even if we can't be friends, our Huangquan Gate will never find trouble with you again. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke. He wanted to sue for peace with Long Shisan in front of so many people. In fact, he wanted to protect the Huangquan Gate. After all, he knew very well that no one in the Huangquan Gate was a match for Long Shisan. If Long Shisan went on a killing spree, it was unknown how much damage the Huangquan Gate would suffer. Haha. Old bastard, it seems like you still don't know what happened today. You seem to have made a mistake by threatening me with the Immortal Court. The grudge between me and the Immortal Court is deeper than all of you. Master Monkey doesn't put the Immortal Court in my eyes at all. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring wanted to kill me in the past. Today I must avenge him. Long Xian burst into laughter. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate wanted to use the Immortal Court to threaten Long Xian. Today he had just killed Qi Jin of the Immortal Court. Even the half-step sovereign Li Wangye and first-grade immortal sovereign Yuan Xiaolei had to retreat helplessly. How could Long Xian care about the threat of Huangquan Gate? Long Xian, does that mean there's no room for negotiation? The old ancestor of Yellow Spring Gate said, gritting his teeth. That's right. I Long Xian will take my revenge. I have already given you a lot of face by not annihilating your Huangquan Gate today, but old ancestor Yellow Spring must die. Anyone who stands in my way will die together with me. Long Xian's chi fluctuated wildly. Without another word he raised his iron staff and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's face darkened. He had never thought that he, a sect master, would be reduced to such a state. Someone had come to his door to kill him, and it seemed that it was impossible for him to escape with his life. Long Xian, you are too arrogant. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate was infuriated. A black shield appeared in his hand. With a sway, he appeared in front of Long Xian, blocking Long Xian's iron staff with the huge shield. Old fart, I've said it before. Whoever stands in my way will die. Since you insist on stopping me, then you can go to hell first. Long Xian's killing intent soared to the sky. His fiery golden eyes emitted a dazzling light. This time he had really unleashed his killing intent. Today he had come to Huangquan Gate. Even if an immortal came, he would not be able to stop his determination to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Rumble. The iron staff was like a heavenly divine weapon, smashing heavily on the black shield. Under countless horrified gazes, the honorable great immortal weapon was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, one of the old ancestor's arms was also smashed. What? Countless exclamations were heard. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate's face turned extremely pale. He was no longer in the mood to feel the pain of his broken arm. The shock in his heart was overwhelming. He knew that Long Xian was strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Zhoosh. Without giving him a chance to be shocked, Long Xian smashed the iron staff again. The iron staff contained endless destructive qi. Speed was extremely fast. It had completely locked onto the qi of the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate and smashed down. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate could feel that death was approaching him rapidly. He wanted to escape and resist but found that he couldn't do it anymore. All he could do now was to wait for death. Arg. Along with a wail, the head of the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate was smashed into pieces by Long Xian. The rest of his body fell from the sky. Old ancestor. Upon seeing this, countless people of Huangquan Gate exclaimed. Each of their eyes turned red with anger, but compared to anger, the shock in their hearts was greater. They were looking at Long Xian as though they were looking at the god of plague. Such a person was just too terrifying. Even a late immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from Long Xian. Even the old ancestor had been killed. Who else in Huangquan Gate could stop Long Xian? Old ancestor Yellow Spring, die. Long Xian ignored everything. He raised the iron staff in his hand once more and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. How could the old ancestor Yellow Spring, who was already severely injured, resist this strike from Long Xian? Bang! No one dared to stop it anymore. Even the Supreme Elder didn't dare to make a move. Just like what Long Xian had said, whoever intervened would die. In any case, old ancestor Yellow Spring was going to die today. Chapter 1865. Watching their sect master and old ancestor die tragically under Long Xian's iron rod, the people of Huangquan Gate were grief-stricken. The gloomy sky above the Huangquan Gate seemed to be shrouded by another layer of shadow. All the people of Huangquan Gate were shivering. As one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain, this was the first time that the Huangquan Gate had suffered such a huge loss since its establishment. but now they didn't have the time to grieve because they were still in fear. They looked at Xian angrily and fearfully, fearing that Xian would start a massacre and attack the people of Huangquan Gate. Given Xian's current strength, if he really attacked, the entire Huangquan Gate would be finished and follow the footsteps of Cultivation sect. However, after killing old ancestor Yellow Spring, Xian put away his iron rod and left without making things difficult for the other people of Huangquan Gate. To Xian, Huangquan Gate wasn't a threat to him at all. Even if they were kept alive, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him in the future. The main purpose of his visit today was to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring and take revenge for what he had done to him. Furthermore, he had already become very famous and had a very unpleasant relationship with the Immortal Court. Therefore, Xian didn't want to make things too big for the time being. After all, Huangquan Gate was different from Cultivation sect. Huangquan Gate might really have an expert in the Immortal Court, a half-step sovereign. Although those who had entered the Immortal Court would rarely care about the matters below, it would be different if the Huangquan Gate was facing destruction. Xian wasn't afraid, but his identity was different now. He had become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, which meant that he was bound to Exquisite Paradise. Even if he didn't consider for himself, he would consider the safety of Exquisite Paradise in the future. Today, the Huangquan Gate's Gate Master and Ancestor were killed at the same time. It could be said that the Huangquan Gate had suffered a heavy loss. If they wanted to continue to establish a foothold in East Xuanyu, they would have to behave themselves for a period of time. The Huangquan Gate is really pitiful. Han Yan shook his head and sighed. They only have themselves to blame. The fact that they haven't been annihilated is already the monkey's mercy. Jiang Chen said. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for the Huangquan Gate. As an enemy, the Huangquan Gate's punishment was already very light. If Xian had acted recklessly today, an iron stick would have been enough to raise the entire Huangquan Gate to the ground. Even if the Huangquan Gate had sent people to the Immortal Court, it wouldn't be of any help. After all, there was a rule in the Immortal Court that those who came to the Immortal Court today were considered to have left their original sect. In particular, half-step sovereigns were not allowed to intervene in the affairs of other sects in other immortal domains. Even if they did intervene, it would be useless if their sect was annihilated. How sad. The Huangquan Gate has been annihilated this time. They will have to stay quietly in this Yellow Spring mountain range for a long period of time. It's already good enough that they didn't follow the footsteps of Cultivation sect. Offending Xian is also a tragedy for the Huangquan Gate. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here and watch the show. Give them some time to grieve. Everyone sighed. In this world where strength was everything, the reality was always cruel. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 10 years and then west for 10 years. When did Xian use 10 years to counterattack the Huangquan Gate? The noisy Huangquan Gate instantly quietened down along with the departure of the crowd. However, the people inside the Huangquan Gate couldn't stay quiet at all. The people of Huangquan Gate silently put away the bodies of the old ancestor and sect master. Even though their hearts were filled with anger and killing intent, none of them mentioned the word revenge. Sometimes, people didn't even have the qualification to take revenge. They couldn't even see any hope. The supreme elder of the Huangquan Gate had given the order that all the elders and disciples were not allowed to leave the Huangquan Gate for a year. The massive sect began to recuperate. That night, in order to celebrate the wedding of Xian and Lingji, all of them sat around a table and drank until midnight. To them, it wasn't easy to find such a relaxing opportunity to gather together. The only regret was that De Huang Dog wasn't here. If De Huang Dog was here, it would be perfect. In the next 3 days, East Xuanyu was peaceful. Due to the influence of Wu Ningzhu and the Golden Clan, the Immortal Court didn't send any more experts to deal with Jiang Chen and Xian. On the surface, it seemed that the past was over, but Jiang Chen knew that things wouldn't be that simple. The Immortal Court wouldn't let him go so easily, but they wouldn't deal with him openly. Just like how Wang Xianfeng tried to assassinate him in the dark, they might still act impudently. There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month appointment with Nangong went in. During these days, Jiang Chen didn't plan to leave. He stayed in Genius Prefecture, cultivating the dragon transformation skill in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation base and foundation. The trip to the Monarch Mountain had given him a fruitful harvest. His cultivation base had improved a lot, but he needed some time to consolidate it. Both he and Yan Qinyu were hiding in the 33rd level. The time law here was the most suitable place for cultivation. To Yan Qinyu it was also the most suitable place. She was already injured and healing her injuries here was more perfect than anywhere else. 3 days later, the tranquility of East Xuanyu was once again broken. Early in the morning, Jiang Qin hurried to the residence of Yang Bufan. Sensing that someone was coming, Jiang Qin immediately brought Yan Qinyu out of the Zulong Tower. After 3 months of cultivation in the 33rd level, Yan Qinyu's injuries had almost recovered. Her strength had also improved a little. King Fan, what happened? Jiang Qin asked. Little Qin, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have joined forces and launched an attack on the border of Great Qian Empire last night. Great Qian Empire has lost a dozen cities overnight. The war is still spreading and it's moving towards the center of Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan said. It seems like these two empires have been planning this war for a long time. Jiang Qin said. Little Qinzi, I don't think it's that simple. Think about it. 3 days ago, Long Shisan went to the Huangquan Gate and killed Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and their old ancestor. The entire ethereal immortal domain knows about this. It's impossible for Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty not to know about it. Besides, they also know about the relationship between Monkey and Great Qian Empire. Logically speaking, with Long Shisan around, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty wouldn't dare to make a move, let alone launch a fierce attack. Yang Bufan said. You're right. It seems like Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have received the help of experts behind them. That's why they dare to initiate the war. Jiang Qin said. Chapter 1866. Do you think the Immortal Court is helping them in the dark? Asked Yang Bufan. I don't think so. The Immortal Court has its own rules. They won't take the initiative to urge the major powers to fight. Jiang Qin shook his head. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the Immortal Court, he still believed that this matter had nothing to do with the Immortal Court. Father is calling me. Yang Bufan's body quivered as he sensed the call from Yang Yu. Let's go. I'll go to see the Emperor with you. Jiang Qin knew that the Emperor must be summoning him to discuss how to deal with Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. As a member of Genius Prefecture, Jiang Qin naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. I'll go too. Yan Qinyu spoke. The three of them vanished in a ray of light. Very quickly, they arrived at the Imperial Palace of the Imperial Capital. At this moment, many people were gathered in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. All of them were high-ranking figures of Great Qian Empire. Each of them was an immortal venerable, which represented the foundation of the entire empire. Upon seeing the arrival of Jiang Qin and the others, Yang Yu, the old emperor, and a group of experts hastily came forward to welcome them. To them, Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu were the greatest hope and support of Great Qian Empire. The incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape was solved by the two of them. Otherwise, Great Qian Empire would have been annihilated by itself. Brother Jiang Qin, Miss Yan, you two have come as well. Yang Yu greeted them. Father, has something big happened again? Asked Yang Bufan. He knew that something big must have happened when he saw so many high-ranking figures gathered here. I've just received news that the border-guarding General Lu Xing has fallen. Yang Yu spoke in an incomparably heavy tone. What? General Lu Xing had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal venerable realm, which was almost on par with my father. He had been stationed in Crane Hawk City all these years, but even he was killed. Who did they send? That's right. Yang Bufan was incomparably shocked. He knew very well about Lu Xing's cultivation base. Lu Xing was a legendary existence in Great Qian Empire. He was the famous great general of Great Qian Empire. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Even if the old emperor and supreme elder attacked him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if Lu Xing wasn't a match for a late immortal venerable, he wouldn't have any problem escaping. But now Lu Xing had actually fallen. The only explanation for this was that the other party was simply too powerful. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any late immortal venerable experts in the border war. Ordinary late immortal venerable supreme elders would be guarding the base camp. After all, the war had just begun. To the two empires, This was an opportunity to temper their disciples and soldiers. Things are not as simple as we think. Yang Yu said. Who killed General Lu Sheng? Yang Bufan asked. You tell me. Yang Yu looked over at an early immortal venerable elder beside him. The elder's chi was in a mess. Clearly he had suffered severe injuries. He was from Crane Hawk City, a trusted follower of General Lu Sheng. He was lucky enough to escape from the fall of Crane Hawk City and came straight to the imperial capital to report the situation. The one who attacked Crane Hawk City was the great general of Great Cloud Empire Yun Tianshuang. His cultivation base was on par with General Lu Sheng's. The two of them were said to be the greatest rivals of General Lu Sheng. During the attack on Crane Hawk City, 3 freaks appeared beside Yun Tianshuang. They were twin brothers who cultivated an unknown evil technique. I'm afraid that not even a late immortal venerable would be a match for them. The elder spoke. It seems like they are evil devils. How is their evil technique? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Their evil technique can release an extremely confusing formation. Once trapped in it, the person who enters will lose himself. General Lu Xing died tragically because he was careless. Those 3 freaks are too terrifying. After Crane Hawk City fell, they were like a hot knife through butter. They have already broken through 7 or 8 cities in one fell swoop. The elder's face darkened at the thought of the scariness of the 3 freaks. If they continue to advance, it won't take more than half a month for Great Qian Empire to fall. At that time, the experts of the 2 empires will besiege the imperial capital. Yang Yu seemed incomparably angry. The war between empires was different from the war between ordinary sections. Every empire was equivalent to a country. The people of each country had their own faith. If all the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty joined forces to besiege the imperial capital of Great Qian Empire, they wouldn't be able to change the faith of Great Qian Empire even if the empire was annihilated. Therefore, the war between empires would advance step by step, engulfing the entire territory of the country bit by bit, changing the faith of the people of the country, and showing their might bit by bit so that everyone in the country would feel their strength and submit to them from the bottom of their hearts. Father, what should we do now? Asked Yang Bufan. I'm going to personally lead the army to meet those 3 freaks. Yang Yu's chi fluctuated. No, father, as the emperor, you should stay in the imperial capital. If anything happens to you, it will be the biggest blow to our empire. Yang Bufan objected at once. Not only him but almost everyone present also objected. Besides, even if Yang Yu took action personally, he might not be a match for the 3 freaks. Lu Xing's cultivation base wasn't inferior to Yang Yu's. Besides, the emperor of the other party hadn't appeared yet. If Yang Yu appeared, he would surely be ridiculed by the other party. Your Majesty, of course you can't join the battle. The old emperor also has to guard the imperial capital. I'm afraid that there are real experts supporting the alliance between Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It won't be that simple. The 3 freaks have already explained some clues. Let me go and meet them. Jiang Qin spoke. All right. I'll go with little Qinzi. Yang Bufan said. Brother Jiang Qin, this isn't a joke. Yang Yu looked over at Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I, Jiang Qin, never do things that I'm not confident about. I have my own means to restrain those 3 freaks. I guarantee that I will take back Crane Hawk City. Jiang Qin spoke with incomparable confidence. He had a feeling that killing those 3 eccentrics would bring him tremendous benefits. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Besides, he also wanted to see what Great Cloud Empire was up to. Great Cloud Empire, I'll kill them all. All right. In that case, I'll send Jiu Wangye to go with you. Remember, safety first. Chapter 1867. All right, I'll go with Brother Jiang Qin. A middle-aged man who seemed to be around the same age as Yang Yu took a step forward. This middle-aged man had an incomparably sturdy build. His cultivation base was the same as Yang Yu's intermediate immortal venerable realm. Although his chi was slightly weaker than Yang Yu's, it was still very terrifying. He was the 9th Wangye of Great Qian Empire. Brother Qin, I'll go with you. Yan Qinyu said. Little you, we still don't know the specific situation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire. You'd better stay in Imperial Capital. I'm worried that Great Cloud Empire might have colluded with powerful nefarious devils. You can't judge the actions of nefarious devils with common sense. We can rest assured if you stay in Imperial Capital. If anything happens to Imperial Capital, it will be too late for regrets. It'll be too late for regrets if something happens to the Imperial Capital, said Jiang Chen. He had the great divination art which allowed him to sense many things. It was best for Yan Qinyu to stay in the Imperial Capital. But Brother Chen, the 3 immortal courts are after your life. Although the deterrence of the Golden Clan has stopped the immortal courts from attacking you openly, there's no guarantee that they won't attack you secretly. So I'm still worried about you going alone. Yan Qinyu spoke worriedly. Don't worry. Immortal sovereigns have their own dignity and pride, especially the immortal sovereigns of the immortal courts. If it's an ordinary half-step sovereign, I won't have a problem staying alive even if I can't handle it. Your brother Chen isn't someone who can be killed easily. Over the years there have been many people who wanted to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that Yan Qinyu was worried about him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Whether it was the immortal courts or the evil devils of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes. His life was full of challenges. There was still some time before the appointment with Nangong went in. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had been worrying about having nothing to do. Now that the war had come and Great Qian Empire had fallen into a crisis, Jiang Chen naturally had to do his part. Furthermore, if he was lucky enough to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be even more terrifying. His priority now was to improve his cultivation base. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to help Nangong Wentin even after he had arrived in Fengqi Immortal Domain. All right. In that case you have to be careful, Brother Chen. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. She knew that once Jiang Chen made his decision, no one would be able to change his mind. Besides, she had always been very confident in Jiang Chen. From the Saint Origin realm until now, Jiang Chen had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, and he had met countless powerful warriors. But in the end he had still made it to where he was today. All his enemies had turned into dust in the end. Let's not delay any further. Let's depart now. Jiang Chen said. Subsequently he led Jiu Wangye, Yang Bufan and the elder who reported the news and left the imperial capital, heading towards the direction of the war. Along the way the elder followed beside Jiu Wangye and asked in a low voice, Wangye, this Jiang Chen is merely a late immortal emperor. Why did the emperor give him such an important task? The elder couldn't understand. Although he had heard about Jiang Chen's deeds during this period of time, because he had never left Crane Hawk City, he didn't know much about Jiang Chen. In his point of view, it was child's play for the emperor to give such an important task to an immortal emperor. Moreover, even someone like Jiu Wangye had to follow behind Jiang Chen as a foil. The emperor had overestimated Jiang Chen. What do you know? If we really fight, I won't be a match for brother Jiang Chen. Jiu Wangye glared at the elder. What? The elder's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief and chose to remain silent. Although he hadn't seen Jiang Chen's means and didn't know much about Jiang Chen, he believed that the emperor would never treat this matter as child's play. Moreover, the fact that Jiu Wangye could say such words was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. One city. This was a relatively large and prosperous city, but it was currently engulfed in the flames of war. The general who guarded the city was called Lu Lang, a late immortal emperor. At this moment he was leading the soldiers of Great Qian Empire to fight against the enemy outside the city gate. They had cast a powerful formation and united their combat strength. On the opposite side, there were hundreds of soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. On the surface, Great Qian Empire seemed to have the upper hand. However, the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was extremely low because the general of the enemy was a half-step immortal venerable. Additionally, the tragic death of General Lu Xing had cast a huge shadow on their hearts. We're finished. We can't defend one city any longer. I think we'd better retreat. That's right. Great Cloud Empire is too strong. That general's cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Even if we cast the grand formation, we won't be able to hold on for long. The morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was dispirited. They already had the intention to retreat even before the battle began. Shut up. Wan City must be defended. The imperial capital will send reinforcements soon. Lu Lang, who was clad in military uniform, yelled at the soldiers. The importance of Wan City wasn't any less than that of Crane Hawk City. If Wan City was lost, Great Qian Empire would lose half of its territory, which would greatly affect the dignity of the empire. Yes, General. We're willing to live and die with Wan City. A general shouted with bloodshot eyes. They had deep feelings for Wan City. If they were to retreat without a fight and surrender Wan City to someone else, they would be the sinners of the Great Qian Empire. Lu Lang, don't put up a stubborn resistance. Great Qian Empire will soon face destruction. Do you think you can defend Wan City with just these people? That's simply wishful thinking. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you surrender, our empire will surely reward you handsomely. The leading general of Great Cloud Empire yelled. He was a half-step immortal venerable expert. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't someone that Lu Lang could fight. If you want Wan City, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Lang's chi soared into the sky. He seemed to be an iron-blooded man who would rather die than submit. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill them all. The general gave the order. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire charged towards Great Qian Empire with high morale as if they were injected with chicken blood. Ah. Chapter 1868. In the void far away, Xianxia and the others were moving at incredible speed. Given their perception, they could already sense the situation of the battle in Wan City. Jiu Wangye, young Master Jiang, it's a fierce battle in Wan City. That Yun Tianchuang is really fast. The old man said in horror. Wan City is as important as Crane Hawk City. It's the gateway of Great Qian Empire. We must not lose it. Jiu Wangye said. Don't worry. Wan City will be safe and they will return all the territories that they have lost. Jiang Chen said coldly. The confidence that emanated from his bones couldn't be faked. The battle in Wan City had reached its climax. Both sides were fighting to the death. Although Great Qian Empire had the advantage in numbers, their morale was too low. As a result, the battle became one-sided and they were completely suppressed by Great Cloud Empire. Lu Lang, go to hell. The general of Great Cloud Empire launched an attack abruptly. A huge palm appeared out of thin air. It was powerful enough to crush a mountain. This move had locked onto Lu Lang's chi, leaving no chance for him to dodge. Lu Lang's eyes lit up. Lu Lang's facial expression changed dramatically. Sure enough, a half-step immortal venerable wasn't easy to deal with. He looked up at the sky and shook his head in despair when he saw that the imperial capital hadn't sent any reinforcements. Then his eyes glinted with sharpness. A huge black mace appeared in his hand and he swung it at his opponent. Hong Long. The void was immediately shattered. Unfortunately, the gap in cultivation was very difficult to overcome. Lu Lang was slapped down from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He was in a daze and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a single move had seriously injured Lu Lang. He no longer had the strength to fight against his opponent. Lu Lang, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to surrender or not? The general yelled. I'll also give you one last chance. As soon as the general's voice faded, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Then everyone saw 4 powerful silhouettes appearing at the same time and arriving on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Lang and the soldiers who were on the verge of despair immediately saw hope. They were all powerful cultivators, so they could feel the terror of the 4 people. Look, that seems to be Jiu Wangye and the young one is King Fan. Finally, experts from the imperial capital have arrived. We are saved. Wan City is saved. Yeah, damn it, these bastards were so arrogant before, now it's our turn to kill them. Once famous figures like Yang Bufan and Jiu Wangye appeared, even if they didn't make a move, the morale of the people under them would be boosted. The originally dispirited morale of the Great Qian Empire soared in an instant. I'll give you a chance. Kneel. Yang Bufan looked at the opposing general Lung Lung and said, Retreat. The general wasn't an idiot, so he was naturally able to sense how powerful the other party was. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. You still want to leave at this time? Yang Bufan struck decisively. With incredible speed, he appeared behind the general like a bolt of lightning and slammed his palm on the general's head, bursting it into a mist of blood. Yang Bufan was an early immortal venerable. Given his talent, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him, let alone a puny half-step immortal venerable. The general has been killed. Let's go. Upon seeing their general being killed so easily, the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire was no longer high. They immediately turned and fled. Kill them all. Don't let any of them go. Lu Lang raised his mace and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Lang didn't need to say anything because his men had already chased after them. During this period of time, the soldiers of the Great Qin Empire had been too aggrieved, especially after Lu Xing's death. Everyone seemed to have lost their backbone and had no fighting spirit at all. They had been suppressed in the previous battles. Now that they finally had a chance to kill to their heart's content, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Subsequently, Lu Lang didn't have the time to salute Zhou Xian and King Fan. He dragged his injured body and charged forward. He had to vent his anger. The old man who came with Jiang Chen also wanted to help, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. We don't need to deal with these shrimps and crab generals. The soldiers of Great Qin Empire need their morale and they have to fight for it themselves. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. They had to regain the morale that they had lost. They had to find a way to release the accumulated resentment in the hearts of the soldiers. This was also the reason why Lu Lang was able to rush out. Not long after that, Lu Lang led a group of soldiers back to Great Cloud Empire excitedly. Some of them didn't even have time to wipe the blood off their bodies. Lu Lang greets Zhou Xian and King Fan. Lu Lang knelt on one knee and saluted Zhou Xian and King Fan. The soldiers behind him did the same. These two were the most important people around the emperor. One was the emperor's closest brother and the other was the emperor's most beloved prince. Now that the emperor had even sent these two people out, it showed that the emperor hadn't forgotten about them and attached great importance to the situation here. Get up. Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian, King Fan, who is this? Lu Lang looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask. This is the famous Jiang Chen, the commander appointed by the emperor to replace General Lu Xing. I'm here to assist brother Jiang Chen. Zhou Xian said, directly putting Jiang Chen's position in front of him. This was also the emperor's intention. Moreover, Zhou Xian himself admired Jiang Chen so much that he was willing to assist him. What? He's the Jiang Chen who came from Golden Horizon? Lu Lang was shocked. So were the soldiers. Each of their eyes fell on Jiang Chen, trying to figure out what this legendary genius looked like. So he's Jiang Chen, but his cultivation base doesn't seem to have reached the immortal venerable realm. Why did the emperor appoint him as the commander instead of Zhou Xian? I have no idea. Even Zhou Xian admires him so much. Seems like he's really extraordinary. It's just that his strength is a little weak. I hope he can lead us to a great victory. It's been too frustrating recently. Chapter 1869. Your name is Lu Lang? Jiang Chen looked over at Lu Lang. He admired this hot-blooded general very much. He had witnessed Lu Lang's performance during the battle against the enemy. A country needed such loyal and hot-blooded people the most. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know what kind of ability this young man had to be the commander and make Zhou Xian follow him, he believed that the emperor wouldn't take this matter lightly. Come here. Jiang Chen said. Lu Lang didn't dare to be negligent. He strode towards Jiang Chen. Being so close to Jiang Chen, Lu Lang could already feel the pressure from this young commander. Although the pressure was very faint, it was enough to strike his soul. This made him feel that this young commander was perhaps really extraordinary. That's right. That's right. Jiang Chen gently stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Lang's shoulder. As a general, Lu Lang's reaction was very fast. Under normal circumstances, he would dodge subconsciously when he saw someone was about to attack him. However, just as the thought of dodging emerged in his mind, Jiang Chen's palm had already landed on his shoulder. Lu Lang was shocked. Jiang Chen's attack might seem slow, but he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, his body quivered. He felt a stream of clear current flowing into his body through his shoulder. It was as though his cold body had come into contact with a hot spring, making him feel comfortable all over. In less than half a minute, Jiang Qin withdrew his palm. Lu Lang was shocked to find that the injuries he had suffered in the battle against the half-step immortal venerable had been completely healed. His condition had returned to its peak. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. My God! This is amazing! Lu Lang gaped in astonishment. He couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous method in the heavens and earth. He knew very well how serious his injuries were. It would take him at least 3 days to recover even with the help of miraculous pills, but it only took Jiang Qin half a minute to completely heal his injuries and restore him to his peak state. Thank you for healing me, Commander. Lu Lang cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. At this time he was completely convinced by Jiang Qin. He had never seen such an awesome person. Now he completely understood why the Emperor sent this young genius to be the Commander-in-Chief. Heavens, did you guys see that? General Lu's injury was actually healed by the Commander-in-Chief with just a wave of his hand. This is too ridiculous. Miraculous. This is simply a miracle. Isn't this healing technique a little too heaven-defying? Looks like this young commander is not to be underestimated. However, healing methods alone are far from enough. I wonder if he can lead us to reclaim our lost cities. This scene was clearly seen by the soldiers below. Each and every one of their faces were filled with shock. As soldiers and cultivators, getting injured was like having a meal to them. However, this was the first time they had seen Jiang Qin's heaven-defying method of healing injuries. General Lu, tell us about the current situation. How many cities have we lost? Asked Jiang Qin. Commander-in-Chief, after the death of General Lu Xing, our army's morale has plummeted. The Great Cloud Empire took advantage of the victory to attack us. Plus, they have many experts, including many experts from Heavenly Jade Dynasty, so we have lost 23 cities so far, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said, explaining the situation of the battle to Jiang Qin and the others. He was gnashing his teeth, showing his hatred towards his opponents. Thinking of those soldiers who died tragically in the battlefield, he couldn't help but burn with anger. 23 cities? Humph. Yun Tianshuang really has a big appetite. Brother Jiang Qin, what should we do now? Jiao Wangya harumphed coldly and turned to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was now the commander-in-chief, so he had to listen to Jiang Qin's arrangement. Besides, he had great trust and confidence in Jiang Qin. We naturally have to take back what we've lost. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. There's no reason in the war between nations. Whoever is stronger will be the reason. Jiang Qin's body exuded a strong aura of a king. It was an aura that came from his bones, giving people a feeling that he was unreachable. Which city is the nearest to Wan City? Asked Jiang Qin. It's Huang City. It's guarded by a half-step immortal venerable expert, but... Lu Lang wanted to say something but hesitated. But what? Asked Yang Bufan. King Fan, the general guarding Huang City, is called Su Mao. He was one of our generals, but he chose to surrender to the enemy. There should be at least 3 half-step immortal venerables guarding Huang City now. One of them is Su Mao, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said. He could not suppress his anger at the mention of people like the rebel soldiers who had surrendered. This is a disgrace to our nation. Yang Bufan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Let's go to Huang City. Without any delay, Jiang Qin led Lu Lang and the other soldiers to Huang City. Logically speaking, a small city like Huang City didn't require so many people to attack. Yang Bufan alone was enough to deal with it. However, Jiang Qin didn't think so. The war between nations was different from the war between sections. Morale was the most important. He had brought these people to boost their morale and strengthen the national prestige of Great Qian Empire. Defeating the rebel army in front of all the soldiers would serve as a warning to others. Moreover, once they started their attack, they wouldn't be able to stop. They were determined to kill their way through the city like a hot knife cutting through butter, reclaiming all the lost cities. This was Jiang Qin's style of doing things. Either he didn't want to fight or he would fight swiftly and decisively. He would fight to his heart's content and make the enemy tremble in fear. The morale of Lu Lang and his soldiers soared. Previously they had been passively defending. After losing 23 cities in a row, it was finally time to counterattack. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Counterattacking and passively defending were two completely different moods. Huang City. The scale of this city was similar to Wan City. It was a very magnificent city. Currently, the symbolic flag of Great Cloud Empire had been planted on top of the city. King Fan, I'll leave this city to you. Chapter 1870. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, King Fan was ready to strike the moment he saw the flag of Great Cloud Empire. As the most famous young king of Great Qian Empire and the heir to the throne of the empire, his sense of honor for the empire surpassed everyone else. He would resist anything that disgraced the dignity of the empire without any hesitation. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan appeared above the city wall. With a claw, the flag fell into his hand and turned into powder in the next moment. Who are you? How dare you come to Huang City and act wildly? Along with a loud bellow, the leader of the guards rushed out. He was an immortal emperor. Due to the continuous victories of Great Cloud Empire during this period of time, the faces of every soldier of Great Cloud Empire were full of arrogance, as though they didn't put anyone in their eyes. But, unfortunately, as soon as the leader appeared, one of his arms was ripped off from the shoulder by Yang Bufan. Blood gushed out. Even an immortal emperor couldn't bear such a sudden injury in an instant. He let out a shrill wail. That's right. That's right. Initially, I intended to spare your life and let you go in to inform the others, but since you have screamed so loudly, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Yang Bufan shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a puchi, it pierced through the middle of the man's eyebrows. The man's scream stopped abruptly and he died on the spot. At the moment of his death, he heard Yang Bufan's words clearly. His heart was filled with regret. Just like what Yang Bufan said, if he didn't scream, he might be able to keep his life. Unfortunately, his scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city, saving him the trouble of going in to inform the others. Oosh. The shrill scream was incomparably ear-piercing. At such a tense moment, such a scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city. Silhouettes flew out one after another. Then the gate of the city opened and a large number of soldiers rushed out. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal venerable. One of them was none other than Su Mao, who had surrendered to the enemy earlier. You're right, Su Mao. Su Mao's facial expression changed instantly when he saw Yang Bufan. As a half-step immortal venerable expert, he had been to the imperial capital frequently. After all, experts of this level were considered as very important talents of the empire. Therefore he could recognize that this young man was none other than the famous King Fan. Generals, this is King Fan. Su Mao said. Oh, I didn't expect that even the famous King Fan would be here. It seems like the Emperor of Great Qian Empire has attached great importance to the war here. After hearing the identity of King Fan, although one of the generals was a little surprised, he didn't show the slightest hint of fear. After all, they only knew that King Fan had a high status in Great Qian Empire, but they didn't know his real strength. Additionally, the recent victories had inflated their confidence. They didn't put anyone in Great Qian Empire in their eyes at all. With General Yun Tianshuang in Crane Hawk City, whoever came would have the same ending, death. You have invaded my territory and your hands are stained with the blood of my soldiers. No matter what, all of you have to die. Yang Bufan didn't want to waste any more time. Apart from Huang City, there were still a lot of lost territories that he needed to reclaim. A terrifying combat sword appeared in his hand and slashed at one of the generals at lightning speed. After sensing the terror of Yang Bufan's strike, the general's face changed immediately, turning extremely unsightly. This sword strike had made him feel the threat of death. Moreover, this strike had made him witness the terror of Yang Bufan. It turned out that King Fan's cultivation base had already reached the true immortal venerable realm. As a matter of fact, he knew very well that even half-step immortal venerables like them wouldn't be a match for a genius like King Fan, let alone an immortal venerable. What they didn't expect was that Yang Bufan had already reached such a terrifying level not long after he came out of Golden Horizon. The half-step immortal venerable general didn't even have the chance to resist before he was slashed into half by Yang Bufan. Blood splashed across the sky. Upon seeing this, the other general didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately turned and fled. Unfortunately, given his ability, if he could escape from Yang Bufon's hands, Yang Bufon wouldn't be able to show his face in the future anymore. Swoosh! Yang Bufon's combat sword slashed across the sky once more. A ray of sword chi pierced through the void, tearing it into half. Arg! The general was struck by the sword chi and died on the spot. His wail was the last sound he left in this world. Retreat! Retreat! The remaining generals and soldiers were terrified. They knew that the true experts of the enemy had arrived. 2 of their generals were killed in an instant. Even a half-step immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. If they continued to stay here, only death would await them. Brothers, kill them all. Lu Lang was in high spirits this time. He commanded the soldiers to charge at the experts of Great Cloud Empire. Each of the soldiers roared as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Yang Bufon held the long sword in his hand and looked at Su Mao, who was shivering on the spot. The current Su Mao's face was pale and his body was shivering. Cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Why aren't you running away? Yang Bufon spoke. Su Mao dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Yang Bufon. Please spare my life, King Fan. I was forced to do this. The reason why I surrendered to the enemy is to save my life temporarily. Once our people arrive, I can act as a mole. Su Mao was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. He was scared out of his wits. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. He was a smart man. From the moment Yang Bufon killed a general with his first strike, he could already see that running away was useless in front of King Fan. He couldn't escape at all. The one who ran first would only die first. The death of that general also happened to prove this point. I don't need a mole like you since I'm here to fight. The generals of the rebel army are the most disgusting. Besides, your ability to lie isn't very good. Yang Bufon looked at Su Mao, who was kneeling in front of him, with disgust. The long sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly, decapitating Su Mao. Chapter 1871. Under the leadership of Lu Lang, half of the enemies were annihilated, leaving almost 0 casualties on their side. The faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. It was an incomparably delightful thing to fight alongside Lu Lang. From the previous battle in Wan City to the current battle in Huang City, the hot-blooded battle had completely released all the depression that they had been feeling before. The sight of Su Mao being beheaded by King Fan made them feel incomparably happy. Some of the soldiers who had followed Su Mao in the past expressed their heartache and regret. This is the consequence of betrayal. With a wave of his arm, Yang Bufon recovered Huang City. King Fan is mighty. King Fan is mighty. All the soldiers shouted in unison. King Fan's strength and decisiveness had completely subdued them, making them willing to follow Yang Bufon wholeheartedly. Jiang Qin nodded silently. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Yang Bufon had begun to establish his prestige as an emperor. Once he ascended to the throne, he would be able to command the world and no one would disobey him. Zhou Xian also had a smile on his face. He secretly gave Jiang Qin a thumbs up, deeply feeling that it was worthwhile for Yang Bufon to befriend such a brother. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Qin was creating an opportunity for Yang Bufon. Brother Jiang Qin, what should we do now? Asked Zhou Xian. Strike the iron while it's hot. Continue to push forward. While Yun Tianshuang hasn't reacted yet, we'll take back more of our lost territories. Jiang Qin spoke. Facing the current situation, there was no need for any strategy or countermeasure. The only thing they had to do was to fight and recover their lost territories, regain the lost morale of Great Qian Empire, and destroy the enemy's prestige. Good. That's how it should be. Zhou Xian nodded, agreeing with Jiang Qin's decision. After recovering Huang City, Jiang Qin and the others didn't stop at all. They went straight to the next city. From Wan City to Huang City, their speed was so fast that even Yun Tianshuang wouldn't be able to react in time. Most of the generals in charge of the cities here were half-step immortal venerables. Some of them were even immortal emperors. Such a cultivation base was already strong enough. Even if the enemy attacked, they would still have a message talisman to pass the message to Crane Hawk City. Unfortunately, the generals of Wan City and Huang City were killed by Yang Bufon before they had the chance to send out the talisman. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have a chance, but they had underestimated their enemy. They hadn't expected the Great Qin Empire to react so quickly. Just like that, Jiang Qin and the others advanced with irresistible force and conquered 5 to 6 cities in a row. The soldiers of Great Qin Empire felt their blood boiling. They had never felt so satisfied before. Along the way, neither Jiang Qin nor Zhou Xian took any action. It was all Jiang Qin's doing. He alone had brought out the national prestige of the entire Great Qin Empire and established his own divine prestige. This merit would certainly be passed on. In the future, it would only be a matter of course for him to become the true emperor. However, the recovery of the lost land had attracted Yun Tianshuang's attention. Crane Hawk City. Yun Tianshuang's face was full of anger. Behind him stood 3 old men in their 50s. They wore grayish-red robes embroidered with poisonous creatures such as spiders and toads, as well as gloomy skulls, which gave them a very gloomy feeling. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. Their eyes were as cold as venomous scorpions. No one dared to look at them directly. 2 heavily injured soldiers knelt in front of Yun Tianshuang, shivering in fright. Damn it. The morale that Great Cloud Empire had painstakingly built up has been destroyed so quickly. Did you see clearly who was the person sent by Great Qin Empire? Asked Yun Tianshuang. It's Yang Bufan. One of them said. Only Yang Bufan? Asked Yun Tianshuang. Yes. Yang Bufan's cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. We're no match for him at all. Our generals were instantly killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to send a message, said one of them. One of them said. Recalling the terror of Yang Bufan, they still felt a lingering fear. They felt that they were extremely lucky to be able to come to Crane Hawk City alive. The 2 of them were too shocked by Yang Bufan, so they didn't know that Zhou Xian and Jiang Qin had also come with them. Therefore they sent a false message to Yun Tianshuang. Sure enough, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He thinks that he can look down on everything after advancing to the immortal venerable realm. This is a common problem of young people. Being arrogant will only lead to one's death. Yang Yu has too much confidence in his son. Even Lu Xing has died in my hands. Now he has actually sent his most beloved son here. I really have no idea where his confidence comes from. Yun Tianshuang said Leng Leng. Since Yang Bufan doesn't want to live, I'll take his life. Which one of you is going to bring his head back? Yun Tianshuang looked at the experts around him. As the great general and great commander, in his opinion, apart from Lu Xing, no one else was qualified for him to deal with. Not to mention King Fan, even the crown prince of Great Qin Empire was here. I'll go and kill him. An old man stepped forward. He was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that the 2 empires had joined forces to deal with Great Qin Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send some experts to help. This old man was an intermediate immortal venerable. Even in Heavenly Jade Dynasty he had a supreme status. Even the arrogant Yun Tianshuang had to give him some face. All right, old man Tian Kue. I'll leave Yang Bufan to you. I'll be waiting for your good news. Yun Tianshuang spoke to old man Tian Kue. In his point of view, Yang Bufan would surely die if an expert like old man Tian Kue went to deal with him. Don't worry. I'll surely take the head of this arrogant young man. Old man Tian Kue was fairly confident. With a sway, he vanished from the main hall. At this moment, Yang Bufan was still leading the army to attack the next city. With a blood-stained sword in his hand, he had just killed the general of the city. The people below felt their blood boiling. In their eyes, Yang Bufan had become a godlike existence, invincible and invincible. Just at this moment, a patch of dark clouds suddenly floated over from the sky. Soon after, a pressure that was as vast as the tide arrived. Feeling this pressure, the originally excited soldiers' faces suddenly turned grave. They knew that this was the arrival of the experts from the local region. Chapter 1872. The dark cloud quickly floated to the sky and an old man who looked as thin as a match appeared. Of course, experts couldn't be judged by their bodies. The might that this old man exuded was enough to make people's hearts tremble with fear. His might filled the air, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. As soon as old man Tian Kue appeared, his eyes fell upon Yang Bufan. This is old man Tian Kue of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. I have never thought that he would join forces with Yun Tianshuang. This bastard is an intermediate immortal venerable. He won't be easy to deal with, but he may not be a match for me. King Fan isn't a match for him. Zhou Xian recognized old man Tian Kuei. Immediately, battle intent surged from his body. Hold on. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand to stop Zhou Xian. Don't worry, Wangye. We can only know whether King Fan can fight old man Tian Kuei or not. I don't think old man Tian Kuei is a match for King Fan. Jiang Qin spoke confidently. He was very confident in King Fan. One should know that a genius like Yang Bufan could always challenge an expert who was a level higher than him. After absorbing the chi essence of a great sovereign, Yang Bufan had already reached the early immortal venerable realm, which was more than enough for him to fight an intermediate immortal venerable like old man Tian Kuei. Zhou Wangye was skeptical, but he still retracted his battle intent. Since Jiang Qin was so confident, he would let Yang Bufan have a try first. In any case, he was enough to ensure that Yang Bufan's life wouldn't be threatened. Furthermore, if what Jiang Qin said was true, that Yang Bufan could defeat old man Tian Kuei, it would absolutely be a blessing for Great Qian Empire. It would also be of great help to Yang Bufan's prestige and influence. Brat, you are King Fan of Great Qian Empire, right? Old man Tian Kuei asked in a cold tone. All his attention was focused on Yang Bufan. He didn't pay any attention to Jiang Qin and Zhou Wangye. After all, the information he received only mentioned Jiang Qin and no one else. If he knew that Zhou Wangye was also here, he wouldn't have dared to come alone. Instead, Yun Tianshuang would have brought 3 experts with him. After all, Lord Zhu was very famous. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, which was comparable to General Lu Sheng. His influence in the Great Qian Empire was even greater. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Tell me your name. Yang Bufan's qi was unparalleled. In the face of an intermediate immortal venerable, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Given his current cultivation base, he was confident enough to deal with an intermediate immortal venerable. I'm old man Tian Kuei of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. For the sake of King Fan, I'll let you know who killed you today. But before that, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you kneel down, kowtow, and declare your surrender to Heavenly Jade Dynasty, I'll spare your life. What do you think? Old man Tian Kuei said. He had made a good plan. If even a famous prince of Great Qian Empire surrendered, it would be a huge blow to the empire and the impact would be unimaginable. Old man Tian Kuei, it seems like you can't see the current situation at all. Your Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire have lost their power. Seeing that you are an important figure of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, I'll give you a chance to surrender. I'll consider accepting you. Yang Bufan returned the same words to old man Tian Kuei. He knew that old man Tian Kuei was here to kill him. Surrendering was simply a joke, but since the other party had humiliated him, he naturally had to return the insult with words. Humph! What an arrogant and reckless brat. Since you don't want to seize the chance, don't blame me for being impolite. Old man Tian Kuei harumphed coldly. Immediately, a tidal wave of killing intent surged out from his body. The incomparably dense killing intent had almost solidified and filled the entire sky. Pong. At the same time, an enormous qi rushed out of Yang Bufan's body. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and stood opposite of old man Tian Kuei. The combat sword in his hand was sheathed. His incomparably powerful qi shocked old man Tian Kuei. What a good King Fan. Although this brat is only an early immortal emperor, his qi isn't any weaker than mine, but it doesn't matter. It's very hard to make up for the gap in cultivation base, especially when he has reached the immortal venerable realm. I can still kill him effortlessly. Old man Tian Kuei was surprised that Yang Bufan's qi wasn't any weaker than his, but at the same time he was still full of confidence. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was still there. Good. King Fan sure is powerful. It seems like he isn't any weaker than this old man. Incredible. I had never thought that King Fan's strength had reached such a level. He's worthy of being the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Old man Tian Kuei is simply here to die. I'm afraid that he can't even deal with King Fan. You should know that a genius like King Fan can't be judged by common sense. Moreover, we still have the powerful Zhou Wangye behind us. Each of the soldiers below had a confident look on their faces. They had a strong foundation now. They weren't afraid of an intermediate immortal venerable old man Tian Kuei. Xianxia had given them an absolute sense of security. As for Jiang Chen, in the eyes of many of them, he wasn't even on the same level as old man Tian Kuei. Although Jiang Chen had a great reputation, his cultivation base seemed to be merely at the immortal emperor realm. Brat Dai. Heavenly Hawk Palm. Old man Tian Kuei didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out a palm at Yang Bufan, enveloping the entire void. A giant golden eagle claw was conjured out of his palm. The claw was powerful enough to tear a mountain apart. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper under the might of this eagle claw. Milky Way hangs in the 9 heavens. Yang Bufan moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out his most powerful attack. His body radiated a dazzling brilliance like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Each of the Milky Way was like a soaring sword that could destroy everything. His powerful qi pervaded the entire battlefield. Honglong. When the 2 powerful attacks collided with each other, the resulting impact was unimaginable. That part of the battlefield was instantly smashed and turned into a chaotic mess. Yang Bufan was indeed an outstanding genius. The 9 mighty Milky Way had torn the eagle claw of old man Tian Kuei apart. Chapter 1873. What? Old man Tian Kuei was dumbfounded. His face was filled with astonishment. The way he looked at Yang Bufan had completely changed. He no longer had the feeling of superiority and disdain for Yang Bufan. At his level of cultivation base, he was very clear about the situation of the battle. He knew that he was no match for Yang Bufan after just one clash. This made old man Tian Kuei very gloomy. His strong self-esteem was also greatly damaged. Haha, did you see that? Old man Tian Kuei is no match for King Fan. He's at a disadvantage right from the start. Good. This is great. King Fan is indeed powerful. No wonder the emperor sent him here. Such strength is enough for him to stand on his own. Old man Tian Kuei is going to be dumbfounded. He rushed here to kill King Fan, but now he's no match for him. How shameful. Seeing Yang Bufan gain the upper hand, the people of Great Qian Empire became excited. Although they were confident in King Fan, his cultivation base was still slightly weaker than old man Tian Kuei. Now all of their worries were gone. Good. There's hope for the younger generation of Great Qian Empire now. Xianxia seemed very excited. After all, the rise of Yang Bufan was a blessing for Great Qian Empire. In the sky, old man Tian Kuei was shocked, but he didn't retreat. For someone of his level, face was more important than anything else. He had volunteered himself this time and given Yun Tianshuang such a huge guarantee. If he returned like this, it would be a huge loss of face. He wouldn't be able to raise his head again in the future, and he would lose the face of Heavenly Jade Dynasty as well. Massive killing intent rushed out of old man Tian Kuei's body once more. He adjusted himself to his best condition, ready to launch another attack. He refused to believe that he wasn't a match for an early immortal venerable junior. On the other side, Yang Bufan's mouth curved into a smile. His battle intent soared. This was his first battle with an intermediate immortal venerable, and also his first battle after advancing to the immortal venerable realm. He longed for such a battle. Honglong. Old man Tian Kuei made his move. This time he struck out with both palms. 2 giant eagle claws materialized from his palms. The terrifying waves of qi were even stronger than before. The qi of an immortal venerable sealed the entire battlefield, completely locking onto Yang Bufan's qi. Yang Bufan was the same as well. His battle intent towered up into the sky. He raised his hands as a miniature world appeared in his palms. This was one of Yang Bufan's trump cards. Both sides didn't want to waste time and unleashed their most powerful attacks. After this clash, this battle was about to come to an end. Rumble. The incomparable attacks once again collided with each other, directly causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. Yang Bufan's attack contained unimaginable destructive power. The crowd below tensed up, watching the battle with expectant eyes. They naturally hoped that Yang Bufan would emerge victorious. The eagle claws couldn't withstand the power of Yang Bufan's miniature world and were shattered into pieces. Old man Tian Kuei was sent flying by the strong impact. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After all, he was only an ordinary immortal venerable. After reaching his current cultivation base, he had exhausted almost all of his potential. It would be extremely difficult for him to make another step forward in his life. In terms of aptitude and potential, Old Man Tian Kuei and Yang Bufan weren't on the same level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Damn it. How can this bastard be so powerful? It seems like it's impossible to kill him today. If this battle continues, I'll lose my life here. Old Man Tian Kuei felt incomparably sullen, but there was nothing he could do. He was certain that he wasn't a match for Yang Bufan, and it was even more impossible for him to take Yang Bufan's life. It was no longer the time to care about his face. Yang Bufan, the next time will be the day of your death. Old Man Tian Kuei uttered these words before fleeing with a sway. Given his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Leng Leng, escaping wouldn't be a problem for him. Unfortunately, as soon as Old Man Tian Kuei was about to flee, a figure moved. It was Zhou Xian, who was extremely fast, blocking Old Man Tian Kuei's path. Old Man Tian Kuei, since you're here, don't leave. Zhou Xian had been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield and was pleasantly surprised by Yang Bufan's strength. However, he could also see that Yang Bufan could easily defeat Old Man Tian Kuei. If Old Man Tian Kuei was determined to escape, Yang Bufan might not be able to stop him. Therefore, the moment Old Man Tian Kuei was about to leave, Zhou Xian acted decisively. Zhou Xian of Great Qian Empire. Seeing Zhou Xian, Old Man Tian Kuei almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He began to curse the two bastards in his heart. This motherfucker's news was too inaccurate. If he knew that Zhou Xian was here, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Not to mention Yang Bufan, he couldn't even defeat Zhou Xian in a one-on-one battle. Now that Zhou Xian and Yang Bufan were attacking him from the front and back, and he had also suffered heavy injuries in the previous battle, even escaping had become a luxury for him. Old Man Tian Kuei, with this king here, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come here alone. Zhou Xian said with a smile. He didn't put Old Man Tian Kuei in his eyes, not to mention that Old Man Tian Kuei was injured. With Old Man Tian Kuei's current condition, it would be easy for Zhou Xian to kill him. Old Man Tian Kuei's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. He knew that he might die here today because of the error in the information. Zhou Xian, please spare my life. Old Man Tian Kuei will withdraw from this battle. Old Man Tian Kuei said. He didn't want to die, death had always been too far away for him. Puchi. Old Man Tian Kuei, who had placed all his attention on Zhou Xian, didn't expect that Yang Bufan would suddenly make a move. When he realized it, it was already too late. Yang Bufan's sharp long sword had directly pierced through his body. Caught off guard, Old Man Tian Kuei simply couldn't block Yang Bufan's sudden attack. A loss is a loss. This is a war. Victory or defeat is life or death. You should have thought of such an ending before you attacked me. Yang Bufan's cold voice resounded in Old Man Tian Kuei's ears. Old Man Tian Kuei was in complete despair as he felt the vitality in his body being drained away. Chapter 1874. Old Man Tian Kuei died with great reluctance. In the final moments of his life, he was filled with regret. He could have lived a good life, but because of a mistake in intelligence and because he was too confident in himself, he ended up losing his life. As a matter of fact, Old Man Tian Kuei didn't know that he would die sooner or later after joining the war. The arrival of Jiang Qin, Zhou Xian and Yang Bufan indicated that a life-and-death battle was about to begin. Not only would Old Man Tian Kuei die, but Yun Tianshuang and the three eccentrics would also die. This was the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit. If he couldn't get rid of all the enemies, then it would be meaningless for him to take action this time. The fact that Yang Bufan killed Old Man Tian Kuei with his own hands and the fierce battle between him and Old Man Tian Kuei was witnessed by everyone below. This had thoroughly established Yang Bufan's prestige and status. In the hearts of countless soldiers, Yang Bufan was the next monarch of Great Qian Empire. Other than Yang Bufan, they wouldn't be convinced if it was any other prince. All hail King Fan. Should we continue to advance and recover our lost territory? The death of Old Man Tian Kuei will surely have a great impact on the morale of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Bulang said. Yang Bufan and Zhou Xian nodded in agreement, but their eyes still fell on Jiang Qin. After all, it was up to Jiang Qin to make the decision. As long as Yun Tianshuang is alive, The morale of Great Cloud Empire will never be extinguished. It can be reignited at any time. Old Man Tiankue is nothing, but the death of Old Man Tiankue has opened the curtains for the final battle. We don't need to continue. It's just a waste of time and energy. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to continue. Little Chenzi, what's your plan? Yang Bufan asked. He knew that although he was King Fan and had never flinched in a battle, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Chen in terms of wisdom. Jiang Chen had always been meticulous and insightful. At the critical moment, it was still necessary to rely on Jiang Chen. This was also the reason why the emperor appointed Jiang Chen as the commander instead of Yang Bufan. Lu Lang and the other generals turned to look at Jiang Chen. They didn't understand why Jiang Chen made such a decision. In their opinion, the best way to achieve the best effect was to strike the enemy's morale and raise their own morale to the peak. Old Man Tiankue had just been killed, but Jiang Chen gave up at this critical moment. They wanted to know what was in Jiang Chen's mind. The reason is very simple. Our army's morale has been fully restored after we have recovered 10 cities in a row. There's no need to rely on this method to recover our lost territories anymore. Next, it's time to show the dignity of our soldiers and commander. Yun Tianshuang will soon know about the death of Old Man Tiankue. I'm afraid that Yun Tianshuang has already arrived even if we attack another city. The ultimate battle is coming soon. We don't need to recover the lost territories one by one. As long as we kill Yun Tianshuang and those 3 eccentrics, all the lost territories will automatically return to us. Jiang Chen spoke. With the death of Old Man Tiankue, the moment of the ultimate battle had arrived. The goal of boosting morale had been achieved and King Fan's status had been established. What they needed to do now was to kill Yun Tianshuang. If they couldn't kill Yun Tianshuang, it would be useless no matter how many lost territories were recovered. Jiang Chen never liked to take detours or do useless things. He always used the simplest and most direct way to achieve his goal. Now that the morale and King Fan's goal had been achieved, the next target would be Yun Tianshuang. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, all the soldiers fell silent. They weren't fools. They knew that Jiang Chen's words were right. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, they would have to fight Yun Tianshuang in the end. All right. Are we going to attack Crane Hawk City? Asked Yang Bufan. No. It's not suitable for a large-scale battle to take place outside the city. Crane Hawk City is, after all, the territory of Great Qian Empire. The people living in it are also the people of Great Qian Empire. We have to consider their safety. Jiang Chen said, then turned to Lu Lang. Lu Lang, is there a deserted place around here? Commander, there's Black Wind Ridge 3,000 miles away from here. It's desolate and there's a black wind blowing, said Lu Lang. All right. King Fan, draft a letter of challenge in your name and send it to Yun Tianshuang. He will definitely come for the life and death battle in Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. They had to be the ones to issue the letter of challenge. This would make Great Qian Empire look more imposing and not put Yun Tianshuang in their eyes. This was also a way to show the dignity of the empire. All right. Yang Bufan smiled. With a flick of his arm, a golden light emerged and condensed into an illusory piece of paper. Yang Bufan's finger slid back and forth on it. Immediately, a letter of challenge was formed. Then, with a flick of his finger, the letter of challenge turned into a golden light and vanished into the void, heading towards Crane Hawk City. We'll stay in this city for today. Tomorrow we'll fight Yun Tianshuang in Black Wind Ridge. Jiang Chen said. Commander, Yun Tianshuang's cultivation base is very strong. What's more terrifying are the 3 eccentrics around him. Given our current strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to win. Lu Lang said worriedly. Not only him but everyone else had the same thought. Although Yang Bufan and Zhou Xian had won many battles since they arrived, they were still afraid of fighting Yun Tianshuang. After all, even General Lu Xing was killed by the 3 eccentrics. On their side they only had 2 experts, King Fan and Zhou Xian. As for Jiang Chen, apart from hearing about Jiang Chen's fame, they had never seen this young commander in action. Moreover, because they were in the border area, they had only heard about the earth-shattering things that Jiang Chen had done. General Lu, this is an order, not a discussion. All you have to do is to obey. Chapter 1875. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang was startled and didn't dare to say another word. Regardless of whether it was the army in the secular world or the army in the immortal world, they all had one thing in common, which was strict discipline. They had to obey the orders of their superiors instead of asking for the reason. General Lu, you're worried because you don't know the strength of our commander. You won't have to worry if you've witnessed the terror of our commander. Yang Bufan patted Lu Lang's shoulder and said with a smile. Lu Lang couldn't help but glance at the back of Jiang Chen, who was walking in front of him. It seemed like he had really underestimated this young commander. The commander, King Fan, and even Zhou Wangye didn't have the slightest hint of nervousness when they were about to fight Yun Tianshuang. Instead, they were filled with unwavering confidence, which could only be supported by formidable strength. In other words, the three of them were very confident in their victory in Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. At this time, Lu Lang couldn't help but look forward to the battle. Crane Hawk City. The leisurely Yun Tianshuang sprang up from his seat after hearing the news of old man Tian Kuei's death. His face turned incomparably ugly. It seems like I've underestimated the enemy this time. I didn't expect that puny King Fan to rise so quickly. Not even old man Tian Kuei is a match for him. Moreover, Zhou Wangye of Great Qian Empire has also come. It seems like Yang Yu has taken this battle very seriously. Yun Tianshuang spoke coldly. There wasn't the slightest hint of sorrow on his face, only anger. He had never lost a battle in his life. He had only suffered a loss in the hands of Lu Sheng. He had never thought that he would lose an intermediate immortal venerable because of his mistake. How could he not be angry? This was a humiliation to an ever-victorious general like him. Commander, this is a mistake in our intelligence. The two of them only mentioned Yang Bufan. They didn't mention Zhou Wangye. One of them spoke. How could they make a mistake in such an important intelligence? Kill them. Yun Tianshuang spoke with a plain face. Brother Yun, do you need us to do it? One of the three eccentrics who had been standing at the side of the hall said. Before Yun Tianshuang could speak, the void in the hall suddenly trembled and a golden light rushed out of it. Yun Tianshuang reacted quickly and grabbed the golden light in his hand. When he saw the content of the illusory letter, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a brat who's still wet behind his ears. How dare you challenge me? Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Yun Tianshuang laughed out of anger. He was just about to attack Yang Bufan when the other side issued a challenge. Clearly this was a show of force. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to show their force in front of Yun Tianshuang. The three of you, it seems like it'll be hard for you not to take action. Follow me to Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. I'd like to see how that puny King Fan is going to fight me. Could it be that he's just relying on his hot-bloodedness? What a joke. Killing Lu Sheng and killing King Fan and Zhou Wangye tomorrow will be a great blow to Great Qian Empire. The destruction of Great Qian Empire isn't far away. Yun Tianshuang spoke. His momentum was powerful. Every move he made exuded a strong superior aura, which made people tremble in fear and couldn't help but want to worship him. He had never put Yang Bufan in his eyes. In his point of view, it was a humiliation for Yang Bufan to issue a challenge to him. However, he still had to accept the challenge because Yang Bufan issued it in the name of Great Qian Empire. Plus, there was no challenge in this world that he, Yun Tianshuang, didn't dare to accept. The next day the sun shone brightly and the weather was good. Both sides arrived at the Black Wind Ridge early in the morning. The Black Wind Ridge had a radius of thousands of miles. The air was filled with cold black gas blocking the sunlight. The environment here looked very harsh, which was why it was so desolate and uninhabited. However, such a place was also the most suitable for a battlefield. The army of Great Qian Empire was very strong. There were more than 10,000 soldiers here. Due to Yang Bufan killing old man Tian Kuei, their faces were full of excitement. They didn't show the slightest hint of fear even in the face of Yun Tianshuang, who was like a war god. Even King Fan and Zhou Wangye weren't afraid of them, so why would they be? On the opposite side, the army of Great Cloud Empire was equally strong. Their number wasn't inferior to Great Qian Empire. The leader of the army was Yun Tianshuang. Beside him were three eccentrics in grayish-red robes and a dozen immortal venerables. In any case, the other side was the alliance of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Chen's eyes swept past Yun Tianshuang and fell on the three eccentrics. The three twin brothers were Jiang Chen's real target. As for Yun Tianshuang, there were too many of them. Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Moreover, the reason why Lu Xing died was because of these three eccentrics. If it wasn't for them, Lu Xing wouldn't have died because Yun Tianshuang didn't have the ability to kill Lu Xing. I was wondering what kind of eccentrics they are. So they're human devils. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you mean by human devils? Asked Zhou Xian. It's those three freaks. They are three demonic humans. In other words, they have already broken away from the category of humans. In this world, there are always some incomparably evil cultivation methods that do not hesitate to change their own origin in order to obtain even greater power. They have devoured the devil origin, and their demonic nature has already covered their human form. They can already be considered true demons. Jiang Chen's eyesight was very sharp. He had dealt with too many devils, so he knew all too well about the characteristics of the devil race. However, these three bastards were different from the devil cultivators. The devil cultivators only cultivated devil cultivation techniques, but they were still humans. These three bastards cultivated incomparably evil cultivation techniques. They had directly changed their origin to become true devils, which made them even more ferocious than true devils. I've heard of human devils. They are very scary and ferocious. These three have reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them when they join forces. Zhou Xian began to worry. Don't worry, Prince. It'll be easier to deal with them this way. Chapter 1876. On the opposite side, Yun Tianshuang's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, he couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, he wouldn't even spare a glance at a cultivator like Jiang Chen, but now he couldn't help but pay attention to Jiang Chen. The reason was very simple. He saw the famous Zhou Xian standing behind Jiang Chen. Even King Fan was standing behind him. This white-clothed youth stood calmly at the front of the army. One should know that the hierarchy in the army had always been strict, especially during a war. The one who stood at the front and spoke to the other side would be the commander of both sides. However, Yun Tianshuang couldn't believe that this young man who was only a late immortal emperor was the commander of the enemy army. Zhou Xian, how have you been? I didn't think that Yang Yu would send you here to send his own brother to his death. This Yang Yu is really ruthless. Yun Tianshuang no longer looked at Jiang Chen, but spoke aloud to Zhou Xian. Yun Tianshuang, I'm afraid that it's still uncertain who will die today. Besides, I'm only here to assist you. This young man is our commander. Zhou Xian spoke. What? Although Zhou Xian was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Zhou Xian's confirmation. His eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. Wasn't it a joke to ask an immortal emperor to be the commander? Judging from Zhou Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Haha, this is hilarious. Seems like Great Qian Empire has no one to rely on. They actually sent a young immortal emperor to be the commander. Isn't this just courting death? That's right. Fighting such a commander is simply an insult to our commander. Commander, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. Let your subordinates kill their commander first. The people of Great Cloud Empire began to taunt Jiang Chen. One of the half-step immortal venerable generals was incomparably arrogant, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. A combat blade emerged in his hand. With a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and lunged at Jiang Chen. Yun Tianshuang couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, Yang Yu and Zhou Xian wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Perhaps this young man really was extraordinary. Seeing the half-step immortal venerable expert approaching him in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's face remained unchanged and indifferent. It was only when the opponent's attack was above his head that Jiang Chen moved. Jiang Chen's movement was very simple. He threw a decisive punch. Bang! The punch landed on the saber. Under countless shocked gazes, the royal-grade immortal artifact actually shattered into countless pieces. The fragments of the saber turned into indestructible blades that shot towards the half-step immortal reverend. Arg! The terrifying fragments of the battle saber pierced through the expert's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Along with a miserable wail, the half-step immortal venerable's body was torn into pieces and fell from the sky. While the scene caused an uproar. Many of them found it hard to breathe. The ridicule from the side of Great Cloud Empire had vanished completely. Each and every one of them was looking at Zhou Xian as though they were looking at a ghost. There wasn't the slightest disdain and contempt left. By God! This is too powerful. He can shatter an Emperor-grade immortal weapon with just a punch and tear a half-step immortal venerable into pieces. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that an immortal emperor could have such a powerful combat strength. I told you that His Majesty wouldn't choose a random person to be our commander. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful. The people of Great Qian Empire were in an uproar. The gloomy clouds in their hearts had vanished completely. They had never seen Zhou Xian fight before, so they had been worried about Zhou Qian's cultivation base. Now half of their worries had vanished. As the saying goes, it's fine if you don't make a sound, but if you do, you'll amaze the world with a single move. The calmest ones were, of course, Yang Bufan and Jiu Wangye. They were well aware of Zhou Qian's strength. Even an immortal venerable wouldn't be able to survive a single punch from Zhou Qian, let alone a half-step immortal venerable. Who are you? Yun Tianshuang looked at Zhou Qian and Leng Leng and asked. He had expected that Zhou Qian might be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that Zhou Qian would be so powerful. This made him pay more attention to Zhou Qian. Of course, it was just a little. After all, killing a half-step immortal venerable with a punch wasn't a big deal in front of him. Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian spoke flatly. He believed that this name wasn't unfamiliar to the people of Great Cloud Empire. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Zhou Qian, Yun Tianshuang's eyes narrowed. Unlike the soldiers below him, he knew very well about ethereal immortal domain. Therefore, even though Zhou Qian was only a late immortal emperor, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Qian anymore. At the same time, an incomparably strong killing intent surged out of Yun Tianshuang's body. The name Zhou Qian was on the must-kill list in Great Cloud Empire. You're Zhou Qian. You killed the 7th prince. Yun Tianshuang's tone was gloomy. It seems that the 7th prince isn't the only one who has died in my hands. I'm afraid that you, the commander, won't be an exception today. Zhou Qian spoke flatly. He had already seen through the enemy's camp, especially after he found out that the 3 eccentrics were human devils. He was well aware of the outcome of this battle. Haha. Zhou Qian, I know that you're arrogant, but there's a limit to your arrogance. It seems like it's not Yang Bufan who has issued me a challenge but you. In that case, I'll kill you today to avenge those who have died in your hands. Yun Tianshuang burst into laughter. His chi was incomparably domineering. You look so confident. Are you going to fight me one-on-one? Zhou Qian said with a smile. One-on-one? Yun Tianshuang was stunned by Zhou Qian's suggestion. He had never thought that Zhou Qian would propose such a suicidal method. In his opinion, Zhou Qian should be trying to avoid him. After all, his opponent today should be Jiu Wangye. Zhou Qian, you're just a puny immortal emperor. What qualifications do you have to fight our commander one-on-one? A man beside Yun Tianshuang shouted. What a joke. Yun Tianshuang is my commander, so is Zhou Qian. Even I have to give him some respect. Yun Tianshuang, if you don't dare to fight, just say it. Chapter 1877. The killing intent radiating out of Yun Tianshuang's body intensified. Afraid? What kind of joke was this? He was the dignified commander of Great Cloud Empire, a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert, a well-known figure in East Xuanyu. How could he be afraid of a puny immortal emperor? No matter how talented Zhou Qian was, he would never be a match for him. Zhou Qian, I don't know why you are so eager to court death, but since you dare to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. Killing you will be considered as getting rid of a great calamity. After that, I'll eliminate Jiu Wangye and Yang Bufan. By then your empire will be utterly defeated. Yun Tianshuang spoke loudly to Zhou Qian in an imposing manner. Commander Yun, you talk too much. I'm afraid you won't be able to see what you are dreaming about in your lifetime. Zhou Qian shook his head. With a sway of his body, an enormous amount of desolation force burst out of his body. He turned into his half-dragon form, rose to the sky and opened up a new battlefield with a wave of his arm. Many of them were somewhat surprised and curious to see Zhou Qian's half-dragon form. It wasn't a secret that Zhou Qian could transform, but hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different things. What a powerful transformation technique. I can feel that Commander's strength has increased by at least a few times. I'm afraid it's 10 times stronger. I've long heard that Zhou Xian has a powerful transformation technique that can instantly increase his combat strength. Today I've finally seen it. Sure enough, he's extraordinarily powerful. However, our commander is only a late immortal emperor after all. I'm afraid that he's no match for Yun Tianshuang. Don't make such an early conclusion. I think Commander must have a certain degree of confidence to propose a one-on-one battle with Yun Tianshuang. At least he must have a powerful trump card. Didn't you see that Jiu Wangya and King Fan didn't look worried at all? That's right. The Emperor will never send a good-for-nothing commander. Let's just wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. Although the soldiers of Great Qian Empire were still incomparably worried, they weren't as nervous as before when they saw Jiu Wangya and King Fan's calm expressions. After all, the scene of Zhou Xian shattering a half-step immortal venerable with a single punch had left a deep impression on them. Even now, they were looking forward to the battle with Yun Tianshuang. Yun Tianshuang, come up and fight me. Zhou Qian's voice was like a clap of thunder. Waves of tyrannical sound waves tried to disperse the black wind above Black Wind Ridge. His fighting spirit soared to the sky, and Zhou Qian directly turned into a world-shocking god of war. All right. Let me see how a puny immortal emperor like you dares to fight me. Yun Tianshuang arrived opposite of Zhou Qian in a flash. He knew that even the immortal court was trying to kill Zhou Qian. If he could kill Zhou Qian today, his reputation would surely soar. Dong. Zhou Qian didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was the true dragon combat technique that he had obtained a long time ago. As his cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps grew stronger and stronger. A single step was enough to shake the heavens and earth and even shatter the spatial law. Zhou Qian took a stride forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, his true combat strength in his dragon form was enough to kill an ordinary intermediate immortal venerable expert. It was more than enough to fight a late immortal venerable expert. What a powerful step. Yun Tianshuang's facial expression changed slightly. It seemed that Zhou Qian's strength was much stronger than he had expected. Dong. Zhou Qian took 2 more steps, creating holes in the void. When he took the 4th step, he had already arrived above Yun Tianshuang's head. Scorching Sun Fist. Yun Tianshuang didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the enormous pressure from Zhou Qian. Even he had to strike out a powerful attack to resist it. Hong Long. Yun Tianshuang struck out a punch that caused the weather to change. A huge golden fist like a scorching sun was launched at Zhou Qian. The power of the scorching sun fist was so powerful that it dispersed all the black qi in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge, illuminating the place that had never seen the sun all year round. This was the combat skill that Yun Tianshuang was proud of. Many experts had died tragically to this scorching sun fist after failing to resist it. Hong Long. However, Zhou Qian didn't seem to put the scorching sun fist in his eyes at all. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps collided with the scorching sun fist. Terrifying energy burst out immediately, tearing the void apart, creating holes in it. The entire place had turned into chaos. The two of them stood at the center of the chaotic battlefield like 2 huge mountains, unmoving despite the impact of the violent wind and waves. 5th step. After shattering the scorching sun fist, Zhou Qian struck out the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was more powerful than the previous one. The last step carried the combined destructive power of the previous 4 steps. What? Yun Tianshuang's facial expression changed completely. He had never thought that his scorching sun fist couldn't affect Zhou Qian at all. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying expert in this heavens and earth? How could an immortal emperor have such terrifying combat strength? But now wasn't the time to be surprised, because Zhou Qian's attack had descended once more. This time it was much stronger than the previous attack. Even Yun Tianshuang felt his soul trembling. All along, immortal emperors were like ants in front of him, but now he, a dignified commander of an intermediate immortal venerable realm, actually felt a real sense of crisis from an immortal emperor. Yun Tianshuang didn't expect that Zhou Qian would be so powerful. Hong Long. There was no time for Yun Tianshuang to think. Once again he struck out a powerful scorching sun fist. A huge scorching sun rose between the heavens and earth and collided with Jiang Chen's fist. Hung long. This time it could no longer be described as earth-shattering because it felt like the sky was about to be torn apart. Under countless astonished gazes, Yun Tianxuang's body began to fall, and he only managed to stabilize himself after falling 100 zhang. Even so, his body was still swaying and his face was pale, which made him look extremely unpleasant. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, appeared in front of everyone. His qi was still as domineering as before, which meant that Jiang Qin wasn't affected in the slightest after the intense battle with Yun Tianxuang. In other words, he had gained the upper hand. Chapter 1878. By God! How can he be so powerful? How can a late immortal emperor have such a powerful combat strength? That's the famous Yun Tianxuang we're talking about. Suppressing Yun Tianxuang? This feels like a dream. Am I dreaming? Haha. I have never thought that the commander is so powerful. I finally understand why His Majesty appointed him to be our commander. This is simply a miracle of Great Qian Empire. Not even Yun Tianxuang is a match for him. We're really confident in this battle. It seems like we have all underestimated the commander. He hasn't fought yet, but he's actually the most powerful one. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. Some of them even jumped up in excitement. They couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Yun Tianxuang was the famous commander-in-chief of Great Cloud Empire, a godlike existence on the battlefield. Even General Lu Xing was killed by him, which made Yun Tianxuang a mythical existence. Who would have thought that this mythical existence would be destroyed by an immortal emperor? The fact that Jiang Qin had suppressed Yun Tianxuang had raised the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. This was the most perfect improvement. The strength of the commander could always arouse the hot-bloodedness of his subordinates. How could this be? Who is that Jiang Qin? Why is he so terrifying? Even the commander is no match for him. This is impossible. The commander must have underestimated the enemy. It's just a fluke that Jiang Qin can defeat the commander. That's right. It must be a fluke. Look, the commander is going to get angry. Jiang Qin is finished for sure. How powerful can an immortal emperor be? On the other hand, the reaction of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qian Empire was completely different. Their faces had turned incomparably ugly. All along, Yun Tianxuang had been a godlike existence in their hearts, an invincible legend. Even Zhou Xian was shocked by the situation. As a matter of fact, he was worried when Jiang Qin decided to fight Yun Tianxuang alone. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength and he knew how powerful Yun Tianxuang was. In his point of view, it was already pretty good that Jiang Qin could fight Yun Tianxuang to a draw. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to defeat Yun Tianxuang. Amazing. Seems like I have still underestimated Jiang Qin. Zhou Xian sighed. Ninth Uncle Little Chen's scariness isn't something you can imagine. That attack just now wasn't his most powerful attack. Yang Bufan said with a smile. As the evil lord, he rarely admired anyone in the younger generation. If he had to pick one, he would definitely choose Jiang Qin as the only one who could do so. On the battlefield in the sky, Jiang Qin stood opposite to Yun Tianxuang. The commander of Great Cloud Empire is just so. How dare you dream of killing me to avenge the death of your seventh prince? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Jiang Qin said in a sarcastic manner. Even a war god in the army was nothing in front of him. Jiang Qin didn't care at all. Jiang Qin, I have indeed underestimated you. I have to say that it's a miracle for a late immortal emperor to possess such strength. But do you think that's all I've got? Yun Tianxuang said coldly. He adjusted his state and released his powerful aura once again. As the commander-in-chief, he had no way out. Once he took the initiative to retreat, his wisdom would be ruined. He had to regain his lost face so that his position in the army wouldn't be shaken. What other abilities do you have? Show them all. Jiang Chen's arrogance was boundless. He wanted to defeat Yun Tianxuang in front of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and destroy the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Qin, I'll show you my Great Dragon Slayer technique. Yun Tianshuang's qi began to become incomparably fierce. Countless golden rays of light rushed out of his body and evolved into a substantial golden dragon. Then he performed a hand seal, grabbed the neck of the golden dragon and hurled it at Jiang Chen. This was Yun Tianshuang's unique combat technique. It was his most powerful attack that carried all of his energy. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Brr! The mad dragon roared and pounced at Jiang Chen. Yun Tianshuang, how dare you call yourself the great dragon slayer technique with such an insignificant skill? You're simply tarnishing the word, dragon. Today I'll show you the real true dragon combat technique, Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's qi had gone completely berserk. Yun Tianshuang's dragon technique in front of Jiang Chen was like a child's play in front of an expert. Such a half-baked dragon technique couldn't be called a dragon technique at all. Jiang Chen's was the real true dragon combat technique. Brr! The violent dragon of slaughter was unleashed by Jiang Chen. The boundless killing intent carried the mighty heavenly might. The faint heavenly might spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon of slaughter was too powerful. It had experienced the lightning tribulation and shouldered the heavenly Tao. It devoured Yun Tianshuang's golden dragon in one gulp. This was a true counter. What? Yun Tianshuang couldn't help but exclaim once more. Blood almost oozed out of his eyes. The battle technique that he was so proud of was so easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. This was a huge blow to him. Hong Long. However, the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal didn't disappear. While Yun Tianshuang was still in shock, it struck his body. Pooh! An arrow of blood spurted out of Yun Tianshuang's mouth. His body was sent flying like a broken kite. The two immortal venerables of Great Cloud Empire were terrified. They hastily helped Yun Tianshuang from the back. Are you alright, Great Marshal? The two of them looked at Yun Tianshuang with great concern. If anything happened to Yun Tianshuang, they were afraid that the battle in Blackwind Ridge would be over. I'm fine. Yun Tianshuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. He shook his head and his facial expression darkened to the extreme. Under the impact of Jiang Chen's Slaughter Dragon Seal, he had been seriously injured and couldn't continue the fight. He had lost the battle completely. There was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. He had created another miracle by defeating Yun Tianshuang. Commander, Commander, Commander. Chapter 1879. At this moment, all the doubts, worries, and depression had disappeared. Sometimes, to be subdued by a person, all one needed was a hearty battle. To the soldiers of Great Qian Empire, the doubts they had towards Jiang Chen and the Emperor, as well as the despair of having such a young immortal emperor as their commander, had all vanished at this moment. They knew how foolish their previous doubts were. Now they knew how fortunate it was to have such a terrifying commander. Defeating Yun Tianshuang was simply a miracle. This was the most important battle of the war. It was a very shocking beginning. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire finally saw the hope of winning this war. Ever since Lu Xing's death, a shadow had been cast in the hearts of every soldier. Today the shadow had finally been dispelled. Yun Tianshuang, you're just SO. It seems that your wish of avenging the seventh prince is going to be in vain. Jiang Chen spoke flatly. What? Yun Tianshuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. The dignified commander of an empire, the war god of the army, had been described as so by someone. Additionally, he had no reason to refute Jiang Chen's contempt. After all, he was defeated by Jiang Chen fair and square. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. Despite his defeat, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Jiang Chen must be killed. I'll leave this Jiang Chen to the three of you. Be careful. He's very powerful. Yun Tianshuang looked at the three freaks behind him and said. Having fought Jiang Chen, he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At least, Jiang Chen was much more difficult to deal with than Lu Xing, who was killed by the three freaks. Don't worry, brother Yun. No matter how heaven-defying this brat is, he'll still end up the same in the end. Not long ago, a late immortal venerable rogue cultivator died in our lost illusion technique. Jejia. One of them let out a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cold and bloodthirsty light. Despite witnessing Yun Tianshuang's defeat, the three of them still didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes. At best, they only regarded Jiang Chen as an opponent. All right. Thank you. Yun Tianshuang clasped his fists at the three of them. He had never thought that the battle in Blackwind Ridge would turn out this way. Now he could only rely on the three freaks to help Great Cloud Empire recover its losses. Despite his gloomy mood, he had to admit that Zhang Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. Zhang Chen was a peerless genius. Although he had lost his reputation in this battle, now wasn't the time to care about his personal reputation. Killing Zhang Chen was the most important thing to him. Zhang Chen was a great disaster. If Zhang Chen didn't die, he would become a great threat to Great Cloud Empire. Now he finally understood why the Immortal Court wanted to eliminate Zhang Chen. If the three freaks could kill Zhang Chen, it would undoubtedly eliminate a great threat and they would become the greatest heroes of Great Cloud Empire. Whoosh, whoosh. The three freaks turned into three phantoms and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, surrounding Zhang Chen. Upon seeing this, the scene fell into silence. The cheerful mood on the side of Great Qian Empire's side faded. They looked up at the sky nervously. They knew how terrifying the three freaks were. They were the ones who killed General Lu Sheng. Although Yun Tianshuang had been defeated, the three freaks had become the biggest threat to the enemy's camp. I wonder if Brother Jiang can withstand the attack of the three human devils. Jiu Wangye said worriedly. Don't worry, Uncle Jiu. Even if the three human devils are a level stronger, they will still be finished by little Chenzi. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a mocking smile. Back in the evil abyss, he had seen Jiang Chen's means of fighting the demonic devils. Jiang Chen had too many magical treasures that could restrain the demonic devils. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have perished in the evil abyss and wouldn't have the chance to destroy the evil clan. Is that so? Jiu Wangye was skeptical, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, Yang Bufan had a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen than him. Just wait and see, Uncle Jiu. Yang Bufan said. All right. Listen up, soldiers. When the battle between the commander and the three freaks begins, we'll lead the army and charge at them. Jiu Wangye's chi fluctuated as he spoke to the people below. Wait. Yang Bufan tried to stop him. King Fan Yun Tianshuang has been seriously injured. This is the best time to deal with him. Jiu Wangye looked over at Yang Bufan, wondering what Yang Bufan was planning. Ninth uncle, although Yun Tianshuang has been defeated, the enemy's lineup is still very strong. There are a lot of immortal venerables among them. Plus, the three human devils have boosted the morale of Great Cloud Empire. It won't be beneficial for us to engage in a life-and-death battle at this time. So we might as well wait here until Jiang Chen kills the three human devils. By then, the morale of the enemy will crumble completely. At that time we'll attack them effortlessly. Yang Bufan said. He had a clear view of the situation of the battlefield. Yun Tianshuang's defeat would indeed affect the enemy's morale, but the impact wasn't deep enough. However, if Jiang Chen killed the three human devils, the situation would be completely different. What they needed to do now was to wait for Jiang Chen to kill the three human devils. As for whether Jiang Chen could kill the three human devils, Yang Bufan had no doubt about that. All right, we'll listen to you. Jiu Wangye nodded. He felt that Yang Bufan's words were reasonable, but this was based on the fact that Jiang Chen could kill the three human devils. Now everything depended on Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen had directly affected them. Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire didn't make a move. Yun Tianshuang and Yang Bufan had the same idea. They wanted to wait for the three human devils to kill Jiang Chen before making a move. By then no one would be able to stop them. However, the morale of the enemy had been affected by their defeat, so it wasn't the right time to make a move. In the sky, the eyes of the three human devils were as cold as venomous scorpions. Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will consider letting you die a quick death so that you won't suffer too much. One of the human devils said with a sinister smile. Many people have said the same thing to me before, but unfortunately, they didn't even have the chance to kneel down. Chapter 1880. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these three human devils were his nourishment. The three intermediate immortal venerable human devils had formed devil souls in their bodies. If Jiang Chen could refine and absorb these three devil souls, His cultivation base would surely advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. What an arrogant brat. Don't think that you can fight us just because you have defeated Yun Tianshuang. Brothers, let's let this brat have a taste of our power. We'll torture him to death slowly. Don't let him die so quickly. The human devil was full of ice-cold killing intent. There was no difference between a human devil and a devil. They were both the most brutal existences. Cold and gloomy devil waves began to rush out of their bodies like tidal waves, forming an enclosed battlefield that enveloped Xianxia. One had to admit that the cooperation between the three human devils had reached a flawless level. Their combined combat strength had increased tremendously. It wasn't without reason that they could kill a late immortal venerable. Unfortunately, this kind of strength didn't exist in the face of Xianxia. Brat, go to hell. One of the human devils struck. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Xianxia. A terrifying devil claw stretched out at extreme speed, aiming at Xianxia ferociously. Xianxia's face was wearing a calm smile. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. He punched out fiercely, creating a huge sea of fire. It was a sea of fire that was the combination of 4 types of supreme flames. Its deterrence was unparalleled, and it was simply the ultimate nemesis of human devils. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding devil chi began to burn, producing sizzling sounds. Sensing the terror of the flames, the human devil's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment his gloomy devil claw came into contact with Xianxia's flames, its chi was reduced to half of its original power. Bang! Xianxia's strike was as fast as lightning. His fist that carried a powerful flame smashed onto the human devil's body. The human devil let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backwards. A mouthful of black devil blood spurted out from his mouth. How is this possible? Not good. This fellow possesses flames that are specially designed to restrain us. Those flames are too terrifying. Even my soul is trembling. Damn it. This guy is completely suppressing our essence power. There's simply no way for us to fight him. When the 3 originally arrogant demonic human cultivators saw Xianxia's flames, their expressions changed completely. They didn't know that Xianxia had those flames. What was the origin of this flame? However, they could clearly sense that such a powerful flame was not something they could resist. Under the suppression of this flame, they could only display half of their combat strength. That's amazing. The commander is too amazing. He managed to injure a weirdo the moment he arrived. I can't believe it. The people of Great Qian Empire were excited once more. Every time Xianxia attacked, it would bring them a different visual impact. The 3 weirdos were what they were most worried about. Now it seemed like Xianxia had a way to restrain them. Zhou Xian sighed. He seemed to have become numb to surprises. After spending so much time with Xianxia, he found that nothing was impossible in this world. Guys, this man is too mysterious. Let's not waste any more time with him. Yun Tianshuang said with a gloomy face. Just 3 human devils. They are just like ants in front of me. Just use whatever means you have. Xianxia laughed. The 3 human devils exchanged a glance and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. In the face of Xianxia's flames, they had no choice but to take him seriously. This battle might be even more difficult than fighting a late immortal venerable. They had to use their unique skills. Lost illusory technique. The 3 of them shouted. Then their figures flickered. Their phantoms were everywhere in the void. A black wave of chi covered the battlefield. Outsiders could only see a blur. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield had turned into a closed area. The surroundings were filled with variegated brilliance, as though they had entered another world. This is a powerful illusory technique. Anyone who enters it will lose themselves and fall into the hands of the human devils. It's very difficult to deal with. Seems like General Lu Xing has died in this illusory technique. Zhou Xian's face immediately turned solemn. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see how terrifying this illusory technique was. Putting aside Xianxia's condition, he was afraid that he would die if he was caught in it. The corner of Yun Tianshuang's mouth curled into a smile. He knew very well how terrifying this illusory technique was. So the moment Xianxia fell into it, he was basically sure that Xianxia was dead for sure. Lu Xing had died in this illusory technique. In the lost illusory technique, Xianxia looked at the flickering lights and shadows around him. There seemed to be no end to the paths he liked. This place had turned into a new world. His heart became incomparably heavy after entering this place. Jia, Jia. The sinister laughter of the 3 human devils could be heard everywhere, but all of them were fake. Only 3 of them were real. Brat, you will soon lose yourself in here. When that time comes, it will be your death. The sinister laughter of the human devils sounded. Every word was like a pendant drilling into Zhou Xian's soul. You want to play with illusions with me? You're still far from being able to do so. A mere lost illusion is nothing before my great illusion realm. Zhou Xian's face was full of contempt. He did not put the puzzle in his eyes at all. Although the illusory technique looked powerful, Zhou Xian was like a paper tiger that could be broken with a single poke. Zhou Xian's great illusion realm was the real ancestor of illusory techniques. Mottled airflows continuously flew out of Zhou Xian's body. These airflows quickly merged with the lost illusory technique and formed a new illusory technique. Very quickly, the great illusion realm was fully formed, and it covered the entire illusory labyrinth. The entire illusory labyrinth began to change and crumble. Only now did the 3 human devils realize that the illusory labyrinth had changed. They had lost control of the illusory labyrinth, and it was now in Zhou Xian's hand. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can this guy control the lost illusory technique without a sound? One of the human devils turned pale with fright as if he had experienced the most terrifying thing in the world. No, boss, the lost illusory technique has disappeared. We have entered the opponent's illusory technique. What a powerful technique. He actually used a new illusory technique to break our illusory technique without a sound. Chapter 1881. Do you think you can trap me with your illusion? You're nothing but ants in front of me. You won't even have the chance to resist. Zhou Xian's cold voice entered the ears of the 3 demonic humans. They were shocked to find that they couldn't even see Zhou Xian's shadow in this illusion. In other words, the current situation had been silently reversed by Zhou Xian. The lost illusion had completely turned into the great illusion realm. The sheep waiting to be slaughtered was no longer Zhou Xian but them. Everyone outside was staring at the battlefield. Everyone could feel the intense changes in the illusion, but even powerful existences like Jiu Wangye and Yun Tianshuang couldn't see what was happening inside. They didn't expect that the situation had already changed. But it was conceivable that the current situation in the illusion must be extremely dangerous. I hope Zhou Xian can break this illusion. Jiu Wangye was incomparably nervous. There was no way he wouldn't be nervous. The success or failure of this battle depended entirely on Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian was defeated, it would signify the complete defeat of Great Qian Empire. It would be an unbearable loss to Great Qian Empire. The soldiers would be devastated and a great shadow would be cast in their hearts. Not good. This kid's illusion technique is more powerful than ours. He also has flames that can restrain us. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we're still no match for him. We'd better retreat now. One of the demonic humans said with a gloomy face. They knew that if they didn't leave now, they might not have the chance to do so anymore. However, they didn't know that they had already lost the chance to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them turned into light shadows and flew out of the illusion. They were extremely fast. Unfortunately, after flying for a few rounds, they realized that they were still in the illusion. They could already feel that their minds were beginning to get lost and their thoughts were beginning to change greatly. Do you still want to escape after entering my great illusion realm? That's just wishful thinking. Zhou Qian's voice was like that of the Grim Reaper. The 3 of them began to feel despair. Zhou Qian, let us go. We promise not to be enemies with you anymore. One of them said and began to beg for mercy. The road to death is the one you chose. Zhou Qian's voice continued to reverberate in the illusory realm, causing great stimulation to the 3 of them. Zhou Qian, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to be your slaves and follow you. Another human devil said. Their minds were in a mess and they only wanted to stay alive. No matter what Zhou Qian asked, they would agree to it. Do you think you're qualified to work for me? Zhou Qian said. Soon after, a sword light with terrifying flames suddenly appeared, piercing into the head of a human devil. In this great illusion realm, Zhou Qian was the absolute ruler. These 3 human devils could only wait to be slaughtered by him. They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. The human devil let out a wail. His head exploded and a devil's soul emerged and was caught by a big hand. Without hesitation, Xianxia refined and absorbed the half-step immortal venerable devil's soul. It had been a long time since he used this method to advance because it would seriously affect his foundation. However, his foundation was very strong now. It wouldn't affect his foundation at all even if he used these 3 devil souls to advance to half-step immortal venerable realm. The death of one human devil sent the other 2 into a state of panic. They began to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, they had fallen into Xianxia's illusory realm. Everything here was illusory. The escape route that they saw was in fact a dead end. Zhoush. Another sword light rushed out. The sword light was silent and its direction was unknown. It was as if it came from hell, causing people to feel despair in their hearts. Arg. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The second human devil had also died under Xianxia's sword. Zhoush. The last sword light killed the last human devil. None of the 3 of them could escape from Xianxia's clutches. The 3 devil souls were completely devoured by Xianxia. Under the refinement of the dragon transformation skill, the speed at which the devil souls were devoured was decreasing rapidly, turning them into nourishment for Xianxia. In his Qi-Si, new dragon marks began to condense. The boundless Qi-Si was like a boundless world. Shadows of dragons were flying everywhere. It was a world of true dragons. Outside, countless eyes were still staring at the sky. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but could feel the terrifying destructive energy drifting in the air. Voila! All of a sudden the great illusion realm vanished. It had been kept away by Xianxia. The situation inside was revealed to them. 3 headless corpses fell from the sky and hit the ground with a puff. Xianxia was still hovering in the air. His qi was even stronger than before and his qi was rising constantly, rushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. What? Countless exclamations were heard. These exclamations came from 2 different camps. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. Who would have thought that this would be the end of the battle? Moreover, the battle had ended so quickly. Oh my god, the 3 weirdos are all dead. How did the commander do it? Horrifying, too horrifying. This is simply heaven-defying. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Is he still human? He's a god. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire had gone mad. In their hearts, Xianxia's image had become incomparably lofty. It was as if he was no longer a human but a divine being, the symbol of a true god. Only a divine being could be omnipotent. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yun Tianchuang kept shaking his head. The shock he felt was much greater than the shock he felt when Xianxia defeated him. The faces of all the people of Great Cloud Empire were filled with despair. Their commander was defeated and the 3 weirdos were killed. They had lost everything they could rely on. Kill. Xianxia was ruthless. He waved the sword in his hand and issued the order to attack. Kill. Innumerable soldiers went completely crazy. Each of them raised their immortal weapons and charged at the enemy without any regard for their lives. Zhou Wangya burst into laughter. He and Yang Bufan locked onto Yun Tianchuang and lunged at him. Chapter 1882. As the army charged forward, the dense battle intent and killing intent formed a storm, scattering the black air above the Black Wind Ridge. The Great Qian Empire's side was like a pack of tigers and wolves, while the other side was already scared out of their wits. Seeing this formation, they immediately retreated. Retreat. Retreat now. Yun Tianchuang shouted at the top of his lungs. As an experienced commander of the army, although he was defeated, he still had a good grasp of the situation. Today's defeat was a complete mess and there was no possibility of a comeback. In the face of the ferocious wolves of the Great Qian Empire, the only thing they could do was to retreat and minimize their losses as much as possible. If they stayed here and fought fiercely, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to retreat. Xianxia had already casted his 5 elemental domain to cover the entire region, turning the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire into turtles in a jar. Uncle Zhou, leave Yun Tianchuang to me. You go and deal with the other immortal venerables. We must annihilate all of them today. Yang Bufan's hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword in his hand was locked on to Yun Tianshuang. All right. Zhou Wangye didn't argue with Yang Bufan. He knew very well that killing Yun Tianshuang would be of great help to Yang Bufan's reputation. Naturally, he would give this great opportunity to Yang Bufan. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin didn't attack Yun Tianshuang after killing the three freaks. Yang Bufan's combat strength had been acknowledged when he killed old man Tian Kuei. Currently, Yun Tianshuang was severely injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was no match for Yang Bufan at all. Therefore, Zhou Wangye was very relieved to let Yang Bufan kill Yun Tianshuang. Ah! Wails rang out one after another. The well-trained army of Great Cloud Empire collapsed in an instant. They couldn't resist the frenzied assault of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. In such a large-scale battlefield, the influence of morale was too great. There were a lot of immortal venerables in Great Cloud Empire, but apart from Yun Tianshuang, none of them was a match for Zhou Wangye. Yang Bufan and Yun Tianshuang were locked in a stalemate. Zhou Wangye's qi soared into the sky. Up in the sky, Jiang Qin had returned to his human form. His face was cold as he looked down at the fierce battle below. His face was expressionless as he watched. This was war and this was reality. There was no winning or losing, only life and death. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pity because he knew very well that Yun Tianshuang wouldn't let the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire off if he lost and died in the hands of the three devil men. There was no need for Jiang Qin to make a move. Just by standing there he exerted the greatest pressure on the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. He was like a mountain that pressed down on the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. However, Jiang Qin wasn't idling either. His qi was constantly rising, pushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. Just as the number of dragon marks had reached 1.45 million and he was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he suddenly discovered that he didn't have enough immortal meta stones. Damn it! Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. Back when he was in Monarch Mountain he had almost exhausted all of his immortal meta stones. He had forgotten about this matter. Without sufficient immortal meta stones, his advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm would end in failure. Zhou Wangye, King Fan, give me all the immortal metastones you have. Hurry up. Jiang Qin's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of Zhou Wangye and Yang Bufan. Both of them were startled. They immediately understood that Jiang Qin was about to advance to the next realm and he didn't have enough immortal meta stones. Without hesitation they each took out a spatial ring and threw it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin couldn't wait to open the spatial ring and found a mountain of venerable grade immortal meta stones inside. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. These immortal meta stones are enough. Jiang Qin almost wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately he had Zhou Wangye and King Fan by his side. If it was someone else, he was afraid that the immortal meta stones in his storage wouldn't be enough for Jiang Qin's consumption. But Zhou Wangye and King Fan were different. They were the mainstays of Great Qian Empire and had high status. What they lacked the least was wealth, especially Zhou Wangye. As an experienced immortal venerable expert, no one would believe that he didn't have some wealth. The immortal metastones given by Zhou Wangye were more than enough for him to advance to the immortal venerable realm, let alone the half-step immortal venerable realm. Hong long long. Jiang Qin's qi sea erupted with a rumbling sound. After receiving a large amount of immortal metastones, his cultivation base broke through immediately. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 1.45 million, which was the number needed to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. The breakthrough from the Immortal Emperor realm to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm was incomparably difficult, but to Jiang Qin this bottleneck didn't seem to exist at all. The dragon transformation skill allowed him to break through the bottleneck. Jiang Qin's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was hovering in the air with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment he was in a very good mood. One of the reasons he came to Crane Hawk City was to kill the 3 human devils. Now that he had killed them, his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, one step closer to the true Immortal Venerable realm. By the time he arrived in Fengqi Immortal Domain he would be more confident in helping Nangong Wentian. Below, the battle was incomparably intense. The entire battlefield had been enveloped by Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Chen had become the master of this space. As long as he willed it, all the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would die tragically with a gust of eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen didn't make a move. Sometimes he didn't need to make a move to boost the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. As long as he didn't retract his 5 elemental sphere, none of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would be able to escape. Arg. After this battle, the desolate Black Wind Ridge had turned into a land of death. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire were as vulnerable as drowned chickens. Zhoosh. On the other side, Yang Bufan's sword shook and severed one of Yun Tianshuang's arms. Yun Tianshuang, you have nowhere to run today. Yang Bufan spoke coldly. Logically speaking, he should capture Yun Tianshuang and send him to the imperial capital to be judged by the emperor. But now Yang Bufan had decided to kill Yun Tianshuang. The reason was very simple. Lu Xing was killed in this battlefield. Only by killing Yun Tianshuang here would it be fair to Lu Xing in the netherworld. Yun Tianshuang's face was ashen. He had never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly one day. Sometimes, losing once in a lifetime was equivalent to losing for the rest of his life. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. Chapter 1883. Buzz. Buzz. Yang Bufan's speed reached the extreme. His sword vibrated the void as he locked onto Yun Tianshuang's chi and thrust it towards his glabella. AI. I've never thought that I, Yun Tianshuang, would lose my life in Black Wind Ridge today. What a pity. But in my next life I will still be a hero. Yun Tianshuang sighed. He stood there and closed his eyes unwillingly. He had given up resisting. As a war god, he could see that even if he continued to resist, he would still die. Yang Bufan wouldn't let him go, and Jiang Chen wouldn't give him any chance to escape. He was a hero, a god in the army, but he still came to an end. No matter how brilliant his life was, he would eventually become a thing of the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Perhaps the death of Yun Tianshuang would make the Black Wind Ridge famous. In the future, the Black Wind Ridge would become a place that everyone knew about. Yang Bufan's sword was cold to the extreme. The sharp sword pierced through Yun Tianshuang's glabella. The god of war had fallen just like that. Yun Tianshuang, you have been fighting General Lu Xing for half your life. Go and accompany him. Yang Bufan said coldly. Then he slowly drew out his sword and left Yun Tianshuang's corpse intact. Even though they were enemies, Yun Tianshuang was also a person whom Yang Bufan respected a lot. A person like him should die with dignity. Letting Yun Tianshuang die with dignity was the last thing Yang Bufan could do. The commander is dead. We can't escape anymore. Let's surrender. The commander is dead. We've lost completely. Surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. We surrender. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire roared in despair. The death of Yun Tianshuang had made them lose all motivation and hope. This battle was a complete mess. It was meaningless to continue fighting. All of them were going to be buried in Black Wind Ridge. At this point in the war, perhaps surrendering to save their lives was the best outcome. All of you stop. Yang Bufan's sword trembled. Sword chi soared into the sky. His shout silenced the clamorous battlefield. Countless eyes on the side of Great Qian Empire were fixed on Yang Bufan. They knew that this was their next emperor. Killing Yun Tianshuang with his own hands was enough to make him famous. Jiang Chen also retracted his 5 elemental sphere and stood there in silence. The war had ended. The next step was up to Yang Bufan. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a heavy loss. Of the 10,000 soldiers, at least 3,000 were either dead or injured. The remaining soldiers were covered in dust like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Their faces were filled with helplessness and despair. The air of Black Wind Ridge was filled with the stench of blood. Corpses were piled up like mountains. This battle was extremely tragic. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be recorded in history. This battle had made Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan famous. Looking at the defeated soldiers in front of him, Yang Bufan wasn't cruel enough to kill all of them. This was a war between empires, which was different from the war in Evil Abyss. It was a war between races. Lu Lang, bury Yun Tianshuang's body with General Lu Xing. Yang Bufan said to Lu Lang. Yes, King Fan. Lu Lang clasped his fists. No one had any objection to Yang Bufan's decision. After hearing this decision, all the generals and soldiers of Great Cloud Empire looked at Yang Bufan with gratitude. Everyone knew that Lu Xing and Yun Tianxuang, the two gods of war in the military, had been fighting each other all their lives, but they had a mutual appreciation for each other. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, no one would doubt that they would be good friends. But reality was like this. If they couldn't become best friends, then they would become best enemies. In this world, being able to find an enemy that they both respected was really a happy thing. Whether it was the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire or Great Qian Empire, they wouldn't forget that Yun Tianxuang had personally buried Lu Xing in a treasured place in Crane Hawk City. This was a form of respect to the enemy. Therefore, Yang Bufan buried Lu Xing and Yun Tianxuang together, hoping that they wouldn't be enemies in their next life. After arranging Yun Tianxuang's burial, Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the defeated soldiers. His eyes were incomparably cold. Although he had accepted their surrender, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't accept everyone's surrender. People of Yun family, step forward. Yang Bufan spoke. Under Yang Bufan's sharp eyes, hiding was useless. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, 8 people walked out from the camp. Yang Bufan glanced at them. Their cultivation base wasn't very strong. All of them were merely immortal emperors. All of you sever one of your arms and leave, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. His original plan was to cripple all these people, but they had surrendered after all and their cultivation base wasn't very strong. If each of them severed an arm and went back, it would be a disgrace to Yun family. As a member of Yun family, surrendering itself was a kind of humiliation. Therefore, even if these people were released, they would no longer be a threat to Great Qian Empire in the future. It was impossible for Yang Bufan to accept the surrender of Yun family. If they stayed in his camp, they would become a hidden cancer. What? Their facial expression changed dramatically. They didn't expect such an outcome. I'll only say it once. My patience is limited. Otherwise all of you will die. Yang Bufan spoke flatly. After exchanging glances with each other, they gritted their teeth and severed one of their arms. They absolutely wouldn't doubt Yang Bufan's words, because it was too easy for him to kill them. At this moment they couldn't think too much about it. They had to save their lives first. They severed their arms and left. Watching them vanish into the horizon, the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire didn't feel envious at all, because they knew very well that even if these people returned alive, they wouldn't have a good ending. As for the others, take them into the army. If anyone dares to be disloyal, behead them. Yang Bufan fully exerted his emperor's prestige, just like the representative of the emperor of Great Qian Empire. No one disobeyed him. Zhou Xian, who was standing on one side, nodded at Yang Bufan with a smile. He could imagine that Great Qian Empire would certainly prosper in Yang Bufan's hands. A mere venerable extermination wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The facts will prove how foolish it is for Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to start a war because of a half-step sovereign. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Previously he was a little worried because he didn't know the background of the other party, but now that he had figured it out, there was no longer any suspense in this war. Little Chenzi, what are we going to do now? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. At this critical moment he still needed Jiang Chen to make a decision. First, we'll recover all the lost territories before launching a large-scale attack towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There's no turning back now. This time we must show the divine might of Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. It seemed that he had decided to fight to the end. Brother Jiang Chen, isn't this a little too reckless? After all, the other party has a powerful half-step sovereign. Should we ask Miss Yan for help? Zhou Xian asked worriedly. With Yan Qinyu's help, Great Qian Empire indeed wouldn't be afraid of venerable extermination, but if their army marched straight into the imperial capital, they were afraid that it wouldn't be enough. No need. This time I want to meet this venerable extermination personally. Intense battle intent surged out of Jiang Chen's body. Under the impact of this battle intent, everyone was moved. They could tell that Jiang Qin was going to fight a half-step sovereign. Although Jiang Qin had defeated Yun Tianshuang and advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't on the same level as a half-step sovereign. One should know that there was a huge gap between a half-step sovereign and an immortal venerable. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Qin's current cultivation base, it was true that he couldn't defeat a half-step sovereign. If he encountered a half-step sovereign, he could only use the Great Void technique to escape. However, Venerable Extermination was different. He was a human devil. Just like the 3 human devils, Jiang Qin had the means to restrain him. That was why Jiang Qin dared to give it a try. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already learned about the means of Venerable Extermination through the 3 human devils. The Lost Illusion technique must have been imparted to them by Venerable Extermination. If Venerable Extermination dared to use the Lost Illusion technique on him, Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill him. Killing a half-step sovereign human devil was too attractive to Jiang Qin. The ancestral dragon pagoda could devour it completely. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for it to condense 1 or 2 levels of the pagoda. Not only that, Jiang Qin could also benefit tremendously from it, increasing the number of his dragon marks. More importantly, this was Jiang Qin's first time fighting a half-step sovereign. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He was afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one who dared to fight a half-step sovereign head-on despite only being a half-step immortal venerable. Due to these reasons, Jiang Qin decided to charge straight in and kill his way in. Chapter 1885. Little Qinzi, are you confident? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. Even though he was very confident in Jiang Qin, he was still a little worried about fighting a half-step sovereign. King Fan, there are some things that you don't have to be 100% confident to do. Many times, if you don't do it, you will never know whether you can do it or not. Jiang Qin patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. The slap made Yang Bufan's body tremble. A surge of hot blood was ignited in an instant. He was once the evil lord who feared nothing in the heavens and earth. Since Jiang Qin wanted to go crazy, he would go crazy with Jiang Qin. In his heart, Jiang Qin was a man who was good at creating miracles. He was afraid that this time wouldn't be an exception. All right, I'll listen to you. Yang Bufan nodded. His eyes were filled with long-lost passion. All soldiers, listen up. Immediately recover all the lost territories. Tomorrow we will march straight into the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's chi fluctuated as he issued a historic order to the 3 armies. That's crazy. Zhou Xian shook his head. He felt that this was a very crazy thing to do. With just the few of them, they were going to annihilate the imperial capital that was guarded by a half-step sovereign. If this wasn't crazy, what was it? It was simply impossible. But if they succeeded, the impact it would cause would be too great. For a moment, Zhou Xian's blood was ignited. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of passion. He had been staying in the imperial capital for so many years and had long lost the passion he had when he was young. Today he had accompanied Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan to feel younger. I'll really get old if I don't go crazy. Zhou Xian's chi fluctuated. He was sweating all over. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. He understood the significance of Jiang Qin's decision. No matter what the final outcome was, this battle would be praised by the future generations. On that day, the morale of Great Qian Empire soared. They recovered all the lost territories without encountering any resistance. The army was finally stationed in Crane Hawk City to recuperate. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be known by the world. The news of the victory in Black Wind Ridge spread to the imperial capital very quickly. Yang Yu, the old emperor, and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were dancing with joy when they heard the news. I really didn't expect that we would win so quickly. Sure enough, the emperor didn't choose the wrong person. Jiang Qin is the lucky star of Great Qian Empire. Incredible. Jiang Qin has defeated Yun Tianshuang and killed the 3 eccentrics with just a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If this news wasn't true, it would be hard to believe. Jiang Qin has created another miracle. Yun Tianshuang's death is a great blow to Great Cloud Empire. This will greatly boost our morale. The main hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Many of them were still worried about Yang Yu's decision to send Jiang Qin to Crane Hawk City. Now all their worries were gone. They were afraid that no one else could achieve such a great victory. The news of the Battle of Black Wind Ridge had reached them, but not the news of Jiang Chen's attack. If they knew that Jiang Chen had made such a decision, they were afraid that they would turn pale with fright. The same news had reached the imperial palace of Great Cloud Empire. After learning about the result of the battle, Emperor Yun Tianzhuan was infuriated. Venerable Extermination was equally infuriated. Venerable Extermination was also wearing a grayish-red robe. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His attire was the same as his 3 disciples. He held a walking stick in his hand. At the top of the walking stick was a ferocious skull. It looked very frightening. Jiang Chen, it's that Jiang Chen again. That bastard is a big trouble. Hasn't the immortal court been hunting him? Why is he still alive? Yun Tianzhuan gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost spurting out flames. He had never hated a person so much in his life. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. How dare a kid kill my disciple? I'll torture him to death. Venerable Extermination exuded a gloomy and cold chi. He had come back this time to annihilate Great Qian Empire. He didn't expect that they would suffer such a great loss just as the war began. One should know that it wasn't easy to nurture triplets. The battle had been in their favor, but Jiang Chen had forcefully reversed the situation. I'm going to kill this kid myself, Venerable Extermination said fiercely. Venerable Extermination said fiercely. It seemed that he was ready to take action personally. Mr. Extermination, it's not the time for you to act yet. The war has just begun. As for Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance to kill him yourself, said Yun Tianzhuan. The war between nations wasn't an ordinary one. It had to be carried out on all fronts. It wasn't something that could be wiped out just because an expert went up and destroyed the imperial capital of another nation and killed their experts. As the saying went, as long as faith remained, the origin of the empire wouldn't disappear. It would only increase hatred and eventually lead to a resurgence. This was also the reason why Yun Tianzhuan allowed Yun Tianchuang to annex the territory of Great Qian Empire bit by bit. He wanted to change the faith and worship of the people of Great Qian Empire. Very well. I'll certainly kill Jiang Chen myself. I'm going to repay the pain that Yang Junlong has given me in the past. Yang Junlong has turned me into a human devil. Now I'm going to annihilate his Great Qian Empire. Venerable Extermination was a ruthless person, and he wanted the same result as Celestial Venerable Yun. He wanted the Great Qian Empire to be completely destroyed, and there would be no possibility of a revival. Only then could he achieve his goal of revenge. The next day, under the leadership of Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, the army of Great Qian Empire headed straight for the nearest city to Crane Hawk City. This was the border of Great Cloud Empire. Due to their ferocious attack and the death of Yun Tianchuang, the morale of Great Cloud Empire's army was too low. Therefore, they didn't encounter any decent resistance. What happened next was like a hot knife cutting through butter. While Yun Tianzhuan was still considering which expert to send to the battlefield, Great Cloud Empire had already lost more than a dozen cities. This was a complete reversal of the situation. The generals and soldiers of Great Qian Empire were completely excited. Their mood and morale were totally different from the time when they were conquered by Yun Tianchuang like a hot knife cutting through butter. They were two extremes. Domineering. I've been fighting for so many years, but I've never felt so comfortable. It's the happiest thing in my life to fight behind the commander and King Fan. Some soldiers sighed. Chapter 1886. This was the real unstoppable force. To the soldiers of the major cities of Great Cloud Empire, it was like the end of the world. Wherever Jiang Chen and the others went, they didn't destroy the peace of the major cities, nor did they disturb the living habits of the people. At the same time, Great Qian Empire wouldn't kill the innocent. Any soldier who surrendered would be accepted as long as they weren't from Yun family. This time Jiang Chen had caught Great Cloud Empire off guard. Not even the Emperor Yun Tianzhuan had expected this. In the eyes of Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would surely take a good rest after recovering their lost territory and killing Yun Tianchuang. However, Jiang Chen's action was too fast for them to react. In the following day, Jiang Chen's army swept across half of Great Cloud Empire with unstoppable momentum. At this time, the imperial court of Great Cloud Empire was shaken. This was something that had never happened before in Great Cloud Empire. Not only Great Cloud Empire but even Great Qian Empire was dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan would be so audacious. It seemed like they were going to annihilate Great Cloud Empire in one fell swoop. However, how could they not worry about such a dangerous move? In the main hall of the Imperial Palace of Great Qian Empire. They are too audacious. They are invading the enemy's territory alone. Jiang Qin and King Fan are young and frivolous. Zhou Wangye should stop them. That's right. This matter is getting out of hand. They have already occupied half of Great Cloud Empire and are about to reach their Imperial Palace. This is an unprecedented victory for us. However, I'm afraid that it will be very dangerous for them to invade the enemy's territory alone. I heard that there are formidable half-step sovereigns in Great Cloud Empire. Your Majesty, stop Jiang Qin and King Fan's attack at once. This was a very uplifting matter, and what Jiang Qin and the others did had indeed uplifted the hearts of everyone. It was just that this time the shock was too great and everyone couldn't withstand it. Many people began to ask the emperor to order Jiang Qin to withdraw. Of course, there were also people who felt that the large foundation that Jiang Qin had built could not be lost. Otherwise, it would seriously damage the morale of the generals and soldiers. Once morale was lost, it was difficult to find it again. At that time, it was inevitable that they would be disappointed in the imperial capital. I'm afraid it's impossible to withdraw, but I believe that Jiang Qin must have his reasons for doing so. What we have to do now is to go and provide support. The war between us and Great Cloud Empire will come to an end sooner or later. In that case, let's wait for the end to come. A decisive look appeared in Yang Yu's eyes. Since Jiang Qin had turned the war into this state, there was no harm in demanding an end. Just as Yang Yu decided to send experts to assist Jiang Qin, a talisman flew out of the void and landed on his hand. Yang Yu opened the talisman and knitted his brows. Your Majesty, did you get the news from Jiang Chen's side? Someone asked. That's right. It's Jiang Qin who sent the talisman back personally. He asked us to stay in the imperial capital. Yang Yu said. What? Wouldn't Jiang Qin be a bit too confident if he didn't help? I'm very confident in brother Jiang Qin. He was able to defeat Yun Tianshuang when he was just a late immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'm afraid that not even an ordinary late immortal venerable is a match for him. Be that as it may, I'm afraid that brother Jiang Qin won't be able to withstand the attack of a half-step sovereign. Don't be so resolute. Don't you think that Jiang Qin has created too many miracles? Great Cloud Empire is guarded by a half-step sovereign human sovereign. According to the news from the battlefield, Jiang Qin has the means to restrain devils. That's why he dares to invade the empire. I believe that Jiang Qin won't do something that he's not confident about. All the experts expressed their opinions. No matter what Jiang Qin was going to do now was an earth-shattering event. Just listen to Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Miss Yan, we're also worried about Jiang Qin. Someone said. Don't worry. Brother Qin has just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Now he's going to challenge a half-step sovereign. This is his goal. Brother Qin has always loved challenges. There's no challenge in this world that he can't complete. Besides, with me around, I naturally won't let Brother Qin get hurt. Once Brother Qin can't hold on any longer, I'll go to the battlefield in an instant. Yan Qinyu spoke. In this world, the one who truly understood Jiang Qin was undoubtedly Yan Qinyu. She could accurately guess Jiang Qin's goal and had unimaginable confidence in Jiang Qin. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since even Yan Qinyu had said so, they didn't need to worry anymore. They were all very clear about Yan Qinyu's strength. She was the reincarnation of the powerful Empress Nainin. With her secretly watching over them, nothing would go wrong. Now, everyone began to look forward to the day when Jiang Qin would lead Yang Bufan to create another legend and miracle. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace of Great Cloud Empire. Bang! Yun Tianzuan's wrath soared to the sky. He smashed his dragon throne. This damn Jiang Qin. I really don't know who gave him the audacity to invade our empire. In just 2 days he has occupied nearly half of the territory of Great Cloud Empire and is going to invade our imperial capital soon. This is going to be bad. Yun Tianzun had the impulse to go crazy. He had never seen such an audacious man. Judging from Jiang Chen's attitude, Jiang Chen had already regarded Great Cloud Empire as his possession. This was a humiliation to him, the emperor of Great Cloud Empire. We can't let this brat continue to be arrogant. The face of Yun family is going to be tarnished very quickly. An old man stepped forward. He had reached the late immortal venerable realm. He was the supreme elder of Great Cloud Empire, an expert of the older generation. He had long stopped meddling in the affairs of the empire, but now that the empire needed him, he would still step forward. That's right. Elder is right. It's time to eliminate Jiang Chen. Yun Tianzun gritted his teeth and said, I'll go capture that brat and hand him over to Lord Extermination. Then the supreme elder vanished in the blink of an eye. Yun Tianzun clenched his fists tightly. He swore that once Jiang Chen was captured he wouldn't let Jiang Chen die easily. He would torture him to death. Chapter 1887. Yun Tianzun would like to see what made Jiang Chen so arrogant and audacious to fight alone. On the other side, Jiang Chen was leading tens of thousands of soldiers, preparing to attack the next city. At this time the morale of the army had reached its peak. Countless soldiers couldn't control their hot blood anymore. Some of them even roared. They had lived for half of their lives but they had never fought such a hardy war. That feeling couldn't be described with just the word comfortable. At this moment a gust of wind blew in the sky all of a sudden. A dark cloud emerged from the void and floated above the army in a blink of an eye. A powerful pressure came from the dark cloud. The intense pressure was like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky and earth, causing one's soul to shiver. What a powerful pressure. I'm afraid that's a mighty late immortal venerable. Motherfucker. So what if he's a late immortal venerable? He's still no match for our commander. We're going to kill our way to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire with irresistible force. That's right. No matter how powerful the expert is, he won't be a match for our commander. There was only shock on the faces of the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire, but not the slightest bit of fear. Their souls had been thoroughly baptized by Jiang Chen's strength. In their hearts, as long as Jiang Chen was here, there was nothing they couldn't do and there was no opponent they couldn't defeat. It was a kind of deification. Jiang Chen had become a deified god in the hearts of all the soldiers, an invincible god. Even though the enemy was a late immortal venerable, they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear as they still felt that Jiang Chen could kill them. Little Chenzi, it seems like the emperor of Great Cloud Empire can no longer sit still. A true expert has come this time. Yang Bufan looked at the dark cloud and said with a smile. Just a late immortal venerable? I thought it would be venerable extermination. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. There wasn't the slightest trace of worry on his face. Except for venerable extermination, no one in Great Cloud Empire was worthy of his attention. No matter what kind of experts they were, as long as they came he would take them all in. The dark cloud drifted with the wind, then turned into an old man. The old man was slightly plump, his face was like a spring breeze and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. After he appeared, his gaze was like a poisonous scorpion, constantly scanning the people below. He seems to be an important figure in Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen said. That's the supreme elder of Great Cloud Empire. I didn't expect him to show up in person. It seems Yun family can no longer sit still. Lord Jiu said. They've already lost half of their empire. It would be strange if they could still sit still. Yang Bufan smiled. Jiang Chen, aren't you being too audacious? Are you looking down on our Great Cloud Empire? The Supreme Elder looked over at Jiang Chen and spoke in an incomparably cold tone. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had met Jiang Chen before, so he recognized Jiang Chen at first glance. You're right. I, Jiang Chen, have never put your Great Cloud Empire in my eyes. Your Yun family is doomed to die for going against me. Jiang Chen flew up into the sky with a sway and stood opposite the Supreme Elder. He knew that the purpose of the Elder's visit was for him. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen might still be worried about a late immortal venerable, but now that he had advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he could still kill an ordinary late immortal venerable in his half-dragon form. Now that Jiang Chen wanted to hone his combat strength, the arrival of the Supreme Elder couldn't be better for Jiang Chen. Boasting shamelessly. You're young and frivolous. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Chapter 1888. Impossible. How can this monstrous genius be so powerful? The Supreme Elder couldn't keep calm at all. He had never put Jiang Chen in his eyes from the beginning. Although Jiang Chen's growth was worrying, he didn't expect that he would grow to the point where he could influence the fate of Great Cloud Empire so quickly. What was even more unexpected was that he, an expert of the older generation, was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. No, he still didn't think that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. His strong confidence told him that the collision just now was just an accident caused by him underestimating his opponent. The Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is only Esu. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep today, you can accompany Yun Tianshuang in hell. As I have said earlier, I will accept every single one of you who comes to my doorstep. You won't be lonely even if you die. Soon many people will accompany you in hell. Jiang Chen spoke coldly. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, the attack just now had made him understand his current combat strength. Putting everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with this late immortal venerable Supreme Elder. Moreover, since such an important figure had delivered himself to his doorstep, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. A figure like the Supreme Elder was second only to the old emperor in Great Cloud Empire. Even the emperor had to show respect to him. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. I will let you know what true terror is. I will let you know how terrifying the true strength of a late immortal venerable is. Killing intent surged from the Supreme Elder's body. His combat strength was still at its peak. The collision just now didn't affect him in the slightest. The Supreme Elder moved once more. Both of his palms flickered with dazzling light that carried the aura of the boundless heaven and earth. All of a sudden, a huge golden palm appeared out of thin air. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. Is this the unique combat technique of Great Cloud Empire, the Boundless Palm? Jiang Chen said with a smile when he saw the Supreme Elder's attack. Even though his opponent's qi was incomparably strong, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. You know about the Boundless Palm? The Grand Elder clearly did not expect that Jiang Chen would be able to see through his palm technique at a glance. Yun Xianxia once used it in front of me. Unfortunately, he died very miserably in the end. Jiang Chen shook his head. Back in Golden Horizon, Yun Xianxia had used this move to fight him. Unfortunately, Yun Xianxia was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Prepare to die, brat. It's your honor to die under the boundless palm. At the mention of Yun Xianxia, the Grand Elder's anger grew. His killing intent also grew stronger. Jiang Chen's hands were truly stained with the blood of the Yun family. This debt must be settled. Rumble. The might of the boundless palm, which contained powerful anger and killing intent, became even more terrifying. A huge palm covered the sky like a dazzling heavenly barrier, sealing off the entire battlefield. It locked onto Jiang Chen's qi and launched an earth-shattering attack at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Even though he didn't care much about the opponent's attack, he had to admit that Yun Xiangxiao's attack and the Supreme Elder's attack were polar opposites. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The palm in front of him was the true boundless palm. Voila! Jiang Chen also moved. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal. A dazzling golden dragon seal immediately emerged. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elements combat dragon seals. With the continuous improvement of Jiang Chen's cultivation base, the power of the golden dragon seal had also gradually increased. Within the huge seal, a coiling golden dragon was dancing unceasingly. Facing the boundless palm of the Supreme Elder, Jiang Chen struck out the golden dragon seal. The seal gradually grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 100 zhang long. Then it turned into a lifelike golden dragon. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. Its golden radiance covered all the other light in the world. Even the radiance of the boundless palm was inconspicuous in front of the golden dragon's seal. The enormous golden dragon was like a real azure dragon. It opened its huge mouth and bit down toward the boundless palm. At the same time, its body surged with mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy, crushing everything in its path. This dragon body was completely formed by the condensation of terrifying energy. Every bit of it overflowed with powerful destructive force. Long. Under countless nervous gazes, the golden dragon seal and the boundless palm fiercely collided. Boundless chi waves rolled out. The dazzling golden radiance fused together. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Because of this strong impact, many people directly covered their eyes. They felt that if they continued to watch, they would definitely go blind. Too powerful. This kind of battle was simply shocking. Whether it was the golden dragon seal or the boundless palm, both were powerful offensive battle skills. If there was a ranking, the boundless palm and the golden dragon seal were not on the same level. Of course, the level of the battle skill couldn't decide the outcome of the battle. The key was still the person who used it. The collision this time was much fiercer than the previous one. The battlefield was destroyed. If it was an ordinary battlefield, it would have collapsed. However, this battlefield was enveloped by Jiang Chen's 5 elements domain, so it was relatively sturdy. At least, the shockwaves of the battle wouldn't leak out and cause harm to the soldiers below. Bang! This time, the Supreme Elder was obviously not as lucky as before. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful golden dragon seal. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying for more than 10 feet. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rapid, and his aura had already begun to become chaotic. In other words, this attack had already caused the Supreme Elder to suffer heavy injuries. Looking at Jiang Chen again, his dragon body was still tyrannical, and his aura was even more powerful than before. Jiang Chen was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Haha again. Jiang Chen laughed maniacally. He then unleashed the Great Void technique and appeared in front of the Supreme Elder in the blink of an eye. Before the Supreme Elder could recover from the shock, another strike of the Golden Dragon Seal was launched at him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Rumble. Chapter 1889. Arg. The Supreme Elder let out a shrill cry. His entire body was almost smashed by Jiang Chen. His whole body was covered with blood, but as a mighty late immortal venerable he was still alive. His life force was still very strong, but his facial expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were full of fear. Perhaps he had never thought that he would have such a day. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire fell silent all of a sudden. They were so shocked that they forgot to celebrate. At this moment, the image of Jiang Chen in their hearts had risen to an unreachable level. Even the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is no match for Commander. I can almost see the scene of Commander leading us to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. That's right. Commander's strength is unfathomable. Even a late immortal venerable was killed by him. I can almost see the scene of him fighting a half-step sovereign. It's really exciting to think about it. The Supreme Elder is finished. Commander will never let him go. Isn't that obvious? This is a war. There's no victory or defeat, only life and death. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire were very excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. It was an incomparably thrilling and exciting thing to fight alongside such a commander. On the battlefield, the Supreme Elder finally felt the true terror of Jiang Chen. His current mood was incomparably complicated. Before he fought Jiang Chen, he wouldn't even dream of such a scene. Even now he still felt as though he was in a dream. Without another word, the Supreme Elder turned and fled. The fact had proven that he was no match for Jiang Chen. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. As a matter of fact, even if he chose to flee now, he would still die. Jiang Chen would never give his enemies a chance to escape. Besides, if the Supreme Elder had chosen to flee from the beginning, he would still have a great chance. But given his current condition, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of Jiang Chen's 5-elemental sphere, let alone escape successfully. You still want to escape at a time like this? Jiang Chen's cold voice resounded and the 5 elements field tightened. The highest elder was horrified to find that this battlefield had become Jiang Chen's own battlefield, completely under Jiang Chen's control. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Jiang Chen arrived in front of the Grand Elder, not concealing his killing intent at all. "Jiang Chen, you can't kill me," the Supreme Elder said. "Why not? Is your life more precious than theirs? As long as you're my enemy, you have to die. Do you mean that Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination won't spare me if I kill you? Don't waste your bullshit reason. Even if I don't kill you, they won't spare me." "Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not that they won't spare me, but that they are begging me to spare them," Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. "Jiang Chen, don't tell me that you're so confident that you can fight a half-step sovereign?" The Supreme Elder understood what Jiang Chen meant. Even at the brink of death, he was still a little surprised. This person was indeed arrogant. He didn't even put a half-step sovereign in his eyes. "As you said, after killing you, I will personally kill my way to your imperial capital and annihilate that venerable extermination." Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably arrogant, but it was mixed with a strong confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it made people feel that he wasn't speaking without thinking. Jiang Chen, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're a rare genius, a peerless monstrous genius, but your self-confidence will eventually harm you. The strength of a half-step sovereign isn't something you can imagine. You're courting death if you want to fight a half-step sovereign with your current strength," said Jiang Chen coldly. The Supreme Elder burst into laughter. He felt that it was a big joke for Jiang Chen to fight a half-step sovereign. "I'm sorry, but it's none of your business. You won't be able to see whether I can fight a half-step sovereign or not." Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with the Supreme Elder anymore. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand at lightning speed. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was severed from his body. The Supreme Elder could be considered as the most powerful figure in Great Qian Empire. Despite being a late immortal venerable, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen and was killed by Jiang Chen. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to imagine it. It seems that if it wasn't for the half-step sovereign in Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen alone would be enough to annihilate the entire empire. Zhou Xian sighed. This time he had followed Jiang Chen on this expedition. What he had gained the most were surprises and miracles. Now he was completely numb to it. He felt that he wouldn't be too surprised even if Jiang Chen could really kill a half-step sovereign. Today, not only in the hearts of the soldiers but also in the hearts of Zhou Xian, Jiang Chen had almost become a god. Jiang Chen retracted his 5-elemental domain and held the Supreme Elder's head in his hand. He would never show mercy to an enemy who was bent on killing him. "Follow me to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire." Jiang Chen's combat sword vibrated. He didn't even retract his dragon form as he flew towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Seeing Jiang Chen's madness, the faces of countless soldiers were filled with madness. Zhou Xian and Yang Bufan were also filled with battle intent as they followed behind Jiang Chen. They knew that the real decisive battle was coming. After occupying half of Great Cloud Empire, it was time for the decisive battle. They knew why Jiang Chen wanted to attack the imperial capital now. Because the death of the Supreme Elder would definitely arouse the fury of Great Cloud Empire. Even if they didn't take the initiative to attack, the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination would also appear. So, it was better for them to take the initiative and strike a deterrent to Great Cloud Empire. This battle was crazy, arrogant, and earth-shattering. No one knew whether Jiang Chen would succeed or not, but everyone was eager for this battle. Even if they were to die, they were willing to participate in this battle. They wanted to witness the result of this battle. To a warrior, life and death didn't seem to be that important at this moment. Jiang Chen's purpose was very simple. Before the news of the Supreme Elder's death reached the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, he would attack. Chapter 1890. Just like Great Qian Empire, the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire was the most prosperous place in the entire empire. It was extremely magnificent with all kinds of splendid buildings, which added a sense of nobility and majesty to the entire imperial capital. At this moment, The higher-ups in the imperial palace were still waiting for the good news from the Supreme Elder. There were many experts here. Apart from Great Cloud Empire, there were also some from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. After all, the two empires were allies. Now that the war was so intense, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send people to assist them. Venerable Extermination's face was gloomy. He was also waiting with his eyes narrowed, as though considering how many cruel methods he would use to torture Xianxia after the Supreme Elder brought Xianxia back. Killing his 3 disciples had seriously touched his bottom line. He swore that he would make Xianxia pay a hefty price. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Supreme Elder will definitely take action." An expert from Heavenly Jade Dynasty spoke. "That's for sure. That puny Xianxia is too arrogant. Supreme Elder will teach him how to behave." Yun Tianzuan spoke lung, totally not putting Xianxia in his heart. He was too confident in the strength of the Supreme Elder. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would only be able to kill Yun Tianchuang at most. Report. Just at this moment, an anxious voice was heard. An immortal emperor rushed into the main hall hastily. He was sweating profusely. "Why are you panicking? What's going on?" Yun Tianzuan knitted his brows. "Your Majesty, the army of Great Qian Empire has arrived. They're less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital." The man spoke. "What?" Celestial Venerable Yun suddenly stood up from his seat, and so did everyone else in the hall. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. The Great Qian Empire's army had directly charged into the imperial capital. "Yes, Your Majesty. It's indeed the army of Great Qian Empire. The leader is a dragon man, Xianxia," that person said in a panic. At this time he did not dare to lie at all. Xianxia was very sure that the dragon transformation had already become his trademark. "Xianxia, how is this possible? Didn't the Grand Elder go to kill him? Damn it. What's going on? Isn't this Xianxia a little too gutsy? To think that he would dare to kill his way into the imperial capital. He's completely looking down on us. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His actions are simply a humiliation to our empire. We must not let him off today." All the experts on the scene were incomparably infuriated. The dignified Great Cloud Empire, one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Profound Domain, had been invaded by someone. This was an incomparably shameful thing. Xianxia's action was also a humiliation to Great Cloud Empire. How could they bear this? "Scope. We won't let a single person of Great Qian Empire go today." True wrath emerged on Yun Tianzuan's face. As the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had never hated someone so much, and he had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. Yun Tianzuan took the lead and walked out of the imperial capital, followed closely by the old emperor and the higher-ups. Venerable Extermination also followed. He was even more depressed now. He believed that Xianxia already knew of his existence, but the fact that Xianxia still dared to kill his way into the imperial capital despite knowing his existence. It meant that Xianxia didn't put him a half-step sovereign in his eyes at all. This made Venerable Extermination even more unbearable. As a mighty half-step sovereign, no matter where he went, he would be worshipped. Which one of them wouldn't dare to disrespect him? Xianxia's act of not putting him in his eyes had already hurt his self-esteem. 100 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, under Xianxia's lead, tens of thousands of soldiers were standing in the wind, covering the entire sky. Such a formation was too huge, and the deterrent force was unimaginable. Each of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire had a look of excitement on their faces. They had never thought that they would be able to attack the enemy's imperial capital one day. One by one, figures rushed out of the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There were dozens of immortal venerables behind them, followed by a large number of imperial guards. These soldiers were the elites of Great Cloud Empire. Each of them was incomparably powerful. On the battlefield, they were strong enough to fight 10 or even 100 of them. The faces of those who rushed out of the imperial capital were full of anger. They had never been trampled on by others, so it was imaginable how angry they were. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia was just too easy to be identified. It was hard for them not to notice him. All along, they had never given up on finding an excuse to kill Xianxia. What made them depressed was that the immortal court still allowed this lawless bastard to live after such a long time. Is this bastard Zhou Xian? Venerable Extermination looked at Zhou Xian and asked. Yes, that's him. Yun Tianzuan said, gritting his teeth. He didn't expect that Zhou Xian would really come alone. Humph. He's just a kid who knows how to transform. Venerable Extermination harumphed coldly. In his eyes, an existence like Zhou Xian was just an ant. Long time no see, Yun Tianzuan. Zhou Xian said to Yun Tianzuan. Zhou Xian, who gave you such courage and confidence to come to my imperial capital to die? Yun Tianzuan said coldly. Ah, Yun Tianzuan, I'm not here to die. I'm here to die for you. You probably didn't expect this day to come so soon after we parted ways in Genius Prefecture. Zhou Xian laughed. Zhou Xian, I don't know how you escaped the pursuit of the Supreme Elder, but since you're here you must die today. Not only you but all the tens of thousands of your soldiers will die. None of them will be able to escape. This is the price for ignoring the dignity of my imperial capital, Yun Tianzuan said loudly. Celestial Venerable Yun said loudly. To him, nothing was more important than the dignity of the empire and his own dignity. Escape? I think you're mistaken. Why should I escape? I'm afraid that the Supreme Elder you mentioned isn't a threat to me. As he spoke, Zhou Xian took out the head of the Supreme Elder and threw it at Yun Tianzuan. Yun Tianzuan caught the head and his expression changed drastically. Supreme Elder. Chapter 1891. Impossible. This can't be true. The Supreme Elder is a dignified late immortal venerable. How could he be killed by Zhou Xian? But this is indeed the head of the Supreme Elder. There's no doubt about it. Could it be that Zhou Xian is really that terrifying? I still can't accept this. Given the Supreme Elder's strength, even if he couldn't defeat Zhou Xian, he should have no problem escaping. No matter how heaven-defying Zhou Xian is, how could he make a late immortal venerable lose the ability to escape? This is too outrageous. Bastard. The Supreme Elder has a supreme position in Great Cloud Empire. He represents the prestige of Great Cloud Empire. How could Zhou Xian cut off his head? This is simply a humiliation to us. The people of Great Cloud Empire couldn't maintain their composure anymore. They had never thought or imagined that such a situation would unfold. Even though the head of the Supreme Elder was right in front of them, they still couldn't accept the fact that the Supreme Elder was killed by Zhou Xian. They could accept the death of the Supreme Elder, but they couldn't accept that the Supreme Elder was killed by Zhou Xian. Celestial Venerable Yun, it seems like we can finally settle our grudge today. Zhou Xian spoke in a neutral tone. He knew that the Supreme Elder's head had cast a great shadow in the hearts of countless people in Great Cloud Empire. Even with the presence of Venerable Extermination, this shadow still couldn't be removed. Zhou Xian, I've said it before. None of you can leave today. I'll make you kneel down and kowtow to the Supreme Elder. Yun Celestial Venerable spoke ferociously. His fury had reached the peak of his life. The death of the Supreme Elder was too much of a shock to him. Yun Celestial Venerable slowly kept the head of the Supreme Elder. Today Great Cloud Empire must get back what it had lost. Otherwise, the prestige and dignity of the empire would cease to exist. Brat, are you the one who killed my 3 disciples? Venerable Extermination stood at the forefront with his walking stick in hand. His pair of eyes were like a poisonous scorpion, sending chills down people's spines. No one dared to look at him directly. You must be Supremacy Extermination, right? I know you hate Senior Yang Junlong, but you really shouldn't have taken the initiative to start this war. Not only did you cause Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to fall into eternal damnation, but you also lost your life. As a quasi-emperor, you should live well wherever you go. Unfortunately, you chose the path of death. Zhou Xian looked at Venerable Extermination. Venerable Extermination was one of the most important targets of his attack on the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Killing Venerable Extermination would greatly improve his cultivation. Of course, Zhou Xian knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Venerable Extermination. After all, it was child's play for him to fight a pseudo-sovereign with his current cultivation. If it weren't for various conditions, Zhou Xian wouldn't dare to take on such a challenge. What an arrogant brat. You are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. It seems like you are very confident in yourself, But I really don't know where you, a puny half-step immortal venerable, get your confidence from. Venerable Extermination almost laughed out of anger. He didn't care about the death of the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire. In his mind, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty were merely objects that he could use. However, Xianxia had crossed his bottom line by killing his 3 disciples. There was no doubt that Xianxia would die. It was just that he didn't expect Xianxia's arrogance. After living for so many years, this was the first time he met a half-step immortal venerable who didn't put him, a half-step sovereign, in his eyes. It was simply hilarious. Lord Extermination, in my opinion, we don't need to waste too much time talking to this brat. Yun Tianzuan said. Celestial Venerable Yun, you are so eager to kill me. As the Emperor of the Great Cloud Empire, you have supreme power and status. Do you dare to fight me? Xianxia shouted with a mocking smile on his face. Yun Tianzuan was furious. This bastard was clearly doing this on purpose. He knew that Yun Tianzuan didn't have the guts to fight him, but he still used the excuse of being the emperor to embarrass him. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he had no reason to back down from the challenge of a half-step immortal venerable. Once he didn't accept the challenge, it would cause great damage to his status and dignity as the emperor. However, Yun Tianzuan knew very well that even though he was eager to kill Xianxia, he would only die if he rushed forward. He was very clear about his own strength. He should be on the same level as Yun Tianshuang. Even if he was slightly stronger than Yun Tianshuang, it wasn't by much. If only Yun Tianshuang had died in the hands of Xianxia, perhaps Yun Tianzuan wouldn't be afraid of Xianxia. But now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Xianxia, how could he still have the courage to stand out and fight Xianxia? That was simply courting death. Compared to losing some dignity, losing one's life was the biggest blow to Great Cloud Empire. If the emperor was killed, the entire empire would be thrown into chaos. I'll fight you. At this time, a loud shout resounded. Everyone saw the old emperor of Great Cloud Empire coming out. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was in high spirits, especially his eyes, which were exceptionally bright and captivating. Old Emperor, let Lord Extermination deal with him personally. That's right, Old Emperor. This Xianxia is too monstrous. We can't act on impulse. Old Emperor doesn't need to care about this brat. Seeing that the Old Emperor was going to fight Xianxia, many people immediately stopped him. The Old Emperor's cultivation was naturally tyrannical, but he was on the same level as the Supreme Elder. Now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Xianxia, the Old Emperor was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Great Cloud Empire had already lost a Supreme Elder. If they lost the Old Emperor as well, their foundation would be ruined. Xianxia has issued a challenge. This matter concerns the dignity of our empire, so I must fight him. Moreover, I firmly believe that he doesn't have the strength to kill the Supreme Elder. I'd like to see how he killed the Supreme Elder. After saying that, the Old Emperor's body flickered and appeared at the forefront. He stood alone not far from Xianxia. Xianxia, I'll fight you. The Old Emperor's voice was as loud as a bell. Old Emperor, your Supreme Elder has died in my hands. If you want to fight me now, aren't you courting death? I advise you to go back. Chapter 1892. Honglong. The Old Emperor's aura directly caused a thunderous explosion. He waved his palm and a strange phenomenon appeared. The terrifying phenomenon turned into a tyrannical lion. The surface of the golden lion was emitting steaming flames. Its body contained the power of a mountain. This strike was powerful enough to destroy a part of the sky. The lion seemed to have come to life. It breathed fire from its mouth and lunged at Xianxia. On the opposite side, Xianxia also moved. The terrifying golden dragon seal was struck out. After the battle with the Supreme Elder, he was very clear about his combat strength. A late immortal emperor like the Old Emperor was no match for him. No matter how powerful the opponent's combat skill was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the golden dragon seal. Brr. The golden dragon surged. On the battlefield, a golden dragon and a lion clashed with each other in the most ferocious manner. Honglong. The heavens and earth shook. The entire imperial capital shook. Countless people were alarmed. The scorching sun in the sky was covered, but the golden light emitted from the collision was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. Everywhere was filled with destructive energy. In front of countless shocked gazes, the old emperor's lion was directly torn apart by the golden dragon. The powerful rebounding force caused the old emperor to retreat dozens of meters. The old emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. He was completely not a match for the golden dragon. What? Has this bastard really become so powerful? Even a late immortal venerable can't defeat him. Damn it. This bastard is simply a freak. His speed of growth is just too fast. Back then we didn't kill him at all costs, which gave him the opportunity to grow. Now he has become a great disaster. Fortunately we have a half-step sovereign on our side. Otherwise we won't be able to deal with a mere Xianxia. Everyone on the side of Great Cloud Empire couldn't keep their composure anymore. By now, everyone believed that the Supreme Elder had been killed by Xianxia. The defeat of the old emperor had proven everything. Celestial Venerable Yun clenched his fists, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He no longer had any doubts about the death of the Great Elder. Venerable Extermination couldn't help but frown. The way he looked at Xianxia had changed. Even though he still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes, he had to admit that Xianxia was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. Xianxia was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was the old emperor. He had never believed that Xianxia could kill the Supreme Elder. But now he was defeated by Xianxia in just a single strike. Other than shaking his head and sighing at Xianxia's rapid growth, what else could he say? Well, all of a sudden Xianxia casted out the 5 elemental sphere. Like a tidal wave, it instantly sealed the entire battlefield. In the next moment Xianxia casted the Great Void technique. With a sway of his body, he vanished, but when he reappeared he was already in front of the old emperor. The Heavenly Saint's sword was like a life-reaping lock, thrusting at the old emperor's glabella. Not good. The old emperor's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Xianxia to attack so quickly, and he didn't even have a chance to react. After being defeated in one strike, Xianxia immediately used a killing strike. The old emperor understood that Xianxia was not giving him any chance to escape. Not good. Lord Extermination, hurry up. The old emperor is in danger. Celestial Venerable Yun was even more horrified. If the old emperor died, it would be an unimaginable loss to Great Cloud Empire. Venerable Extermination turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed toward the battlefield. His terrifying half-step sovereign aura was released and confined the battlefield in an instant. Venerable Extermination didn't expect that Xianxia would kill the old emperor so quickly, but he was still confident that he could rescue the old emperor from Xianxia's hands. Seeing Venerable Extermination's attack, Xianxia revealed a sneer. It was too late for him to stop Venerable Extermination now. Xianxia's movement was so fast that there was no concept of time. At such a close distance, coupled with the suppression of the 5 elemental realm, even a true great sovereign wouldn't be able to rescue the old emperor from Xianxia's hands. Otherwise Xianxia would be in vain. Xianxia's ice-cold sword pierced the old emperor's glabella and penetrated his head. Bastard. Venerable Extermination was infuriated. He hurled his walking stick at Xianxia with a cold black light. Xianxia unsheathed his sword at lightning speed and executed the Great Void technique again, easily dodging the attack. He retreated 300 meters away and retracted the 5 elemental realm. Venerable Extermination grabbed the old emperor in his hand. Unfortunately, the old emperor was already a dead man. An ocean of anger was released from Venerable Extermination's body and hovered in the sky. He was thoroughly enraged. He felt that his dignity was about to be lost. Although he didn't care about the old emperor's life or death, he had promised to protect the old emperor's life. But now the old emperor was killed by the enemy in front of him. How could Venerable Extermination not be angry? Old Emperor. The people of Great Cloud Empire roared. Each of their eyes turned red. The old emperor was brutally killed in front of them. The 2 late immortal venerables of Great Cloud Empire were killed just like that. The entire empire was filled with despair. We must kill Xianxia to avenge the old emperor. That damned bastard. Great Cloud Empire has suffered a great loss in his hands. If we can't kill him, the brave souls of our empire won't be able to rest in peace. The people of Great Cloud Empire hated Xianxia to the extreme, but at the same time, there was a deep fear in the bottom of their hearts. Xianxia's power was incomparably terrifying. Even though they had the determination to kill Xianxia, they knew very well that they had to rely on Venerable Extermination to kill Xianxia. Lord Extermination, please kill Xianxia, Yun Tianzuan yelled. He didn't blame Venerable Extermination for the death of the old emperor. What happened just now was just too sudden. No one had thought that Xianxia would launch an attack at an incredible speed. Venerable Extermination did strike at the first instance, but he was still a step too late. Even without Yun Tianzuan's reminder, Venerable Extermination wouldn't let Xianxia go. He must kill Xianxia today and make him die miserably. He had countless means to make Xianxia suffer endless pain. In short, he wouldn't let Xianxia die easily. Boy, how do you want to die? Venerable Extermination looked at Xianxia, the crutch in his hand flickering with gloomy light. It looked like an incomparably mystical immortal weapon, or more accurately, a devil weapon. Die. Isn't it too early to determine who will live and who will die? Xianxia said with a smile. Apart from the battle intent in his eyes, there was no trace of nervousness or fear. The people of Great Qian Empire became incomparably quiet all of a sudden. Logically speaking, they should be cheering for Xianxia to kill the old emperor, but now wasn't the time to cheer. The real tense moment had just arrived. Whether Xianxia could fight a half-step sovereign was the key to this battle. Boy, don't tell me you want to fight me? Venerable Extermination looked at Xianxia with slight astonishment. From Xianxia's tone, he could tell that Xianxia was going to fight him, which surprised him a little, because he couldn't figure out where Xianxia got the confidence to fight a mighty half-step sovereign with his half-step immortal Venerable Cultivation base. Venerable Extermination looked at Xianxia. You're right. I want to fight a half-step sovereign like you. What if you're the one who dies? Xianxia began to adjust his qi. To him, fighting a half-step sovereign was a great challenge. Venerable Extermination burst into laughter as though he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Boy, go ahead and try. I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Venerable Extermination didn't feel that it was a glorious thing to be challenged by a half-step immortal Venerable, but now he really wanted to see how this arrogant boy was going to fight him. Let's have a try then. Xianxia moved. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a fire dragon. The powerful fire dragon seal engulfed the entire sky. The terrifying flames caused the temperature of the heavens and earth to rise abruptly. Brr. The fire dragon roared and danced in the sky as it attacked Venerable Extermination. Venerable Extermination's facial expression finally changed a little. Previously, when Xianxia fought the old emperor, he didn't use any flames. Therefore, he didn't know that Xianxia had such powerful flames. Now that the fire dragon was rushing towards him, he suddenly felt that he couldn't circulate the devil qi in his body, as though he had met his nemesis. Damn it. How can this bastard have such powerful flames? I can only exert half of my combat strength in front of such flames. Venerable Extermination couldn't help but curse. He had never thought that Xianxia would have something that could restrain him. Moreover, it was something that could restrain him completely. Humph. Boy, do you think you can deal with me with such flames? How ridiculous. Even if I can only exert half of my combat strength, it's still very easy for me to kill you. Venerable Extermination harumphed coldly. The appearance of the flames had surprised him, but he wasn't afraid because of it. His cultivation base had given him great confidence. As a matter of fact, just like what Venerable Extermination had said, even if a half-step sovereign could only exert half of his combat strength, Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him. Xianxia had already thought of this, but he still chose to challenge a half-step sovereign because of the lost illusion technique. Therefore, what Xianxia needed to do now was to force Venerable Extermination to use the lost illusion technique against him. Chapter 1893. The fire dragon roared and arrived in front of Venerable Extermination in the blink of an eye. Venerable Extermination's murderous intent soared to the heavens and his eyes were filled with haze. He suddenly stretched out his hand and his black palm covered everything as it bombarded the fire dragon. Hong Long. This was an extreme collision, a true pinnacle battle. Even the casual attacks from both sides were earth-shattering. The battlefield opened up by venerable extermination was very sturdy. Otherwise, this collision alone would have caused a severe impact on the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Even so, that intense pressure caused many people to feel incomparably uncomfortable. Some of those with lower strength began to turn pale and their ears began to buzz. They felt an indescribable discomfort. "Activate the Imperial Capital Grand Formation to protect the people inside," said Yun Tianzuan. Celestial Venerable Yun said. The power of the battle was too great. There were millions of people in the imperial capital and many of them were not very strong. Such a battle would affect them greatly. At the same time, it would cause great fear in the hearts of the people. This was not what Celestial Venerable Yun wanted to see. Now that the Supreme Elder and the old Emperor were dead, Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss. This was the time to appease the people in the imperial capital. There mustn't be any accidents. Otherwise it would be hard to suppress the panic. In the sky, the black waves of air and the fire dragon were raging. The powerful flames had a great impact on the black waves of air. The demonic chi was directly incinerated by the flames. Venerable Extermination could only use his own energy to fight against Zhou Xian. As he said, he could only exert half of his combat strength. However, such a battle was incomparably frustrating for him. Even if he could only exert half of his combat strength, he was confident that he could kill Zhou Xian. However, he couldn't get rid of the frustration at all. The feeling of having one's combat strength suppressed was something that anyone would feel depressed about. Demonic Dragon, go to hell, kid. Venerable Extermination was furious. His whole body was filled with strong murderous intent. A demonic dragon appeared in the sky, hovering in the sky. Its huge body covered everything. This was a demonic dragon that Venerable Extermination had created with his terrifying demonic energy. It was a demonic dragon that could wreak havoc in everything. It was simply a dragon of slaughter. This move was simply too powerful. Even if a peerless venerable were to face it, he or she would be torn to pieces by the demonic dragon. On the other side, Zhou Qian's expression turned grave. The strength of a half-step emperor wasn't something he could contend with. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a powerful method to restrain Venerable Extermination, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Venerable Extermination's attack. However, Zhou Qian was not afraid. He once again struck out with the Fire Dragon Seal. This move was a great counter to Venerable Extermination. It was also the most useful move. The originally arrogant Massacre Demon Dragon's aura instantly wilted when it saw the Fire Dragon. It was as if it had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. However, the Demon Dragon's ferocity didn't weaken. Under the control of the Venerable Extermination, it still rushed towards the Fire Dragon. The Berserk Dragons roared. Two Berserk Dragons of completely different attributes collided with each other, tearing and tearing at each other, wanting to destroy each other. This was an extremely shocking scene. Demonic waves and flames rolled and intertwined, tearing layer after layer of space, turning the battlefield into hell. At this time, if anyone was careless and fell into the battlefield, it would absolutely be an unimaginable disaster. The fusion of the four supreme flames greatly restrained the demon dragon. Even so, the fire dragon was still destroyed. The remaining energy of the demon dragon was still crazily attacking Zhou Qian. This situation was completely within Zhou Qian's expectations. After all, the opponent was a powerful half-step emperor. He didn't expect to rely on the Fire Dragon Seal to defeat Venerable Extermination. After all, it was unrealistic. Zhou Qian's body flashed. He casted the Great Void technique and easily dodged the demon dragon's attack. What a fast movement technique! Venerable Extermination's eyes quivered. He had never thought that Zhou Qian not only had terrifying combat strength, but his movement technique and speed were also so fast. By this time, Venerable Extermination no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Qian. Although Zhou Qian was merely a half-step immortal venerable, it was meaningless to talk about cultivation base now. Some monstrous geniuses in this world couldn't be judged by common sense. In a real battle, combat strength was the key. After dodging the attack with the Great Void technique, Zhou Qian struck out the Fire Dragon Seal again. This time he struck out 3 fire dragons. For a moment the scene of fire dragons flying all over the sky appeared. What Xianxia was trying to do now was to play a guerrilla game with Venerable Extermination. He wanted to force Venerable Extermination to use the Lost Illusion to deal with him. At that time Xianxia would have the chance to turn defeat into victory. He was no match for Venerable Extermination in a head-on battle. As a matter of fact, Xianxia still had another way to deal with Venerable Extermination, and that was the Edifying Light. It had been a long time since he last used the Edifying Light, but he hadn't found the right target yet. Obviously, Venerable Extermination wasn't the right target. If he used the Edifying Light now, he was afraid that it wouldn't have the slightest effect on Venerable Extermination, who was on guard. Now he could only wait for Venerable Extermination to use the Lost Illusion. By that time he would have a chance to kill Venerable Extermination using the Great Illusion Realm and the Edifying Light. If others knew what Xianxia was thinking, they would surely be scared to death. It was just too crazy to kill a half-step sovereign. Devil Ocean wreaking havoc. Venerable Extermination was infuriated to the extreme. Given his status, the fact that he couldn't take down a half-step immortal Venerable made him feel disgraced. This time, boundless devil waves surged out of his body, forming a sea of devils. There were shadows of devils and devil dragons everywhere, filling the entire battlefield. This was a completely indiscriminate attack. No matter how fast Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of the attack. Outside the battlefield, everyone on the side of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qian Empire's side became incomparably nervous. The situation of the battle was just too intense. The people of Great Cloud Empire had never thought that Xianxia would still have such a powerful combat strength. Your Majesty, this Xianxia is just too monstrous. I don't know if Venerable Extermination can kill him. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, Venerable Extermination is a half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Xianxia is, he won't be able to resist a half-step sovereign. His current flame should be his biggest trump card. Besides, this flame has severely restrained the devil nature of Venerable Extermination. That's why Xianxia has the possibility of fighting him. However, Venerable Extermination hasn't used his most powerful means yet. If he uses the Lost Illusion Realm, Xianxia will surely get lost in it and die for sure, Yin Tianzuan said. He didn't expect that the battle would escalate to this extent, but he still had strong confidence in Venerable Extermination, which came from the blind worship and confidence that ordinary people had towards half-step sovereigns. On the side of Great Qian Empire, tens of thousands of soldiers looked incomparably grim and nervous. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was in their hearts, his opponent was just too powerful. Do you think our commander is a match for Venerable Extermination? It seems that our commander isn't a match for him. After all, the opponent is a powerful half-step sovereign. However, our commander has the means to restrain that guy, so he hasn't lost yet. In my opinion, it won't be easy for Venerable Devil to kill our commander. Let's see. I believe our commander can still create a miracle. He was full of confidence when he arrived. He must have a powerful trump card. We don't have to worry at all. Many people whispered. They already had blind faith and worship in Xianxia, which was why they had the courage to follow Xianxia to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. It was a kind of spiritual sustenance and a kind of faith. Jiao Wangye and Yang Bufan also looked solemn, staring at the battlefield above without blinking. They were very nervous. After all, fighting against half-step sovereigns wasn't a joke. Honglong. Relying on the Fire Dragon Seal and the Great Void Technique, Xianxia and Venerable Extermination were locked in a fierce battle. Although Venerable Extermination could suppress Xianxia, he couldn't cause the slightest harm to Xianxia. Xianxia's movement skill was too strange. Besides, he was proficient in the Great Divination Art, which allowed him to deduce the weaknesses of Venerable Extermination's attacks and choose subtle dodges. Therefore, even Venerable Extermination's attacks didn't have much effect on Xianxia. While Xianxia and Venerable Extermination were fighting fiercely, the people of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qian Empire didn't start a large-scale battle, because both sides knew very well that even if they started a war, it wouldn't make any sense. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, Great Cloud Empire was waiting for Xianxia's death. As long as Venerable Extermination killed Xianxia, their morale would be boosted and they would be able to devour tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Qian Empire. Similarly, Great Qian Empire was also waiting. They had no choice but to wait. Given their combat strength, they wouldn't be a match for Great Cloud Empire. Although Great Cloud Empire had lost its supreme elder and old emperor, it still had plenty of experts, not to mention many immortal venerables of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Roar bastard. Chapter 1894. Xianxia, you only know how to evade. What kind of ability is that? Venerable Extermination bellowed. Old dog, are you angry because of this? This only shows that you're not capable enough. Jiang Chen's mocking voice reached Venerable Extermination's ears. The teasing tone and the words incompetent had once again pierced Venerable Extermination's self-esteem. He felt that he had lost all his face today. From the moment Jiang Chen killed the old emperor in front of him until now, he still couldn't take Jiang Chen down. Even though he had the temperament of a half-step sovereign, he couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces, but he couldn't even catch a corner of Jiang Chen's clothes even though he had exerted all his strength. Venerable Extermination had already used his mighty qi to confine the entire battlefield, but Jiang Chen was still like a dragon that could appear in different directions at any time. Jiang Chen's terrifying movement technique infuriated him and filled him with a sense of helplessness. The helplessness of a half-step sovereign was a very sad thing, especially for someone like Venerable Extermination. This was something that had never happened before. Brat, don't be so arrogant. You won't be able to live if I want to kill you. Next, I'll make you die miserably. Venerable Extermination didn't waste any more time. Wisps of black qi rushed out of his body and silently spread to every corner of the battlefield. He had never thought that he would have to use the lost illusion just to deal with a mere half-step immortal venerable. This was the trump card that he was most proud of. No one knew how many experts had been lost in his illusion and died in the end. He believed that as long as he could trap Jiang Chen in the illusion, Jiang Chen would be finished. There would be no chance of him surviving. Venerable Extermination's lost illusion was very well hidden, but Jiang Chen was still able to pinpoint it. Is he finally going to use it? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also unusually excited. He had been using the Wandering Dragon tactic to deal with Venerable Extermination for such a long time just to wait for this moment. If Venerable Extermination didn't use the lost illusion, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Although Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm was more powerful than the lost illusion, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen to lure Venerable Extermination into it. After all, Venerable Extermination wasn't a fool. At that time, not only would he fail to trap Venerable Extermination, he would also suffer the backlash of the illusion. However, if Venerable Extermination took the initiative to use the lost illusion, it would be different. It should be known that once the illusion failed to harm the opponent, it would harm the user. Once the lost illusion was destroyed by Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm and replaced, Venerable Extermination would suffer a powerful backlash, which would seriously affect his combat strength. At that time, Jiang Chen would silently take control of the illusion, and Venerable Extermination would be trapped in it. Then Jiang Chen would use all his means to turn defeat into victory. This was Jiang Chen's perfect plan. Now, everything was developing in the direction of Jiang Chen's plan. From the moment Venerable Extermination used the lost illusion, he was destined to lose the initiative of this battle. Wisps of illusion airflow floated on the battlefield. During this process, Venerable Extermination was very careful. It seemed that he was also afraid of Jiang Chen's mysterious body movement. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would notice and dodge in advance. Jiang Chen also cooperated with Venerable Extermination very well. He continuously used the Fire Dragon Seal and used the Wandering Dragon tactic as before. It seemed that he didn't notice the aura of the illusion at all. Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while. I'll let you have a taste of the horror of my illusion and let you die without a burial place. Venerable Extermination had a grim smile on his face. He felt that he had already defeated Jiang Chen. Very quickly, the lost illusion transformation was fully unleashed. The entire battlefield turned into an illusion. Within the illusion, Venerable Extermination's silhouette disappeared, replaced by black paths that seemed to lead to death. This place had turned into a boundless world of darkness. There was no exit to be found. It was easy for people to feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. Zhongchen kid, welcome to the Lost Illusion. In here I am the absolute king. Even if you grow a pair of wings you will still die today. Don't you have a godly movement skill? Don't you know how to run? Let's see if you can escape. Venerable Extermination's voice came from different directions and fell into Jiang Chen's ears. Extermination, do you think you can trap me like this? You're too naive. Jiang Chen said loudly. The flames on his body were still boiling. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Killing you directly is too easy for you. I'll wait for you to lose yourself in the Lost Illusion and let you suffer endless pain before killing you. Venerable Extermination's voice was incomparably proud and exuberant. This kind of feeling made him very happy. It was as if all the grievances from before had disappeared. Next, it was time for him to take the initiative and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Venerable Extermination didn't attack him now, which was what Jiang Chen had been longing for. He could put all his attention on displaying the Great Illusion Realm. Light waves came out of Jiang Chen's body and began to spread in all directions. All of this was seen by Venerable Extermination, but he didn't care. In his opinion, Jiang Chen just wanted to find a way to get out of the illusion. In fact, even if he knew that Jiang Chen was displaying a kind of illusion, he wouldn't have stopped him. He was too confident in his Lost Illusion Realm. Jiang Chen had obtained the Great Illusion Realm from a nobody, but this Illusion Heart Sutra was incomparably mysterious. Until now, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Jiang Chen suspected that this was a high and mighty illusion technique that had been passed down for a long time. Jiang Chen was completely at ease in deploying the Great Illusion Realm. Illusions were the same as other combat skills. They were divided into different levels. Just like flames, how could an ordinary flame be compared to a true dragon fire? Once they confronted each other, it would absolutely be a one-sided suppression. It was the same for the illusory realm. The Great Illusion Realm was like the true dragon fire, while the illusory Lost was like an ordinary beast fire. When the Great Illusion Realm appeared, the illusory Lost would feel inferior. The Great Illusion Realm could directly destroy the illusory Lost, and this destruction was silent. The final solution was to replace the illusory Lost with the Great Illusion Realm. This process was very fast and silent. Even if Venerable Extermination were to react, it would be too late. The variegated brilliance was getting more and more exuberant. Venerable Extermination suddenly found that the entire Lost Fantasyland had changed. It was completely different from before. The black paths had disappeared and turned into a dreamy brilliance. The entire Lost Fantasyland was like a dream. He almost fell into such a dream. The deepest fantasy in his heart was about to be stimulated. What's going on? Venerable Extermination shook his head to force himself to wake up. Then he was shocked to find that Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared, and he was in the center of the dreamland. Extermination, your lost illusion is just SOSO. Jiang Chen's voice was transmitted. The powerful sound waves made Venerable Extermination's ears buzz. Barf. Venerable Extermination spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the backlash and injury caused by the lost dreamland being broken. He looked around and found that the dreamland had completely changed. It was no longer the lost dreamland but a completely different dreamland. Jiang Chen, what did you do? How could you break my lost illusion? Venerable Extermination was shocked to the extreme. He simply couldn't accept such a result. Humph. Extermination, your lost illusion can't even withstand a single blow. It has already been silently destroyed by my illusion. Now that you've fallen into my Great Illusion Realm, have a good taste of the feeling of death descending upon you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. His voice was like a ghost, drifting everywhere. At this time he had absolute confidence in dealing with Venerable Extermination. Roar, a fire dragon appeared silently. In the blink of an eye, it was above Venerable Extermination's head. Venerable Extermination was shocked. Everything had changed. He had to divide his energy to deal with the influence of the Great Illusion Realm on his heart. At the same time he had to deal with Jiang Chen's terrifying attack. Swish. At the same time as the fire dragon appeared, a white light, like the most dazzling light in the world, rushed toward Venerable Extermination. What is that? Venerable Extermination exclaimed. He felt that the light was the most terrifying thing in the world. It made him feel a sense of fear from his soul. He felt that he was about to be subdued by that light. The edifying light, the great illusion realm, the supreme flame, and Xianxia had used all his means. Under the influence of all these, even a half-step emperor like Venerable Extermination couldn't deal with it. His mind began to panic. Venerable Extermination's current situation could be said to be very bad. Not only was his combat strength restrained, but his mind was also affected. His body was also seriously injured by the backlash. He had completely lost the arrogance and calmness he had at the beginning. In particular, the light of expiation had the greatest impact on him, and it was even more intimidating than the flames. He felt that as long as he let down his guard, the ray of light would take advantage of it and enter his body. 9 Phantom Wolves, Venerable Extermination die. Xianxia appeared. He displayed the 9 Phantom Wolves in the Great Illusion Realm. For a moment, the whole space was filled with his figure, dazzling Venerable Extermination. If he was in his prime, Venerable Extermination might not care about Xianxia's 9 Phantom Wolves. However, in his current state it was difficult to tell which was the real body of Xianxia. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.